Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's Sunday. Folks, I haven't done a Sunday broadcast in a minute. This is a super special, super secret Sunday spectacular broadcast. I sound sick because I am sick, for the record. And I don't know how I don't know how it happened. Could have been the Bernard Rally, but it's all good. I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling fine overall. But yeah, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Haven't done a Sunday stream in a month of Sundays. Yeah, I hadn't done one. This is my first time. And the reason why I hadn't done one, honestly, is because I'm always doing stuff. But this time we did stuff yesterday. So today I'm free. I'm free to do stuff. Personal news wise, yesterday I messed up. I didn't watch the latest Solo Leveling. I didn't have time because I was passing out. I messed up on my diet. Well, it's not even I messed up on my diet. It's because my brother wanted to go out and talk about bachelor party stuff. So I failed Andrew Huberman. I failed him big time. I was thinking about Andrew Cucumber, man. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about him and his cucumber. Pause. And I was thinking how he is a real one. Like he actually has, he demonstrates the necessary self-restraint to actually achieve true greatness. And I can't. In any case, you look extra stupid today. What? Do you need to turn off chat and get a warm glass of milk? You look really dumb today. You look extra stupid today. What is happening? He got canceled on Twitter, also known as X. It's over. Who did? Anyway, rude. But yeah, personal news wise, we went out, we got some KBBQ. So I had some meats. I had some decadent meats last night. And now, after the decadent meats consumption, I had to wake up early, played a little bit of Kingdom Comeys. Gutenberg is a much more difficult map than the previous one. Act 2 has been kind of kicking my ass a little bit. But basically played a little bit, and honestly, played a little bit of Kingdom Comeys. And then I took Kai to the park and I played a little bit of basketball. Got my ass beat up and down the court. Just absolutely destroyed. Why don't you play it on stream? Not everything has to be on stream. Sometimes I want to have things for myself. Yeah, Kingdom Come is not exactly the most telegenic game to play, honestly. There is a tremendous amount of dialogue. You guys would hate it. People love to say that they would watch it, and they would watch it all day, every day. And then it's just one of those games that I know you would not watch. That's it. Yeah, there's also a good deal of save scumming that you got to do. Turn the game off, turn it back on, or I guess use like the chemical concoction, the savior schnapps. But in any case, yeah, I balled. I went to a fancy food store where they told me they don't even sell Royal Canine, like, because Kaya's Royal Canine is out. It's supposed to be coming in today, and I was like, "Can I get Royal Canine adult giant food?" And the guy was like, "No, Royal Canine, like the dog the dog food. Anne? Not bad. Oh, hemen ayağa kalktı. Okay. Now, okay, pick. It's not a hashtag ad, by the way, but this is what I use for Kaya usually, like the giant breed one. But they said that it has like, fillers and like chicken and like a bunch of fillers. So then he suggested something that's like comparable, that's better. I don't know. I got her new food. Hopefully she's not going to be literally diarrheaing everywhere. But I like Royal Canine because like, oh, is that why vets suggest it? Royal Canine takes your vets out to lunch, so they suggest it to you. I mean, it's also been good. Like, it's been good for Kaya, for the record. Like, she likes it. She enjoys the food. And also, her poops are excellent. So that's what it is. And also, yeah, but it's weird because, like, I arrived at Royal Canine on my own, but my vet likes it, too. My vet was like, that's a great choice. Like, that's what we usually recommend to people. The one I have now is like, anne şu torbayı alır mısın? Köpek yemeği torbası var orada. In front of the box. Can you tell me what the brand is? It's no, it's in front of the box, the dog food box. And then also there's a bag full of dog treats if you can give that to me too. Yeah, I got her what is it? Pure Vita? Pure Vita. That's what I got. I don't know. Also, can you give me the bag of treats? Thank you. Royal Canine is actually the best for pre-post probiotic and gut health. I give it to my cats because one of them has megacolon, so I have a subscription for the food, $75 every 8 months. What? No. There's a bag. There's a brown bag on the island, the kitchen island behind you, that has a bunch of chews. Yeah. What the fuck is Pure Vita? I don't know, man. That's what they gave me. And no, I'm not. No. Just give me the bag. And I don't have. Hi, what's this? Wait, no. Oh my god, little lady. Oh. Okay, bye. Hadi bye. Good girl. Best day ever for girly pop. Best day ever for the best girl. Hung out at the park. It was a little too hot for her, and now she got a little bully stick. She's just having the time of her life. She literally has the best time. You should take her down to the comparative cognition lab in San Diego to have her participate in research or get some buttons to talk with. No, I don't want to do that. She looks like she has the biggest, fluffiest pants on. She does. She fluff ball. Royal is the Pelosi of dog foods. Get her origin. Okay, I don't want to hear from everyone on their favorite dog food brand. Okay, my thing is, the buttons are a scam. Are they? My dog tries to swallow the bully stick and chokes on it every time. Luckily, Kaya does not do that. Oh no. Okay. She just kicked it off. Good girl. She's like, all right, I'm gonna bring the bully back to my bed. I'm gonna chew it on the bed. Türkiye'deki olayları konuşmuş muydun kral? Evet kardeş. İlk gün konuştum. Bir de dün de konuştum. Bugün de konuşuruz biraz. But yeah, that's it. That's my personal news. Like, it just we've been chilling. Having a grand old time. Me and the little lady. And even though I got my ass beat in basketball, I don't really care, because at least I got a little bit of a workout in. But that's it. Let's blast off. Sunday fun day. Light news. Drama. Fun reacts. Galore. Gaming. Question mark. We got it all. Get in now. Nestle is Satan. What do they do now? They make bully stick holders so they don't swallow the last bit. She's big though, so you probably don't have to worry. Yeah, I don't think Kaya is gonna have issues, luckily, with any of that. Are we lying about light news again? Yes. Does anyone want to send me a blast off meme? I'll do the NPR segment as well. Yeah, I'll do the NPR segment. I'm gonna have Ested on soon as well. Remember Ested Herndon from the New York Times? He's doing a follow-up on what his liberal family members think a couple months into the Trump administration, and he wants to come on and talk about his feedback that he's gotten. So excited to have him on as well. You saw the Kyrie stream clips? No. Can someone tell me what that's about? Kyrie Irving knows who I am, and he saw my stream. Please tell me it was when I was like looking really cool or talking about Gaza or something. and not when I was like talking about how I want to have LeBron be my dad. What did he see? Because I do have a lot of respect for him regardless of his opinions. Doug did a video on tariffs. Was it reactionary? No, Doug DeMuro was anti-tariff because he doesn't like the impact that it has on car parts. I know. I follow Doug. I know what Doug's up to. Can someone send me a link of Kyrie watching me, please? Oh my God, we have so many people in here and not a single one. Did you cut the bottom of your shirt? It looks fire. Yes, I did. Even I end up changing my merchandise a little bit. Obviously, one of the issues with Kyrie Irving watching Hassan clip. Okay, this is crazy. Let's take a look. Put themselves in harm's way like this. And the fact that other random individual citizens who did not pay into the FSD testing, beta testing situation are just like potential victims is insane to me.
Yeah, I remember doing other Wile E. Coyote tests.
Why is the audio so low? Why is his audio so low? No, it's maxed out. It's maxed out on my volume master, and it's literally maxed out on my. He was just clicking around.
Hey, Chad, I appreciate y'all keeping our secret too. I appreciate y'all, Chad.
Damn, dude. He has really good hearing. He has really good eyesight too. He's just really good. That's not being an audio pervert, chat. Give me a goddamn break. Like, that's not. Yeah, he's just training his ears. That's what it is. What is this? I see no difference. American step maxing. I heard a video of you coming is circulating around the internet. It was really hot, to be honest. There's definitely not a video of me coming circulating around the internet. Why am I looking at my replies? Twitter is so stupid. It's a fantastic way to get started and have like a horrible start to the day. You know what I mean? It's just like incredible horny post followed up by a guy being like, I see no difference between Vosh and you. Isn't Kyrie Irving a massive chud? No. He does have some unique takes though. I've talked about it before. He's had some spicy opinions in the past. He's the guy who wants to be like, I know I'm tapped in. I'm tapped in on like things that, secret. I'm tapped in on secrets that other people don't know about. Yeah, he's a flat earther and stuff too, for that same exact reason. He's the kind of guy who's very woke and
Hi YouTube.
What is this? Lud is now low-key hotter than Hassan? What the hell? What the hell is this? What? First of all, what is this title? Lud is your boyfriend. What does this mean? Who made this title? Why did you say that? What does that? Because that implies that like this doesn't make any sense. Kari wants Gooners to calm down. She actually used a meme fake title this time. Since you are a Muslim, do you really fast in Ramadan? Or are you Muslim in name only? I'm a Muslim in name only. I'm a bad Muslim. I'm not a good Muslim. Yeah, we got the cop watch as well. You look like a book character called Christian Harper. Look him up. What is that? What is that? What is Christian Harper? Let's see. That's a chick. It's a chick. I don't know what you mean by that. Is that a book talk thing? The name of the book is Twisted Lies. This is it. That's what you think I look like? I mean, thank you. He'll do anything to have her, including lie. Yeah, I don't think I look like this guy. I think this guy's like way hotter than me. He's not only way hotter than me, he's like a younger, hotter version of me. I guess the only thing that makes him and I look similar is that like my hair is also fluffed up in the front. And also, we both got hairy arms, and that's it. You want to be better at being a Muslim? No, I'm good. I'm good at this level of being a Muslim. I think I'm at the right level for me, to each their own. You feel me? Why are we promoting books with a line like that? I don't know. Have you ever seen what horny women read? Like, this is probably the least, like, manipulative male character that book talk ladies love. Are you kidding me? Half of book talk, from what I understand, half of book talk is literally just like the worst guy who's super hot. and he's just awful to you. Okay? Just like the worst piece of shit of all time. Like dudes that make Harry Sasson look like a nice guy, like by a wide margin. You know what I mean? One of your favorite vids got made into a hope core.
Sacrifice my own life for Pakistan.
So like two objects that are the same shape.
Yeah, he's a pilot, great.
This doesn't work as hope core. I'm sorry. Not everything turns into a hope core. You have to make something that's like a silly rant into a hope core. You can't do, you know, my life for Pakistan into a hope core. You have to make something that's like a silly rant into a hope core. You can't do, you know, my life for Pakistan doesn't work in hope core. Like not everything has to be hope core. Okay, you've cooked it. Congrats, you just trained the drone. Nice. Yeah, there's a. I'm down on hope core. Cutie talking about missing fear and
able to be there for the pod today. Oh.
Yeah, good. I hope she's suffering right now. Okay, I hope she hates it. Okay, I've told QT Cinderella she can come and stay with me. All right, I have told her she can come and stay at my house. She has space here. She can stay and live with me. I don't give a fuck about the mold in her house. Okay, we could do sleepovers. All right, yeah, it's like you can't skip out. You can't skip out on a million episodes. You know what I mean? With her no cabinet door having ass. I know. Did she move permanently? No, she didn't. Might as well be permanent at this point. She's like abusing this Airbnb. Like Airbnbs are supposed to be short term. Okay. They're not supposed to be permanent forever. Like, it's fucking nuts. No, she's supposed to be coming back soon. She was supposed to come back before Lud decided to just like fly out to fucking Japan. They're ruining my life. They're ruining my life. We had a good thing. We had a great thing. And now the podcast is falling apart. No, I'm kidding.
If you guys don't know, Phineas was on Fear and today.
She also looks hotter. Like she looks better. Not to say that she didn't look good before, but like she's kind of glowing. You know what I mean? She just fucking loves it. It's annoying. It annoys me. It annoys me. It is so annoying to me. I hate it. I hate how much she loves just Utah and all of these other places that she's visiting. Come on, enough.
And it's devastating because I am the only one on that podcast who listens to his music. I swear.
That's not true.
If those boys...
That's not true. March listens to his music, I think. March listens to every type of music. And
all they did was talk about Billy and not talk about Phineas.
It's so funny because I don't think we talked about Billie Eilish at all. Like, there was not even a single moment where we brought up Billie Eilish. It was just Phineas. By the way, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for you guys to watch this podcast episode because it's such a banger. Phineas is amazing. He is so funny. Like, I had no idea. I didn't think he was going to be so cool. Okay. I truly did not think he was going to be that cool. I did not think that he was going to be like such a naturally funny person and very smart. Because I've never encountered his stuff before. Like, I don't know anything, right? Because I'm not like a massive music guy. I don't really listen to any music at all, so I don't really listen to like music adjacent stuff either. But yeah, he's a really silly dude. He's a really funny dude, and not only that, but you know, we're. It's just, you know, when you meet someone and you're into the same shit, like that's what it is. That's what happened. There was definitely some music talk as well. Don't worry. Obviously, we had Will. Of course, we're going to cover that, right? Like, you know, there was some good music stuff too, but it was mostly just like fun memes and things of that nature. I don't know. You will enjoy it. It is a very good episode. And after the podcast, I realized like, he'd be great to have on the stream as well. Because at first I was a little apprehensive about having him on the stream. Because like, even though he's a HasanAbi head, like I was a little apprehensive about having him on the stream because like I don't know. Some people are just not very confident on camera like that, especially if it's like if we were talking about politics in general. And he's great. Yeah, celebrities can be hit or miss on stream, but he's definitely a hit, and I can't wait to have him on stream. Sometimes we have people on, and I'm like, I could be friends with this guy. You know what I mean? That's how I felt. Not to be super lame about it, but
I'm gonna be pissed. He set it up at 10 p.m. last night, and I saw it, and I said, no. And then I lectured them. I said, Austin, no talking about planes. Hassan, no being autistic. Will?
that's crazy. That's also ableist. She should be an ableist. She's ableist girly. What the fuck? She should be an ableist, dude. I learned a new word. I'm using that now. That's my thing. I'm Mr. Disability Advocate now. I'm just fucking with you guys. Yeah.
You're fine.
How do you produce such cohesive thoughts while reading chat? Mad chat messages. Your brain is so insane on some weird shit. But we got to get a HasanAbi MRI. Yeah. They're going to do a HasanAbi MRI. And what they're going to find out in the HasanAbi MRI is that my brain is the size of a walnut. And it's also super smooth because I've basically sanded my brain. Like I have extreme levels of CTE from just reading chat all day, where I just I can't do it. I can't operate normally. Anyway, speaking of brain rot, let's get to Sanders says rallies are meant to empower voters to not sit idly by. And we have the NPR 37-minute listen. Young male voters shift right. Can the left compete in the battle for the bros? Have you heard of China's greening their deserts? Really cool. Yes, I have. I have been following. I know everything that's going on. I know all the Chinese tech, whether it be Chongqing videos about, you go underground into the tunnels and then all of a sudden you come out of the tunnels and like, boom, it's like, oh my God, you're still on a mountain. Whether it be that, whether it be the greenification of the desert tech. I'm following the Chinese tech, dude. That the bad Empanada video pissed me off so bad I had to turn it off. He mischaracterizes you so badly. Which one? The one where he says Zionists use go to Gaza as a new death threat? Because I don't think is he mischaracterizing me in this one? Maybe. He's got smoke for everybody. He's got smoke for me too. It's all good. I don't really care. More power to him. He's a crazy man. We're gonna have disagreements. It's all right. Chatter is overreacting. It's all good. There's no reason to overreact on people that have disagreements with me. And there's also a lot of people who disagree with me recently. There's a lot of people who disagree with me recently about what I've been up to, what I've been up to with like AOC and Bernard Sanders and what I've been trying to do. But let's get started.
I want you to look every level of office around you and support Democrats.
Bro, did you have a few drinks last night? No, man, I'm sick. Oh my God, I'm a human being, Chad.
Who actually fight, because those are the ones that can win against Republicans.
He doesn't really mischaracterize. He more so just says it was silly of you to say you want to go to Gaza at all. I don't think it's silly of me to want to go. And I would have never even brought it up if it wasn't initially suggested to me by journalists that are literally there. What the fuck are you guys talking about? It was like I didn't come up with it on my own. I can't believe this like took a mind of its own. Like the story turned into something entirely separate in and of itself. And then people started making jokes about it too, like as though it's like a funny fucking humorous thing. I didn't come up with this on my own and decide to do it on my own. It's so funny though, because like people don't understand. There's a reason why Western journalists are not going to fucking Gaza right now. Like, why have they not gone to, even before Israel started bombing and killing as many children as they possibly can, like massive amounts of child murder that Israel has been engaging in for the past couple of days. Like even during the ceasefire, Western journalists did not go to Gaza, and there's a reason why. The only Western journalists that were allowed to go were able to fly in from Jordan and only film a very specific part of the humanitarian aid flying in from Jordan inside of the Gaza Strip. Like, that's it. And they still had military censors that would go through their footage. That's not real journalism. That's bullshit, right? And there's got to be a reason for that, right? I know, Neff, you collab with assignment. We're probably not going to look at that right now.
I would not be telling you the truth if I didn't tell you that within the Democratic Party, there are billionaires who have undue influence. Democrats have turned their backs on the working class of this country.
That was Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez drawing more than 30,000 supporters in Denver on Friday. I was there and spoke with Senator Sanders after the rally about whether the Democratic Party can do anything to slow President Trump's agenda. Bernie is back.
Hey, Mr. Trump, people fought and died to create a democratic society. You're not going to take it away from us.
I mean, he is.
83-year-old independent Senator Bernie Sanders is
though.
drawing crowds
Like,
even
low-key,
bigger
he
than he
is.
did as a presidential candidate.
Feeling the burn.
Yeah. For the past month, Sanders has taken his fight against President Donald Trump on the road. He's billing it the Fighting Oligarchy Tour.
We will not allow America to become an oligarchy.
In Denver, the anti-Trump sentiment was strong.
Oh, I think it's a disaster. And he talks about he has a mandate. He never had a mandate.
But so was the frustration with Democrats. How's the Democratic Party doing challenging this?
They got to be a little tougher.
Quit being a bunch of doormats.
It feels like we're left stranded when everything feels like it's crumbling.
Tour's Western swing, Sanders was joined by New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
He has handed the keys of the federal government to Elon Musk and is selling our country for parts to the richest people on the planet.
More than 30,000 people showed up for their joint appearance in Denver.
Look, as you know, when you run for president, you do a lot of rallies, and we've done a lot of big rallies. 32,000 people here is by far the largest rally I have ever done, and nobody's running for office. That tells you something.
So what are you trying to accomplish with this tour?
I'm trying to make it clear to the people throughout the world and throughout our own country that the American people are not going to sit idly by and allow Trump establish an oligarchic form of government where Musk and other billionaires are running our government. And we're not going to sit back and allow him to form an authoritarian form of society undermining the Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and undoing what the founding fathers of this country did in the 1790s, separation of powers, making sure that no one person had an extraordinary amount of power. And that is precisely what Trump is trying to do. He wants it all. He doesn't want Congress. He doesn't want the media. He doesn't want the judiciary. He wants all of the power. We cannot allow him to have that.
Well, I hear you telling people out there, fight back. What do you mean, though? How do they fight back?
Well, it's the question. We're working on it right now. But I think simply, first of all, coming here and showing the world that
I think Bernie Sanders especially, I wouldn't even say this about AOC, but Bernie Sanders especially should be bolder and more courageous and not shy away from, saying the S word a little bit. I like this is common sense, this is common sense rhetoric, but like the stuff that like AOC's team is writing for her in terms of like my opinions are not ones that are extreme or radical. It's not in the Communist Manifesto. I have these opinions because I care about like workers or whatever. Like you don't have to shit on like. You don't have to run around and be like, I'm a card carrying communist. I'm a Maoist third worldist or whatever. That's not the expectation, right? But there's no reason to present yourself as like anti-communist because it falls back into the same framework. I say this about Democrats across the board, for the record, not just AOC. Even though it's worse when it's someone like AOC who's supposed to be like a person who ran on the Democratic Socialist ticket, right? DSA. When I don't even think Nancy Pelosi should be coming out and being like, I'm not a socialist, I'm not a communist, fuck communism, fuck socialism. I think that's a self goal, like that's a self own. And the reason for why I think that is because Republicans use this as a rhetorical tool to disparage you regardless. Whether you say you're for socialism or against socialism, they say socialism bad. You repeating socialism bad as a tactic is not going to cause people to look at you and go, okay, well, they're saying they're not socialist. Now I like them. They just simply still think you're a socialist. Like half the country still thinks you're a socialist and that it's a bad thing, right? It was ironically Pete Buttigieg that said one of my favorite things about this a very long time ago, I think when everyone was like trying to present themselves as much more radical, where he said, you know, what was it? What did he say? He said something along the lines of like, you know, Republicans call us a socialist. They, whether or not we are advocating for socialist policies or not advocating for social policies, I don't care about this distinction. I just want to do right by the working class. Something along those lines, he said. And there is no reason to adopt conservative and reactionary framework that implies that socialism is a bad thing or communism is a bad thing across the board, especially because...
Get out there.
Yeah. Oh, Tim Walz also said this as well. Tim Walz said something similar as well. So the thing... No. Pete Buttigieg said that back in like... I remember very clearly Pete Buttigieg saying something similar to what Tim Walz has said as well. Trust me. Yeah, here. GOP will call us crazy socialists no matter what our policies are. Yep.
Time to stop worrying about what the Republicans will say. Look, if it's true that if we embrace...
I mean, he is a very skilled orator. His policies are awful. And I think he's a demon. I think he's a neoliberal demon in general. But like, as a skilled orator whose father is like the formative guy who translated all of Gramsci's works as a Marxist, I guess he like accidentally figured a couple things out. But
a far left agenda, they're going to say we're a bunch of crazy socialists. If we embrace a conservative agenda, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say we're a bunch of crazy socialists. So let's just stand up for the right policy, go out there and defend it. That's the policy I'm putting forward.
Now, ironically, he wasn't putting up any policies that were defensible, but regardless, that it's just like, it does not matter. It does not matter what Republicans say. They call Jeff Bezos a socialist, man. You're so stupid if you think that like Republicans are going to be honest and stop using socialism as a pejorative. Trump uses Palestinian as a pejorative.
Get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
Yep. Great way to frame it. Tim Walz, my goat. So I think it's a mistake. My expectation is not for AOC to run around with the little red book attached at the hip, right? That's not my expectation at all. However, my expectation absolutely is that you don't adopt the framework of the right. Never adopt the framework of the right. Never adopt your enemy's frame of reference. No, they do not live in this plane of existence. They do not live on the same planet as us. They have created their own version of events for virtually everything. I find it very silly that these guys who are increasingly more manic, increasingly more insane, are able to dominate discourse in a very aggressive manner. Yeah, Summer Lee said that, and AOC agreed with Summer Lee back then, you know? They're going to call you socialist anyway. There's no reason. There's no reason to, like, reject socialism. It's just so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so silly. Don't do it. I don't think you should ever do it. You should never concede on your opposition's framework, especially when your opposition is the Republican Party, especially when your opposition is the modern Republican Party that basically makes everything up. Okay? They make everything up anyway. There is no reason to go, hey, gotta hand it to those guys. They made this shit up so good that a lot of people believe it now. You know? Yeah, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. And that is the genuine issue with the modern Democratic Party, which is that they are not identifiable. There are no singular policies. There's no tangible policy association with the party. There's nothing you can point to. Nothing at all. And that's a real issue. And that actually presents a unique weakness that the Republicans exploit all the time. That's why they can just be like, these guys, they only care about giving Guatemalan migrants bottom surgery in prisons or whatever, right? It's like shit that the Trump administration also did. Like, who cares? It's not like a big part of it's not really breaking the bank, right? They can hyper focus on like random things and belittle you and bully you and make you stand for whatever issues they claim you stand for if you don't have any positive issues that you are presenting to the broader public. This feels like shadow boxing, though. No, this is a minor note that I heard from AOC in her speech at the Nevada rally, where she said this line that now she's using in her emails as well, which is like, my opinions are not, extremist radical opinions. They're not, I didn't get them from the Communist Manifesto, implying that the Communist Manifesto is like a radical extremist piece of work. It's actually because I care about labor. And I get what she's trying to do there, right? Like, I understand what she's trying to do. She's trying to say, like, these are common sense opinions. But the best way to do that is not by disparaging like the Communist Manifesto or socialism in general, right? Like, disappointed to learn today AOC's email list that reading the Communist Manifesto makes me extremist. Fox News and the right wing would have you believe that my American values are something out of the Communist Manifesto, but I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist. I believe these things because I was a waitress, which is like, I think that line without the Communist Manifesto is fantastic. I don't believe in healthcare, labor. Like, right wingers would have you believe that caring about healthcare, labor, and human dignity is an extremist value. But I don't believe in those things because I'm an extremist. I think they're the extremists. I believe those things because I was working class is like totally a solid way to reframe the conversation. You don't have to like associate Marxism and socialism with extremist values, especially because they will consistently keep using that as a weapon against definitely AOC and everybody else. They use it against Nancy Pelosi. They even use it against the likes of Jeff Bezos. So there is no reason to ever adopt that framework. I said this during the anti-Semitism and the protest debacle that was taking place, and Kamala Harris was like, anti-Semitism at these protests and these pro-Palestinian protests are completely unacceptable. You cannot burn an American flag. It's like, why are you taking ownership over that? Republicans never take ownership over actual radical issues, right? Like actual insane shit that their base of support is actively on board with. They provide cover for actual Nazis. There is no moral equivalence between socialists and Nazis, okay? I'm not saying that. But if there's like supposedly this golden mean, this center of American politics, and you have Nazis on the one side and you have socialists on the other, which again, not a real moral equivalence here. There's no moral equivocation between, neo-Nazi sentiment and socialist sentiment. Obviously, that's why I can openly say that I am a socialist, whereas Nazis can't really openly say that they're Nazis unless they're now on Twitter, and now they do say that they're Nazis, but even then they try to hide it sometimes. Basically, my point is there's never a reason to own what the right is claiming is what your fans are doing. There's no reason to do that if you are reaching a broader audience. There's no reason to take ownership over it and defend it even. Just don't even talk about it. Who cares? Deflect. You're a politician. You do it all the time. Politicians deflect expertly all the time when it comes to issues that will tangibly materially improve the working class. They're so good at deflecting away from, hey, when are we going to get health care? Why can't you deflect away from this? Perhaps the reason why, and this is not for AOC, this is not my criticism for AOC at all, but the reason why someone like Kamala Harris or many others don't actually deflect away from that is because they agree. They don't fuck with socialism, and they also think that they should be the controlled opposition that stops any sort of more left populist movements from developing in this country. But if you are Bernie Sanders, or if you're AOC, if you're Summer Lee, if you are a member of the squad, you should never, ever in a million years stand in opposition to more radical elements within your base of support. That's part of the reason why I also stray away from routinely criticizing people to the left of me, right? Unless there's someone that is engaging in reactionary thought, like the MAGA communists or whatever, and even then I rarely talk about them, despite the fact that they're up my asshole on a regular basis. The reason why I don't talk about them in general, the reason why I don't talk about people to the left of me in general, is because I see no value in criticizing them, because they're moving the needle in their own way in a direction that I think this country should head, right? Like I'll make jokes about ultras, Marxist, Leninists, anarchists, and everyone that's ostensibly on the anti-capitalist side of things, but those are just like light ribbing. It's not, you know, I don't have like a sincere reason to despise them or anything like that. I don't care. It's just like at most a nuisance. You know what I mean? You just advocate for solid policies that materially improve American working class, the lives of the American working class. That's what you need to do. Is that your way of apologizing to anarchists, or should they still be mad at you? Oh, shut up. I don't care about anarchists getting mad at me. There's plenty of you in here right now, and you keep coming back because I keep spitting that hot garbage you like, okay? Give me a goddamn break. It would be so simple to just reframe their argument as if being pro-labor is a Marxist position, then every service worker, electrician, factory worker, and nurse is a Marxist. People calling this a Marxist policy is trying to scare you, trying to hurt you. Yeah. One must ask the question why this is so scary. This is such a scary opinion. One must ask the question why. There's so many scary thoughts. Like the Communist Manifesto, the Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet, dude. It is like the easiest read of all time. It's a couple pages. Everyone should read it. You don't have to agree with it if you don't want to, but you should still read it and you should learn about it. Why are you so afraid? Like what? Ooh, scary. You're going to agree with it? Oh no.
And Americans are not going to sit back and take what Trump is doing is a good step forward. But obviously what we need to do is what neither political party is capable of doing right now. And that is develop a strong grassroots movement prepared to run candidates, prepared to stand up and question candidates, demand responsibility from their elected officials to stand with working families and not just the 1%.
I've been covering you for a long, long time. I've heard you railing against millionaires and billionaires for a long time.
Hey, guess what?
Is it different?
Turns out a few other...
You don't need to read the manifesto. There's better, smaller size reads. What are you talking about? The Communist Manifesto is the small size read. I'm not saying read Das Kapital. I'm saying read the Communist Manifesto. The Communist Manifesto is the bite-sized version. What is shorter than that? Sharing is caring. It will take you maximum half an hour if you're a slow reader. Like
people are catching on to that, right? Yeah. I have been talking for many years about this country moving toward an oligarchy. And I think anybody who is not dumb, deaf, or blind is seeing precisely what is happening. Trump's inaugural, right behind him. 3 wealthiest guys in America. You know, Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Remember? Well, we got a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. That's what we have.
So we're about 60 days into the Trump era, the second Trump era. How would you...
So you're a reformist? Only policies will deliver change? No. I always maintain, and I've told everybody this over and over again, that if you want to instill class consciousness in a country that is incredibly reactionary, like the United States of America, you have to use the appropriate venues that you have. You have tools at your disposal, okay? Obviously, social democracy, look to Europe, is not this infallible, perfect utopia because it will inevitably crumble under the pressures that exists here in the United States of America as well. But go ahead, run around talking about how much of a how there's a need to build a vanguard party so we can violently overthrow the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie right now, and see how far you get with that. You know, my goal is I look at the current situation. I look at messaging. I look at the current material conditions, and I look at the attitudes that the American working class has, many people here in this country have no understanding of their class position. They just don't get it at all. So I think, especially right now, the most significant thing to do is to get them to recognize their class position. That's what I focus my efforts on. And I think it's important for people to recognize that. And it's important for people to organize. So there is a network that isn't just the Democratic Party, a network that can apply pressure to at least one of the two parties in this duopoly, or maybe another party that you could create potentially down the line. But you need people power to back that. Let's
grade
continue.
the Democratic Party's response.
Well, I would take us back even 2 years before that, before Trump was elected, and saying that it saddens me that when the Democrats had control of the Senate, they did virtually nothing for working people. And I have to say that I'm a member of the Democratic caucus as an independent, so I'm not going to lie to you and tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
And since then, do I think the Democrats have been effective in rallying the American people, in stopping Trump's movement toward oligarchy and authoritarianism? No, I don't.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Yeah, I mean, I think cracking down on fentanyl, making sure our borders are stronger. Look, nobody thinks that illegal immigration is appropriate. And I happen to think we need
This is the part that was not great.
comprehensive immigration reform. But I don't think that it's appropriate for people to be coming across the border illegally. So we've got to work now on comprehensive immigration reform. The idea that Trump has, I don't know what his...
Like, Bernie is supposed to be the guy that is like significantly to the left of the establishment Democrats. And this line right here is quite literally establishment Democrat line. That is like, that's towing the party line, you know? This is unironically the most libbed up thing you can hear from someone like Bernie, who is pro-immigration. Like his statement right here, for the record, is not, his statement right here is to try and say, no, we want to open up pathways of immigration so, you know, people aren't actually coming in illegally, that people don't have the need to come in illegally. But I think that that is the appropriate way to communicate this, rather than to say, yeah, nobody wants illegal migrants coming in. I hate them. Like, you know what I mean? This kind of stuff does matter, by the way, especially when your goal is to inspire people to you know, take matters in their own hands, to mobilize, to organize. They shouldn't be mobilizing and organizing on those boundaries, in my opinion, especially at a time when the current administration is doing Nazi concentration camp shit, right?
Latest emphasize he wants to deport 20 million people who are in this country who are undocumented. Well, you do that, you destroy the entire country, because I got news for you. Trump's billionaire friends are not going to pick the crops in California that feed us. They're not going to work in meat packing houses. That's what undocumented people are doing. So we need a variety of programs, guest worker programs, but mostly comprehensive immigration reform.
But you know, illegal immigration, it exploded under Biden, and it had been high for times under Trump as well. But it exploded under Biden, and nothing was really done until his last.
The moment that you adopt even marginally the Republican framework on this matter, a liberal centrist media outlet will immediately hit you on that and go, it's exploding. And you say, yeah, it's not a bad thing that people want to come here. Let's examine why they want to come here. Part of it is because we've ruined their countries. If you don't want people to come here, nobody wants to leave their home. Nobody wants to leave their culture behind. Nobody wants to leave their families behind. They have to do that because we've ruined these countries. So we must examine why. Trump says he's a peaceful dove. What kind of peaceful dove activities has Donald Trump actually used? What kind of peaceful dove activities has Trump done? He claims to be an isolationist, for example. He's bombing Yemen. Every single president has bombed Yemen. Barack Obama bombed Yemen. Donald Trump bombed Yemen. Biden bombed Yemen. Now Trump is bombing Yemen again. How is that peaceful dove activity? He said he was going to figure out a deal for Ukraine and Russia day one. He said he was going to end the violence in Gaza day one. None of that has happened. Examine why people actually leave these countries if you don't want them to come to the United States of America. But having said that, There is no issue with people coming to the United States of America. We got plenty of space. We got plenty of jobs. There is no finite pool of labor. The real problem is not that there is a finite amount of jobs that are readily available, because when more people come in, you need more houses, you need more roads, you need more teachers, you need more doctors, you need more of everything, which means you need more jobs, right? It opens up more opportunities for the country to grow. As a matter of fact, that is how America has been such a dominant force on this planet and not run into the same issues that other countries have run into in terms of their birth rates, right? Here's the problem. The real issue is not that people are coming into this country and taking our jobs. The real issue is that people are coming into this country and not getting the proper documentation because they're desperate, and they're being exploited. And that is depressing wages for the US-born working class individuals. But the billionaire class loves that. And they know that the more they ham up the anti-immigration sentiment, hold on, doors open, the more that they say immigrants are stealing your jobs, the more likely it is that you never actually document them, because they don't want you. They don't want those immigrants to get the documentation, because if they don't have that documentation, they can keep making them work for pennies on the dollar. That's it. That's it. That's the real issue. These are not bad people. These are not villains. These are not violent criminals. These are everyday people just like you and me.
Last year in office when he was...
Yeah, should have done much better, no argument.
So realistically, Republicans control the House, they've controlled the White House, they control the Senate. So what realistically can be done?
Well, for major pieces of legislation, you still need 60 votes in the Senate. And let's be clear. I mean, we have picked many of the spots that I've gone to in Wisconsin, in Iowa, in Michigan.
What do you expect from a country founded on slavery and genocide? Chatter, that's defeatist. I recognize that as well. But that's a defeatist attitude to have. It's not a productive one to have, right? When you're like, oh, America's just racist. It's like unfixable, unsolvable. Okay, so what do we do? Nothing. We just step aside. There's no reason to have that conversation other than to say, I told you so, I guess. It might feel good to be like, I was right, and I told you so, and I knew that this was the case. Okay, you know, but that's defeatist. You have to, like, America is an incredibly reactionary country. America is an incredibly violently anti-communist, anti-socialist country, right? And yet I still try to explain these positions through common sense and try to get people on board with a different way of seeing the world, regardless of the antagonism that people feel due to social conditioning. If I were to have your attitude and say, what are you going to do? People are never going to shake away their white supremacist attitudes. They're never going to shake away their reactionary, counter-revolutionary, anti-communist, anti-socialist, anti-Marxist opinions. Then I would not have been able to grow a community such as this one that is comprised almost entirely of individuals that for one reason or another actually had their minds changed. You just can't stop advocating for what you know is the truth.
We chose them carefully.
Yeah.
And those are because they have Republican congressmen who won by small margins. Right now, I don't know what the number is. I think if 2 or 3 Republicans out of 200 and whatever it is, 18 or whatever they got, choose not to support giving tax breaks to billionaires and cutting Medicaid and education, we can defeat this big supplemental bill, the beautiful bill that Trump wants to see passed. So right now, what we're trying to do is put pressure on those congressional districts, demand that Republican Congress people sit down and talk to their constituents and explain why they think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and cut veterans programs, cut Medicaid, cut Social Security, cut education.
You said that the passage of this bill, the continuing resolution, was a absolute failure of Democratic leadership. Who are you talking about?
Well, Schumer is the leader of the party, and it should not have happened, period. No question about it. But, you know, when we talk about Democratic leadership, we're talking about the Democratic Party in general. You know, so look, there's been nobody more critical of Chuck Schumer than I have been. And not just on this thing, But the bottom line is not just Chuck Schumer. It's not just Chuck Schumer. It is you got a Democratic Party in general that is dominated by billionaires, just as the Republican Party is, that is operates under the leadership of a bunch of inside the Beltway consultants, very well paid, who are way out of touch with the 32,000 people who are here today.
Ocasio-Cortez's criticism of Schumer has been harsher, fueling speculation she'll challenge him in the Democratic primary when he is up for re-election in 3 years. For his part, Sanders doesn't want to talk about whether or not Schumer should remain the
I'm speaking at an Indivisible rally today. Can I get a good luck? Good luck, chatter.
Democratic leader in the Senate. And he got irritated when I asked him about the possibility of AOC running, abruptly getting up to end the interview.
Okay, you're out there with AOC today. Do you see her as a...
Before you, I had the idea that many other Maghrebis have about Palestinians, as we tend to victim blame and say it is their fault. They should not have sold their land. But thanks to you, I know that even if they did sell the land, this does not give the right to Israel to bomb them. Also, they didn't. The amount of land, first of all, landlords own the land. Palestinians don't. And even if it's a Palestinian landlord that owned the land under the Ottoman rulership, the land that the early Zionists were able to purchase was 6% of the land. 6%. And it wasn't even like good land either. So the idea that like Israel actually by the books legally created its country is a lie.
Future of the progressive...
We have one of the untold stories of what's going on in current American politics is that in the House of Representatives, you have dozens and dozens of strong, smart, disciplined, hardworking young people in the Progressive Caucus. And you know, way back when I first came to the Congress, the House, I helped form the Progressive Caucus. We had 5 people at that time. Now they got close to 100. So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandria is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and her, she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now, we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
Well, I asked you.
Okay.
You know, you want to do nonsense, do nonsense.
No.
I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff. I got 32,000 people.
I was just asking you about AOC because she was out there with you.
No, fine, but I don't want to talk about this. What was the last question?
I was just going to ask you one more question about you. I mean, that's all. I was literally your last...
What is your question?
Well, I mean, it's easier.
Damn, what the hell?
I mean, I want to ask you about your future. This is the biggest crowd you said. You ran for president twice. This is the biggest crowd you've ever seen. Are we going to see you run again, or what's your future?
No, right now...
That's so fun. I didn't even realize he just got up from this interview. That's crazy.
I am very proud that the people of the state of Vermont sent me back to the Senate with 63% of the vote. Right now, I'm Vermont senator. That's what I do.
Yeah. The reason why he got mad is, you're correct, Lightbender. My mom wants to know why he got upset during this interview. I told her, in my opinion, it's because he's trying to stay on message while they're more concerned about who the Democrat leader is. Kind of like how you cover a topic and a chatter comes about drama bait. Yeah. No. As a journalist, his job is to get like journalists and clip farmers operate in a similar capacity. By the way, speaking of clip farmers, oh my God, look at this. I'm getting botted again. Anyway, fantastic. Speaking of journalists and botting, so here's the way that journals work is not dissimilar to like LSF clippers, right? His job there is to also get like a quotable moment. And right now there's a lot of inside Beltway drama with respect to Chuck Schumer. And obviously there's a lot of momentum behind the progressive populist wing of the Democrats with Bernie and AOC and the like, right? And and there's a lot of anger and resentment towards Chuck Schumer. People are asking, will AOC actually thwart Chuck Schumer? Will run against Chuck Schumer and primary Chuck Schumer? That's the question that he's going for. If Bernie runs again for president, somehow wins in 2028, was it all worth it? No.
And I'm very happy.
Bernie should have had 2 terms by now. America would be in a radically different trajectory, but I also would be actively fighting against the Bernie administration as well, most likely, because he would probably do a lot of the same, not to the same degree, but like he probably would be doing a lot of aggro foreign policy shit as well.
You should.
Here's Greg Kazar. Kazar pushes back against a Fox News host who claims that Republicans don't actually want to cut Social Security. there has been a little bit of disappointment from Khazar, I'll admit, because I really like him. I really like him a lot. And I was a little upset that he did not endorse Zoran. But, you know, we'll see. And I do think that, like, dude, with the Palestine stuff, it's just like, it is, he didn't endorse Zoran. He endorsed the other. There's a New York mayoral race happening. He endorsed the other progressive person. And also, like, progressive Dems have to cut the shit with Palestine. They can't. They cannot avoid the issue of Gaza. It is an incredibly important issue for the youth in this country, and it's just an incredibly important issue in general. It is like a major contradiction. It is a major contradiction. Israel's favorabilities are at an all-time low. Americans are frustrated on bipartisan lines. It does not make any sense that there are so many cowardly people within the Democratic Party, regardless of their, ostensibly progressive worldview, that just refuse to say anything meaningful about this. And it's such a slam dunk, just like it was a slam dunk for the election. Like, even if you're like even if you are a bloodless, cold, calculating politician that does not care about the morality, it is literally, it's right there for the picking. The administration is using the lack of interest that the Democratic leadership has in defense of people who are demonstrating against Israel to Ubisoft, Amazon Prime, socialists out here standing, Marxism, consumerism, corporatism, loser. Are you a Marxist? Chatter. Are you a real Marxist? Can you show us the way, big dog? Start streaming. Show us the honest way of doing things, you know? It's always people who are like, I think socialism is a death cult, that also say this is not real socialism. Suddy Steele. I'm an Amazon Marxist. Oh, nice, dude. Cool. Yeah. Marxism implies you cannot have job retention, because ultimately every company you work for is going to be, especially in the sector of entertainment and news media, virtually every company that you associate with or that you're a wage laborer for is going to be a fucking hyper exploitative company. You know, my alternative is Google if it's not Amazon. Those really annoying lip socks also say that. No, those are silly people. Most people that say stuff like that are just also diametrically opposed to my fucking worldview. They don't understand it. They're just repeating something that they heard from another person that doesn't understand this at all. There's no reason to ban that person, though. Maybe they'll stick around and develop a different worldview. Let's continue.
Paying taxes to improve your life, not to make.
Yeah, if you work, you are cooperating with a capitalist. I know. Yeah, instead of being a fake Marxist that works for Amazon, what I should do instead is take all of my capital and work for myself by purchasing a bunch of apartment complexes. You know, that's what a real Marxist would do. Instead of being a 1099er, I should just, do my Sigma Gryce shit. Yeah, capitalism is voluntary. You can totally exist outside of capitalism.
Some billionaire buy their 10th jet.
To be fair, I don't think many of your Republican colleagues have any interest in touching Social Security, but I want to keep moving on here. Your colleague Ro Khanna.
But to be fair, President Trump and Elon Musk just announced that they are closing Social Security offices and going to ask seniors and people with disabilities to go check in person at Social Security offices that they've closed. And in rural areas or really suburban areas, that may be really hard to do. And then they'll call those Social Security recipients, quote, fraudsters, and cut off their benefits. That's what they've announced. And Commerce Secretary, who's a billionaire himself, just said on television, oh, if my grandma misses a Social Security check, I think he said my mother-in-law misses a Social Security check, she won't complain. Well,
but you're on the DOGE subcommittee, though, right? So
you should.
Where is it? All right, we're gonna get to Turkey in a second. Hold on. Which politician do you think is aligned with almost all your views? No one. Someone that was close to being aligned with most of my worldview would be Jeremy Corbyn. in the United States of America, there are a lot of issues that I still have with someone like Bernie Sanders, even though he is, I guess, the closest. And I still took issues with Corbyn as well because he was too soft. He was not. Please don't watch this guy. He endorsed Trump. Who did? Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada endorsed Trump. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, dumbass. Yeah, I mean, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are fairly close to my worldview as well. American political commentator is taking over the Turkish politicals. Yabancı influencerlar bile olay hakkında bir şeyler yaparken sesini çıkarmayan ne kadar influencer varsa engelleyin gitsin ya. Yarın bir gün Instagram'ları kapanınca en önden onlar ağlayınca şaşırmayın ama. So this guy says there are even American influencers or foreign influencers that are covering this issue, and there are Turkish influencers who are saying nothing out of fear. So just block them, the Turkish influencers, because they're being cowards. And don't be surprised if tomorrow or some other day their Instagrams are shut off, and they'll be the first to cry when that happens to them. But this is because Asmongold did a "What the fuck is happening in Turkey?" One of my favorite comments that I saw on my community from that video was Asmongold's community being like, "It's crazy how Hasan is not talking about this," you know? And it's so funny because like I have talked about this. Of course, I don't understand how people just like fantasize about this stuff. Fantasize about what I haven't done, you know? Where is it? Does anyone have the link? Yeah, there are. Is that why everyone was yelling at you not 5 minutes after covering it? Yeah. You have to talk about it while the Roach King is reacting to it or else it didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get it across to people. Like so many people unironically assume that like if they so many people just simply don't have object permanence any longer. It's a truly frustrating reality that we have to exist in, where people will just be like, if I didn't see it, it doesn't exist. You know, if I wasn't there when it happened, it didn't happen at all. And I don't know how to deal with that. Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about. You know, you'd think the most popular left-wing political streamer in the world who is also Turkish would be covering this, but from what I understand, he isn't. Like what? Like normally, I think back in the day, people would just be like, "Hey, you're wrong," or let me just like search even a little bit. Like let me look up like I don't know, HasanAbi Turkey, okay, and Google that to see if he has actually talked about it. You know what I mean? 4 days ago, Turkey falls into chaos amid protests. Turkey is falling apart under Erdogan 20 hours ago. Like you could have just easily Googled to see if I had extensively covered it, right? But people are so lazy and also simultaneously so unwilling to learn like basic things. I don't know what to say about it. Like, I genuinely don't know what to say about it. I like, anytime I mention that a comment, like, this is wrong, they just call me Hasan Dick Rider and fuck off. I know. There was a time and place when I think a lot of people would have made fun of, like, our grandparents for falling into Facebook memes and stuff, right? And now, basically, everyone behaves like that. It's very strange. Like, I don't expect people to watch everything that I'm doing. But if you're gonna make a statement like this, like you could have just Googled it. It would have taken you 3 seconds. It would have taken you 3 seconds to figure out if this was correct or not. And if you're willing to not even entertain a quick Google search for something as stupid as this, okay, for something as dumb as this, as silly as this, then how many genuinely consequential things are you also completely oblivious to? Because like this is just about me. Who gives a fuck, right? Yeah, it's the meta is to be like Hasan fucking sucks, and it's ultimately inconsequential. But I think there is a real problem with the way that people. I think there's a real issue with the way people approach the truth. Like anyway. But yeah, I think people are hyping up Asmongold because they're like excited that someone in America with such a large platform is covering it. Which, by the way, I think it is good. It is good that even if it's like coming from Asmongold. I don't know what his take is, but I assume because it's happening in Turkey, he doesn't like it. Because like the very same shit happening in America would lead Asmongold to say the American government should kill everyone, most likely. And that's not that far-fetched of me to assume, because similar starting positions, as someone who is very familiar with Erdogan, who lived under Erdogan's rule and who lived in the United States of America under Trump 1 and Trump 2, I see a lot of similarities, and he is defending a lot of the things that Trump is doing on here in the United States of America. And I'm constantly warning people that this is exactly how you get to what is happening in Turkey right now. But ultimately, this is a good thing to get the word out about what the fuck's going on in Turkey. And I suspect that, Osman Gold, who would be an Erdogan supporter in Turkey, is probably not an Erdogan supporter, is probably not an Erdogan supporter in America, because it's, he can be more honest about the brutal ways in which the Erdogan regime is suppressing political dissent.
Next question.
Shit in Turkey's getting, this is a second video on it. Don't worry, guys. Hasan is going to go back to his home country and fix it because he loves it so much. Wait, what? Why is that the top comment in this? We don't want them either. Please take him home. Now he's too busy playing AC Shadows to care about Turkey, because Hasan has any power in that country right? Blind hatred. Can't believe people have so much in them. Bros living rent free in your head. He might be from Turkey, but not Turkish. We do have groups, but they are not Turkish or a Turk. Going to be honest, we are the first nation to recognize Israel, and we work with Jews and have protected Jews for millenniums. But we also have Arabs, Kurds, Persians, and so on and so on. They say they are Turkish, but not a Turk. Let me give you an example. Turkey took 5 million Syrian Arabs. They say they're Turkish now, but they ain't Turkish. Do you see the difference? Turkish hogs have found the Osman Gold commentary. It's awesome. Hasan has no videos on this. He's busy fighting common sense. I don't know why I do what I do. There is, like, when I see stuff like this, it is kind of discouraging, where it's just like, it is kind of discouraging to see, how stupid everyone is. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just like, people are just operating on vibes. First of all, you don't have to be Turkish to care about this. Everyone should care about this. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Okay? The Turkish government getting away with this kind of political repression is terrifying for a country with like 90 million plus people, a country that has a lot of geopolitical significance in that region. And there's a lot of lessons that you can derive here in the United States of America, even if you are not aware of Turkey or Turkish politics. There is a lot of stuff that Erdogan has done over the course of the past 22 plus years and continues to do now that is also happening in the United States of America. Maybe not to the same severity, maybe not to the same degree, but there's a valuable lesson there that Americans can learn from. The Facebookification of YouTube and Twitter is crazy. Everywhere it is. If you want to be disappointed, look at Facebook misinfo. My dad thinks raw milk cures alcoholism, withdrawals, and autism. By now, he probably thinks it cures even more things because of Facebook. That's what I mean. It's just like, we are cooked. Anyway, here is İmamoğlu, the Istanbul mayor / governor, imprisoned and is pending a trial in Turkey.
Security was tight at an Istanbul court as a judge jailed city's mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, pending trial on graft charges. The ruling is likely to increase already high tensions in Turkey, following the leading opposition figure's detention earlier this week. The court said it strongly suspected him of aiding an armed terrorist organization, and that an investigation into that is ongoing.
Someone in the chat said they're comparing you to Osama bin Laden. Yeah, sounds familiar. Ay. Fucking morons, dude.
The decision will mean a mayor for Istanbul will now be elected from within its municipal council, where the opposition Republican People's Party, or CHP, has a majority.
The decision raises the possibility of the Istanbul municipality appointing a trustee, but the necessary objections will be made for the mayor to gain his freedom.
After the court ruling, İmamoğlu posted on X that he would never bow. His lawyers are expected to appeal. The mayor's detention provoked the country's biggest protest against the government of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in more than a decade, despite protests being banned. Many people believe the charges against the mayor are politically motivated.
They have clearly set a trap for İmamoğlu. Could a man like him be a terrorist, or even be associated with terrorism?
İmamoğlu is being treated unfairly. He is being held in custody unjustly. We are advocating for justice to be served in response to this.
Since taking the Istanbul mayoral seat in 2019, İmamoğlu has been widely regarded as President Erdogan's main political rival. The opposition CHP party held a nationwide preliminary vote on Sunday to nominate him as their main presidential candidate for the presidential elections in 2028. Changes made to the law in 2016 allow courts to appoint trustees to replace mayors facing terrorism charges. But with the judge ordering İmamoğlu jailed pending trial on corruption charges, the Istanbul Municipal Council, not the court.
Does Turkey have an independent judiciary? Fuck no. Or does Erdogan have control over the courts? Erdogan has control over everything.
Has the authority to elect a new mayor from within its own members. Sinem Köseoğlu, Al Jazeera Istanbul.
Make sure.
Not a chance Erdogan steps down if he loses? Yes. He's not. This is why he's doing this. Because he doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to lose control over the power that he has. This is the reason why he's jailing İmamoğlu to begin with, because he is the most popular opposition figure and the most likely to unseat Erdogan after 22 plus years of domination.
Andy Hillier joins me on set. Hi, Andy. So protesters are gathering for a fifth day in Turkey today. Can you start by taking us through today's developments?
Yeah, there have been a lot of significant developments today. As you mentioned there, perhaps the most significant coming in the last few hours, Ekrem İmamoğlu suspended as mayor of Istanbul. That was after he was earlier this morning formally arrested and charged with corruption. He arrived at Silivri prison far out, quite a distance out.
Chatters will recognize Silivri. He said it wrong. It's not Silivri. It's Silivri. Okay. Chatters might recognize that name because a very common joke from Turks in this community and just Turks in general is they'll say Silivri is cold. Silivri soğuktur. That is the prison that Erdogan most commonly, the Erdogan administration most commonly sends his political rivals to for a multitude of different reasons, many of which is fucking bullshit. So whenever I say something about Erdogan, Turkish chatters will chime in and say, Silivri is cold this time of the year.
Outside Istanbul just a few hours ago as well, as you can see in these pictures here. Now, he has posted his reaction to social media, and I can read for you now just one of the things he said. He said that he invited the nation to a responsible struggle for rights, adding that the struggle for rights was a matter for the future of the nation and for the nation's children. He also added, encouraging citizens to go out and vote today. I'll just tell you in a short while what he's referring to there. Either way, the situation as it stands is likely, if anything, to stoke and inflame tensions even further in Turkey. Now,
would I be able to travel back to Turkey if I wanted to? Chatter, come on. What do you fucking think? What are you talking about? My statements on Turkish politics are way more radical than what İmamoğlu is saying. What are you talking about, dude? Ask the Turks in the chat what you think. No. I've also written in the past and have directly been threatened by the Turkish government before.
İmamoğlu's party, the Republican
and that was when I was a much, much smaller political commentator.
Party that is the main opposition party in Turkey has gone ahead with this primary vote. It is, if anything, more an informal vote set to confirm İmamoğlu as the party's contender in the 2020.
Also, who's going to save me? Is the Trump administration going to apply political pressure to Turkey? Me, an American citizen? let's say I go back to Turkey. Let's say I get arrested. There's a million different charges that can be brought up, including my friendship with one Brace Belden, for example, who is for some weird reason on the terrorist watch list in Turkey. Okay? That's one of the many different reasons that I could get in trouble. He's just considered a terrorist. He's not. Anyway, could be any reason. It doesn't even have to be that. Do you truly think that the Trump administration would apply political pressure to the Turkish government to get me out of prison?
2028 presidential election. He will certainly win that vote, but that vote certainly won't be recognized by Turkey's Supreme Electoral Council. Now, what the CHP, the Republican People's Party, has done is encourage members of the party and non-members of the party to participate. So the point here is that they want to turn this vote really into a kind of symbol for the opposition to show their opposition to President Erdogan. So we are going to see large crowds forming tonight for a fifth night outside Istanbul City Hall in Saraçhane.
So how do these protests, Andy, compare to the last big wave of anti-government demonstrations that we saw over 10 years ago in 2013?
Yeah, in 2013, of course, we saw the Gezi Park protests. These were protests against plans to build a mosque and a shopping mall on one of central Istanbul's only green spaces. I was actually there. I covered these protests. I remember when there was, at the moment, protesters formed a human chain across Taksim Square to symbolically protect the park moments before the occupation in that park was cleared by riot police. Now, that sparked days of rioting in Istanbul and other cities across Turkey. Of course, that protest, Gezi Park becoming a symbol of something bigger. The protests morphed into a demonstration against mass corruption and against authoritarianism. Now, since then, the slide towards authoritarianism in Turkey has become more pronounced. And what many demonstrators have been saying this time round, including even demonstrators here in Paris, who I spoke to yesterday, there was a small demonstration held by the opposition party, the CHP, here in Paris. They've been saying that this is, for them, shaping up to be a fight about the future of Turkish democracy, or at least in their eyes, what's left of Turkish democracy. President Erdogan hasn't, I think, hesitated to drive a wedge right through Turkish society in the last decade with his divisive rhetoric. You have two visions of Turkey, really. One embodied by Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the other embodied by Ekrem İmamoğlu. And it's for that reason that neither side will want to back down, Erin.
So finally, Andrew, there are also, interestingly enough, parallels between Erdogan and İmamoğlu. Can you walk us through some of those?
Yeah, that's right. They may represent or embody different visions of Turkish society, but there are some significant parallels, and those parallels certainly won't have been lost on President Erdogan. He'll be aware of them. Both men spent a part of their childhood in Trabzon province, which is on the Black Sea coast, and most notably, they have both served as mayor of Istanbul. President Erdogan actually made his name in Turkey's largest city in the 1990s. He famously said, "Whoever wins Istanbul wins Turkey." Now, those words may come back to haunt him. It will have stung him personally, very personally, President Erdogan, when he lost the city in the municipal elections in 2019 to the opposition, to Ekrem İmamoğlu. He lost again in 2024 to Ekrem. His party lost to Ekrem İmamoğlu in 2024 last year as well. Now, interestingly enough,
this is why I say Turkish elections are not fair, but they're free, because İmamoğlu is not under the control. It's not controlled opposition in the way that it would work in Russia, right? In Russia, a guy like İmamoğlu never, he doesn't get to have anything close to any semblance of power. Like, he doesn't have any proximity to power. Anyone that has proximity to power, anyone that is like even allowed to be in a position of power in a country like Russia is only allowed to be in that seat because Vladimir Putin let him get to that seat, right? Hold on 1 second. So the very fact that a popular opposition leader can win such an important race means that there's still some semblance of the democratic process still working in the country, as long as you can get away with not going to prison.
President Erdogan was also arrested in 1999 when he was mayor of Istanbul. On his release, that reinforced his popularity. It sealed his political rise. His party went on to win the general election in 2002, 3 years later, and he became prime minister a year after that in 2003. We are 3 years out from a presidential election officially in Turkey. Will the parallels continue or will they stop? That's the big unknown for now.
Now to the Middle East, and Israel strikes on what it says.
5 parties in the Russian Duma, plus some independents, more than in Sweden. Yeah, but all of the parties in the Russian Duma are also controlled opposition, is what I'm saying. Like, they are there because Vladimir Putin allows them to be there. That's the difference. It's not like a valid, viable coalition that is against the government. That's not a real thing. That was my point. Whereas in Turkey, the anti-government coalition is a valid one, is a real one. Like, there is real opposition. There's real popular opposition against the government, and it's always existed. As a matter of fact, it's existed for the past 20 years. It's always like a not exactly like a 51-49 split, but pretty much. This last election was also close to that split in general, and Erdogan has obviously also had to take on MHP, the ultranationalist far right party, into its governing coalition in an effort to maintain that majority support.
Are Hezbollah targets in Lebanon after several rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israel. ABC's Matt Rivers is there in Tel Aviv with the latest overnight. Good morning, Matt. And Israel is also sending more troops into Gaza.
That's right, Gio. Good morning to you. An intense 24 hours here across the region. Israelis starting their work week with sirens as a missile launched from Yemen set off alert systems.
Oh, man. They have valid security concerns again in southern Lebanon. That's crazy.
Across the country, the IDF intercepting it, though, before it arrived. This, as the IDF says, it is once again expanding the presence of ground troops in Gaza, ordering new evacuations as more and more troops retake parts of Gaza. People now forced to pick up and move once again with no real safe place to go. It is a broad operation that has moved a lot faster than many were expecting, and it has left a lot of people dead. The death toll, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, well over 600 just since Tuesday, including at least 180 children, says UNICEF. And today, health officials saying the death toll since the war began, now more than 50,000 people. And at the northern border with Israel, projectiles launched from southern Lebanon for the first time since a ceasefire brokered last year between Hezbollah and Israel, none doing any damage. Israel responding with massive airstrikes, killing at least 7 people. Hezbollah, though, denying that they fired the projectiles. An Israeli official also saying they're not sure which group is responsible, but the threat of escalation wit certainly now higher after this ceasefire had largely held up for months.
Yeah, the whole region on edge. Matt Rivers for us. Thank you.
Israel's basically ripped up the ceasefire agreement that was signed, that was put forward by the Americans. That envisaged going forward to the second phase of the ceasefire, negotiating a permanent end to the war.
What have we been doing for the last 3 weeks?
Well, not negotiating.
Hold on.
We were meant to start a long time ago, and the Israeli team never went out.
Absolutely no.
The fact is that this government has never wanted to reach an end to the war, isn't it?
It's awesome. Just like lying is OP everywhere, baby. Not just in Turkey, not just in America, certainly in Israel as well. Lying is always and forever overpowered. Lying is OP, please nerf. Just the argument is always just nah. Like, everybody knows this is the case, except for Americans, because Americans don't actually, get to hear real, truthful information about what's going on in Israel. People in Israel know this is the case. They know this is the case, and either they like it because they like what Netanyahu is doing, or they're further to the right than Netanyahu and they like that he's like ripping it up, or they hate it and they protest against it because they're like, I don't have an issue with like bombing Gaza, but I want my family members to be extracted. So very strange stuff in this day and age where I feel like 95% of what I talk about is just me constantly going, this is just objectively untrue. Like, what this government official, insert government official from anywhere, okay? What this government official is saying is just undeniably incorrect. It's just a lie.
Washington to sit with Witkoff and with Trump to build a framework that will actually talk about what Israel needs are. And that's very important because at the end of the day, we have to bring back the security and the safety of our children.
Netanyahu has his own priorities. It looks as if the hostages are not the top of his priorities. And this is why things are not being done the way the majority of Israelis would have wanted it to be done.
Most of the hostage families are against resuming the war. Most of the Israeli public is against resuming the war. Why is your government doing it?
None of the so-called facts you just stated are correct. Some families are against. I don't judge the families, not at all.
Yeah, they're the pussy families. They just they are selfish. They want they do not want the war against babies of terror to continue. So-called facts. None of your so-called facts are correct. No, this is not the UN drawing guy. This is a different guy.
We have been trying for the past 3 weeks to have a sort of negotiation with Hamas. It's understood that they're not going to release hostages without staying in Gaza. Staying in Gaza is not something we are willing to let them do. Therefore, there's no other way.
You killed 50,000 Palestinians in Gaza. You've destroyed much of the Gaza Strip. If that hasn't been enough to eliminate and destroy Hamas, what on earth makes you think it's possible to achieve militarily now?
Yeah, it's because you can't eliminate an idea. It's not Hamas. You want to eliminate the Palestinian people. You cannot eliminate an entire people's need for emancipation. That's the problem. It doesn't have to be Hamas. You can call it anything else. Okay? That guy's a sexual assaulter, by the way, and in a religious cult. I mean, yeah, the religious cult is the Likud party. A bibist, a Likudnik. Yeah, just common Likud member of the Knesset. Just Likud things. These guys are the center right in Israel, by the way. It's fantastic country. It's really cool. It's so funny also when I talk about this shit, people are like, wow, that's really anti-Semitic of you. It's like, dude, I say the exact same shit about American politics too. We have our own version of this shit happening in the United States of America as well. It's just like, it's identical because Israel is attached to the hip to the United States of America. It's basically, it's America's vestige.
There's an American plan of President Trump saying
which has been widely rejected by Gazans and the Arab states.
I don't care. I care about
I don't care. I don't care. What are they going to do about it? We bomb? America says yes, bomb more. Okay. Haha, terror babies. Terror. Babies of terror. Babies of terror. We are killing them. We are killing the babies of terror dead. Yeah.
Israeli interests. I don't care about the interests of people in Gaza. I don't care the interests about people in London. I care about my family. I care about my people that were butchered, slaughtered, and raped here not too long ago.
It has been proven that only military pressure brings a good deal.
A year and a half of very intense war with a lot of civilian casualties in Gaza shows that it's not possible to militarily alone defeat Hamas.
A year and a half under the Biden administration that forced us to fight Hamas with one hand.
You know what's kind of crazy, by the way? I was having a conversation with someone. Last night where I said the Palestinian literacy rate in the West Bank and Gaza is higher than the Israeli literacy rate. And he just would not believe me. I was like, look it up, man. Just Google it. Like, it's available. People can't believe it. Like, it's like one of my favorite facts to pull when talking to white supremacists, when debating or arguing with like a racist person, is to tell them that the highest educated population, like ethnic group in the United States of America, are Nigerians. They can't comprehend it, right? There's a material reason for it, but like they don't even want to scratch that. They don't even want to scratch the surface where they go, nah, that's not the case because no way. It's true. People get so mad. People get so mad about that. And it's the same thing here. People don't want to believe it. They're like, I don't agree with you on the statement. The Palestinian literacy rate for adults across the board is 97.8, is 98%. The Israeli literacy rate is 92%. Okay? But when I have this conversation with someone where I tell them that, they're like, there's just no way. There's just no fucking way. I don't believe it. What leads you to believe that that is, you know, how can you object to a fact? This is so totally getting clipped out of context. I mean, it's the truth. What do you mean getting clipped out of context? I think broadly, one of the biggest issues nowadays is the fact that people just want to operate on vibes. They don't care. Okay. Yeah, it's because of the Haredim and isolated communities. Yes, that is part of the reason. Nice trivia, but what does that have to do with anything? The broader point that I'm making, listen to the point I'm making, which is that people, by and large, and educated people as well, like well-educated people, would rather confirm their biases than actually seek out the truth. And it is one of the most frustrating things that I encounter on a daily basis as a political commentator. It is incredibly frustrating. It is incredibly annoying. And I think it's alarming. Like, we have gotten worse at this. We've gotten worse at like critically examining things and having an overall healthy hunger for the truth. We don't have it anymore. It is really, really shitty. And perhaps the reason why, especially in the United States of America, why we have this issue is because of this. The Israeli literacy rate for adults is 92%. The Palestinian literacy rate for adults is 98%. The American literacy rate for adults is 79%.
But to feed them with the other, so I can tell you that now the war is going to be handled in a totally different way with the Trump administration, with the backing of America. Trump himself said numerous times that all hell should break on Gaza if they're not bringing back all hostages.
What does unleashing hell look like? I mean, you've already seen under, as you say, the Biden administration, daily death tolls of around 300-400 people a day.
You will see exactly what it means.
This terrorist organization, it's not just holding, I mean, if it still holds civilian power, within a couple of months, it can regroup another group and recruit more terrorists and form a more powerful army to fight us. So we can't just fight it from a military perspective, but also from a civilian point of view and dismantle their civilian power.
Do you think it is possible to militarily defeat Hamas, dismantle its civilian infrastructure then?
Absolutely.
You think that is possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, but how many more lives is that gonna take of ordinary Palestinians as well?
It can be with 0 lives if Hamas tomorrow take down their arm and surrender and bring back our hostages. 0. We're dealing with a terrorist organization, and as much as they're sacrificing and hate the Jews and want to completely obliterate us and our communities, they don't care for the lives of Palestinians either. That responsibility is on the hands of Hamas and Hamas only. If they come,
are you comfortable with 400 people being killed a day, 500 people? Is that?
Yeah, you don't want to hear the answer from her. The answer is yes. Actually, the answer is no. She's like, I want it to be 1,000 people killed a day. I think that we're not killing enough children. We are simply not killing enough children, enough terror babies.
Something that you're willing to countenance going forward to try and destroy Hamas?
This equivalence is absolutely absurd. You think I like that? You think?
Oh, you hate it. Oh, damn. She hates it, but she just knows it's just something that they gotta do, you know? Oh, how dare you? How dare you suggest that I enjoy the sights of baby murder? How dare you? I mean, it's really horrible that we have to do these things. We have to kill as many babies as possible. How dare you? I mean, you guys know the reason why I say this, by the way, the median age in 2020 in Gaza, I don't even know what the latest stats on this looks like, but the median age in 2020 in Gaza was 18, okay? 40% of the Gazan population is 14-year-olds or younger. They're killing children mostly. There's a reason why when you look at the stats, when you look at the actual stats of like who they're killing, whenever they bomb something, it's like mostly kids and women and the elderly. Close to 80%. It's it. Yeah, our greatest ally. Here it is. Israel recently committed the largest child massacre in its history. 200 children and 100 women were killed in one day. Altogether, about 400 civilians were killed, and the number of the dead is not yet final. These numbers are not reported in the Israeli media, and if they are, it's always minimized in an outrageous manner. The only time you hear these numbers get reported in Israeli media, as a matter of fact, that's also not true. What do you call it? Haaretz did report on it, like literally use that term. I think this might actually be a Haaretz article, as a matter of fact. But the only other channel that I saw in Israel report on the numbers was, I think it was like Channel 14 or something, like one of those fucking pro-Benjamin Netanyahu channels that reported on it by saying 400 terrorists dead. That's the crazy double standard. That's the crazy hypocrisy of Israeli media, which is that Israeli media will literally use the Hamas-backed Palestinian Health Ministry numbers whenever they want to talk about how many people that they killed, but they'll just say all of the people that we killed were terrorists. Do they even have free press? No, they don't. Of course they don't. They have a military censor.
Think I wanted that? Israel wish it was the 6th of October now. We didn't want this war. We were forced into this war, not just by Hamas, by 7 entities from Iran, from Hezbollah, from Syria, from Iraq, from Yemen.
You're in favor of resuming the war or against it?
It's not.
My goat. There. Yay, look at that. Look who it is. Friend of the show. Friend of the freaking show. Dr. Ofer Kasif.
Oh, it's a genocide, and obviously I'm against it because I'm against any kind of war crime.
Your view is very much a tiny minority view amongst Jewish Israelis right now. Why are you losing the argument?
I don't think we're losing the argument. You know, in order to lose an argument, there must be a counter-argument. There's none. And you are right. It seems to be the majority, at least in the Knesset. I'm not so sure anymore about the streets. If you listen carefully to what I've been saying, you can see that there's no argument there. Only incitement, revenge, sentiments.
Remember when people were saying that your reporting was inaccurate, that Israel would never bomb Khan Yunis? Wait, what? Who said that my reporting was inaccurate? Of course. Israel blew up every hospital since the Al Ahli hospital bombing, the courtyard bombing that took place. Israel never actually gave one single piece of correct information on why it wasn't actually Israeli rockets that blew up the courtyard. Every single person that talked about the Al Ahli hospital bombing campaign and said that I was wrong to assume that Israel did it were objectively wrong. Israel blew up every fucking hospital. Israel took over the Turkish Gaza Friendship Hospital, which was the only cancer ward in Gaza. They overtook it. They used it as a military station. And yesterday they blew it up after they were done with it. And they said, well, no one can use the hospital anyway because we had overtaken it militarily. When I began my conversion process still going, the first and most important lesson I learned from diaspora, and especially people who lived in Israel, was that the government always lies. That's just the standard. Yeah. I mean, every government lies. Every government lies. Of course governments lie. The Chinese government lies. The American government lies. The Turkish government lies. Every government lies. The Israeli government lies all the time as well. Just simply calling that out is not anti-Semitic. I would say that the Israeli government, on the other hand, lies in the most egregious ways possible, in the most like easily identifiably wrong ways possible. That's the major difference, because there's no opposition in the Western world to the Israeli government's lies. They just never counter it. There are more critical reporting against the Israeli government in Israel than the United States of America. Our mainstream press is always running defense for Israel in ways that are more egregious than Israeli outlets. Israeli Zionist leftist media person Guy Meroz last night on Channel 14's talk show Hapatruatim. Now we need to focus on one thing only: to stop the war, to bring back the hostages, and then, as far as I'm concerned, then Netanyahu can destroy all of Gaza. Oh wow. I love that. Wonderful Israeli leftist here. No, the only Israeli leftists are the guys like Dr. Ofer Kasif, the Mezarvot people that are conscientious objectors, dipshits like this, like liberal Zionists like this, also want death and destruction upon the entirety of the Palestinian people. They're not fucking real. That's why I say liberal Zionists are like saying you're a liberal fucking Nazi. Zionism is a Nazi ideology. Okay, it is identical to Nazi ideology. It's an exterminationist ideology. It's one that is born out of an ethno-religious supremacist settler colonial state. It is there to justify the existence of an ethno-religious supremacist settler colonial state that is currently an apartheid and also currently doing a genocide. Okay, this is why saying someone is like a liberal in Israel and still a Zionist is like saying someone is a fucking liberal Nazi. Isn't what you said all illegal under that anti-Semitism bill? Yeah, I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care if something is illegal. I'm always going to say the truth, regardless of whether or not there is suppression against saying the truth. The fuck are we doing here? You can try to hide the truth. You can try to shelter people from the truth. You can turn around and lie to the best of your ability. You can make it impossible. You can try to prosecute people for saying the truth. But you know what the reality is? The truth still remains. This is the truth. It does not matter. It doesn't matter what you do. You just simply cannot change the truth.
ועכשיו אנחנו צריכים להתרכז רק בדבר אחד, לא לבזבז זמן על בנט הצודקת, ולא לבזבז זמן על קטרגייט, שזה מעניין סליחה, לא נעים להגיד פה מה זה מעניין, להתרכז רק באיך, כנראה, הברירה היחידה, להפסיק את המלחמה, להביא את החטופים, ואחר כך שמצדי יהרוס את כל עזה.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Netanyahu can destroy all of Gaza once we get the hostages out. Nice, man. Thank you. That's the wokest guy in Israel.
Hatred, fear, that's not an argument.
How do you think you deal with the issue of Hamas? Because a lot of Israelis are concerned about the prospect of them remaining in power in Gaza.
It is a big problem, and we should find a way to make sure that Hamas is not in power in Gaza. Right now, we should bring back the hostages.
Great idea. It's called ending the occupation. That's it. You end the occupation, and there is no more need for Hamas to exist or any sort of military formation that will be antagonistic and, dare I say, violent towards Israel. You end the occupation, you end the resistance to the occupation, because Hamas or any other militant formation only exists against the apartheid state that is doing an occupation on Palestinians, destroying Palestinian homes, destroying Palestinian lives. That's it. That's it.
Hostages, and it includes ending the war, and we must work with the international community and with all the partners that we have in order to find a way to oust Hamas from Gaza. Palestinians, Hamas. This must be done, but the priority now.
Like, this is it. You either kill every single Palestinian or forcibly ethnically displace them from the Gaza Strip and then also the West Bank, which is what these guys want at the end of the fucking day, by the way. Make no mistake. They all want this, okay? Some people will say, oh, I don't want this. But like post-October 7, a lot of the liberal Zionists that kept talking about like how dangerous the West Bank settlers were and whatever are totally on board with permanent exterminationist policies. Because there's no other way. There is no other way to stop this. There's no other way to... You can't convince people to like a military occupation that kills them. This is just not going to happen. That's not true. What's not true? Most Israelis aren't like that, though. I don't know, man. That's not nuanced. Oh, my God. Consistently since October 7, I have gone back on this broadcast and looked at Israeli polling on the matter. Consistently since October 7, for the past 16 months, where the Israeli occupying force has completely destroyed the Gaza Strip, the Israeli population that is segmented by their own demographic terms, not mine, as Jewish or Arab, okay, Jew and non-Jew, Jewish Israelis, which comprise 75% of the Israeli population, want more death and destruction in Gaza, almost to like 90%, okay? I agree with like 99% of your commentary on this, except, okay, I keep saying the average Israelis want Gaza burn. You keep saying the average Israelis want Gaza burn, and that's not true. Show me a poll that is inconsistent with that reality, and I will say I'm wrong. Israel in and of itself, regardless of the approval rating of the continued war, because here, this is the honest position, okay? Or not this is the honest position, sorry. The guy that we just saw, the liberal Zionist position, the most woke position, Okay? The most woke, like, permissible position is we need to stop the war. We need to stop the war for now, which is not a genocide, it's just a war, to get every single hostage out. And then after that, you can burn it all to the ground if for all I care. That is the opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu within the confines of permissibility. There are real anti-Zionists in Israel. There are anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. I've basically interviewed all of them. Okay? I think the nuance here is that they just want Palestinians gone, not necessarily dead. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't understand. They just want to, like, force them out of the land, like ethnically displace them. Like, they want to ethnically cleanse the land, but in a non-violent way, and not in a way where, not in a way that kills them all. So what happens when people don't want to leave? You keep saying average Israeli wants Gaza. Russian immigrants and Arabs and Africans are very much pro-Palestine here. Dog, what are you talking about? What are you saying? I already mentioned that 25% of the Israeli population is non-Jewish, according to Israel's own demographics. 25%. Their attitude towards burning Gaza is very different than the Jewish Israeli population's overwhelming support for burning Gaza to the fucking ground or mass exterminating and ethnically cleansing Gaza. There was a recent poll that came out also saying adding Russian immigrants into that equation is really funny. I don't think that the Russian immigrants in Israel are not on board with what Israel is doing. That's crazy. Arabs and Africans, on the other hand, like the non-Jewish population in Israel, yes, they are not in support of they're not in support of what Israel is doing. This is true, but they're 25% of the population, and they're basically de facto second-class citizens. You know this already. You're an Israeli chatter that is in this community. I know that, like, you can't get access to Al Jazeera anymore, but you still watch me, so you probably see it. Yeah. Oh, this is the thing that I was talking about. Yeah. 70% of Israelis support the second phase of the hostage ceasefire deal, right? 70% of the Israelis support the second phase of the hostage ceasefire deal. Having said that, which would require Israel to pull out, okay? Which would require the Israeli troops to pull out of Gaza. When asked directly about even Trump's plan of mass displacement of Palestinians, Israeli Jews specifically have the same exact attitude. The reason why they want to continue with the pullout is because they want all the hostages out. That's it. The reason why they want to continue the ceasefire is because they want to pull the hostages out. Can you please give a definition of anti-Zionism in the context of not asking for the removal of the people in Israel? Yes, I believe that currently, I look at things honestly, I believe that currently there is already one singular state. It's Israel. It is an apartheid state. Israel dominates the Gaza Strip and is doing a genocide on the Gaza Strip. Israel also has Bantustans in the West Bank. Israel has illegally occupied the West Bank since 1967, militarily. There's a shift happening here since Trump is in office. Right-wingers here are even turning on Netanyahu. I haven't seen that. But my point is that there is already one state, and the two-state solution has been a lie that right-wing Israeli governments and even centrist Israeli governments have basically been using to continue settling the West Bank, which is what they did. I think it was like 80,000 people living in East Jerusalem mostly in the 90s. After the so-called peace process, that number shot up in 2025 to 750,000. And not just in East Jerusalem, but East Jerusalem and just West Bank proper. 750,000 Jews live in the West Bank. 750,000 settlers live on occupied Palestinian territory. And that happened over the peace process, the so-called peace process, as every single government kept kicking the can down the line over and over again. So the notion of a two-state solution would require 750,000 settlers to be removed. That is never going to happen. It's just not going to happen. You have to be realistic. So the anti-Zionist position that I have as a one-stater is to implement by force, if necessary, a singular, solitary, secular state. And this position is not necessarily popular amongst Palestinians, and it's not necessarily popular amongst Israelis either. But it is my position. You can have a disagreement with that all you want. With or without the right to return? Yes, of course, with the right to return. With the right to return, with reparations, with a Truth and Reconciliation Committee that needs to be implemented to prosecute war criminals. And yes, even people who have engaged in war crimes on the Palestinian side as well. Okay? Now, of course, when resisting against an apartheid regime, the crimes that you commit at the behest of resisting against an apartheid regime are going to be viewed differently than being one of the fucking war crimes, the war criminals on the side of the apartheid regime. But having said that, yes, that is what needs to happen. Now, I personally think that is also incredibly difficult to ever implement. But there's no other way out of this, in my opinion. There's just no other way out of this. So if you ask me what I think should be done, that's what I believe. Truth and reconciliation, reparations for all Palestinians that have had their land and homes stolen from them, a right to return for all Palestinians, and a singular secular state. The thing that obviously stops this from happening is the fear that Israelis have, Israeli society has, specifically Israeli Jews by and large, that this would mean that there are more Palestinians there and more non-Jews there than Jewish citizens. And therefore, they will democratically do the same thing that Israel's been doing to the Palestinians for the past 76 years. They will forcibly repress and oppress and destroy and kill and ethnically cleanse all Jews in the region. That has not ever happened throughout history, with one exception, which was the Haitian Revolution. That has never happened throughout history. That did not happen in the abolition of slavery, which is like probably the closest comparison that you can present in terms of the 76 years of occupation. I'm going to come off as a flat earther, but I don't think the polls are accurate on how Israelis feel. They're just libs who are slow as going, more and more broke. Shit's expensive, man. I can't even afford the top of the hours. Okay, well, don't worry. I don't run top of the hour ad breaks any longer anyway. But yeah, I mean, the Haitians didn't enslave the white people. They killed them. Yes, even with Haiti, that's an oversimplification. I agree, but I'm saying that like mass violence in the aftermath of a revolution historically has only happened in one instance, one successful slave revolt, which was the Haitian Revolution. The Nat Turner Rebellion took place in the United States of America, but in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery, what happened? Were there roaming gangs of newly freed black men and women that were massacring and enslaving white people? No. It didn't happen. It didn't happen in Algeria. No, it did not happen in Algeria. That's not a comparison either. It did not happen in Algeria. People voluntarily left Algeria because they did not want to fucking live in Algeria. And it didn't happen in apartheid South Africa, and it didn't happen in Ireland either. But the reason why I use the abolition of slavery is because that is one of the closest systematized versions of harm that is like that's genocidal, close to a genocide, or in some ways might even be considered worse, right? That's the reason why I use that as an example. What usually ends up happening in this process is that like the same violent rabid settler groups will basically continue doing clan-style violence upon the Palestinians. And they need to be dealt with through the criminal justice system. That's it. That is the most likely outcome here.
This is not empowering Gaza. Right now, we should bring back the hostages, and it includes ending the war, and we must work within...
Hassan, couldn't these settlers just fall under the leadership of a new Palestinian state? No, dude. They would never that would never happen. That is what is supposed to happen right now. Like the Palestinian position right now, the Hamas position on this and the Palestinian resistance position on this is 1967 boundaries, okay? Which is not objectionable. That is appropriate. That's the basis of the two-state solution. How will you get to the 1967 boundaries? That means 750,000 Israeli Jews, some of the most rabid, some of the most right-wing, some of the most insane members of Israeli society that are violent expansionists, exterminationists, that basically are the Jewish KKK, okay? Those guys are going to leave? No, of course not. And Israel weaponizes them anyway. While the broader Israeli society pre-October 7 might have looked at these settlers as welfare queens who are just like living off government dollars as they suffer. You know, liberal Israeli society hates the settlers because they're uneducated, filthy, whatever the fuck they say in Israel. Okay, you know, look to Ethan Klein's earlier vlogs from Israel to find out more about what liberal Zionists in Israeli society thought about fucking West Bank settlers. He was, you know, way more aggressive in the way that he talked about West Bank settlers than I have been. Okay, those guys are not fucking leaving, and the Israeli government knows that they're not going to leave. The Israeli government has sent them there. The Israeli government uses them to create valid security concerns for our citizens. That's the whole point.
National community and with all the partners that we have in order to find a way to oust Hamas from Gaza. Palestinians, Hamas. This must be done, but the priority now must be hostages first.
We're not going to leave our sons and grandchildren to deal with their sons and grandchildren. We're going to end this now.
How? How are you going to end it?
You're going to conquer Gaza.
You're not good.
We're going to conquer Gaza, and we're going to work together with our American allies in starting the Trump plan for
ethnic cleansing. But a lot of people would say.
A lot of people would say, I don't care about what a lot of people would say. I care about what we say. I care about our interests.
I know that today, in Western culture, people don't want to win. They think that if they'll pay the bully, he will leave us alone. Well, I have news for you. This bully is not going to leave us alone. He's here, and he's here to stay, and he will do everything he can to destroy Israel. We will not allow that to happen.
A lot of people would say Israel's the bully. They're the greater force, and they're the ones.
Only people with a broken moral compass can say that Israel is the bully after the massacre of October 7th.
The fighting in Gaza is having a devastating side effect on some Palestinian communities in the West Bank. Activists say dozens of new Israeli outposts have sprung up across the territory since the war in Gaza began. As CNN's Nada Bashir reports, many Palestinians now believe they have only one option left: to move.
For decades, Palestinian shepherds have faced threats and violence at the hands of Israeli settlers. Dozens of rural farms like this one have already been abandoned as a result. But such violence is only increasing. This is just one of several incidents documented by Israeli NGO B'Tselem over recent months. The organization says dozens of settlers descended on the occupied West Bank.
Yeah, this is now we're moving on to the other side, the Israeli apartheid, and what it looks like to live under the Israeli apartheid in the West Bank. When you look at Gaza, that's what a genocide looks like. When you look at the West Bank, that's what pogroms under an apartheid looks like. This is a systematized version of violence that is outsourced to the most rabid fucking psychopaths that you have ever seen. It's as though the American government is working side by side with the Klan in the Reconstruction to dominate the newly freed black men and women.
Village of Al-Mania in mid-February, attacking homes, farming equipment, and even residents.
Yeah, Palestinians leave as Israeli outposts spring up is such a disgusting way to approach the subject matter. No, Palestinians are being forcibly removed from their land illegally by rabid terrorists who are backed by the government. That's what's going on. They're not leaving. They're not voluntarily leaving. They are experiencing pogroms, okay? They're experiencing ethnic cleansing. I don't have any sympathy for anyone that doesn't recognize this. The funny thing is, when I went with political activists to the West Bank, they denied our entry of 300 people. While settlers killed Palestinians there, we aren't allowed to come and see. Yes. And of course, the Israeli... It's not just that either. Israel settlers from margins of the mainstream, the Listening Post. This is, for the record, why I appreciate the activists that still, regardless of whatever their fucking opinion is on Israel, the Israeli Jewish activists that put their bodies in front of this process, I still think are important, okay? Like, if they're saving one Palestinian family, that's still good. You just got to work with who you have. You got to work with the tools at your disposal.
while Israeli police forces demolished the outpost established in the village by settlers. B'Tselem says the outpost was later rebuilt that same day. Dozens of Palestinian herding communities have been impacted by the spread of outposts like this one, essentially undefined settlements, usually made up of small structures or caravans. Israeli anti-settlement watchdogs Peace Now and Kerem Navot say at least 49 outposts were established in the months following the October 7th attacks, an increase of nearly 50% since the beginning of the war in Gaza. As of last December, the groups estimate that herding outposts covered almost 14% of the occupied West Bank. That's an area of land roughly twice the size of Gaza. And that's in addition to approximately 150 officially recognized settlements that have already been...
I really care about Palestine, and I hope you cover it a lot, but every time I click on your channel, it's so off and on. It's important, and there's a lot of other important things too. Maybe I'm just unlucky when I click here. Yes, because I don't just cover the Israeli government's actions in Palestine. I'm live for 8 fucking hours a day. If you think that this is the only thing that I cover, you're wrong.
Bank. Both outposts and settlements are considered illegal under international law. Satellite imagery analysed by CNN shows how rapidly herding outposts have spread, as well as the gradual development of new roads, connecting the outposts to established settlements. And in
what are outposts? Tents? No, outposts are the outposts are the ways in which settlers expand into Palestinian territory. Here's how it works. You go and you mark a house, oftentimes the Star of David, okay? That means that that house that has Palestinian people living in it needs to be evacuated immediately. Otherwise, they will die. And sometimes they do die. They go in, they burn the house down with Molotov cocktails, they beat the shit out of people, they oftentimes have guns, they shoot at the houses, they shoot at the Palestinians that are living in their own homes in the West Bank. Then the Israeli occupying force comes in. The Israeli occupying force doesn't come in to stop the settlers. The Israeli occupying force, as a matter of fact, comes in and militarily defends the settlements. Okay? In the aftermath of that process, once they've successfully ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from that land, they build outposts. Outposts is a militarized version of a home. The reason for why they build these outposts is to segment off different areas of Palestinian land from one another. Because once you build those outposts, then the Israeli government comes in and builds roads that Palestinians can't drive on. Remember, this is their own land, internationally recognized as occupied Palestinian territory, illegally occupied by the Israeli government. So they build compounds that cut across Palestinian land deliberately, and then they build roads across Palestinian land deliberately, and then they don't fucking let the Palestinians drive on those roads. All of this is done in an effort to trap Palestinians into Bantustans, a similar concept that existed in South Africa as well during the South African apartheid. Every step of the process, the Israeli government militarily protects the settlers engaging in this act of terrorism, because the Israeli government itself is a terrorist government. The Israeli government itself is a fascist government. Outposts are built to envelope Palestinian lands in the same way it was done to Gaza, hence the name the Gaza envelope. Yes, the Gaza envelope is the kibbutzim that are the first line of defense surrounding the Gaza Strip.
In some cases, cutting Palestinians off from the land that they depend on. In the northern village of El Farisiya, the local farming community has now been almost entirely depopulated. Back in February, we met the Daraghma family, at the time still desperately clinging on to their land. These hills are full of areas for our animals to feed, but now there are settlers over here, over there, and another one over there. We can't access these areas, Ahmed says.
I truly don't know what to say to my coworker who says B'Tselem and the other Human Rights Watch organizations are anti-Semitic. Is your coworker Jewish even? Like, Jewish or not doesn't really matter. They're fucking delusional and they're a fascist. But it is pretty funny because I hear this a lot from people who aren't even Jewish, where they just like think that they know more about Judaism than fucking actual Jews. They know more about Israel than Israelis. They know more about Jews than Jews themselves. They feel so confident in saying, well, you're not a real Jew. There's nothing funnier than entertaining the hubris of ultra-Zionist Gentiles who think that they literally are more Jewish than Jewish people, you know, because they're more pro-Israel than Jewish people. Yes, he's an Israeli who works for the dog. He works at Elbit. Like, wait, what? Yeah, no shit. And if he's a coworker, you work there too. You should probably fucking quit your job if you work there. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, no shit. He says B'Tselem is fucking anti-Semitic, and Human Rights Watch is anti-Semitic. He's like, hey man, can you please do something about my coworker who is supporting the Nazi government and keeps and is a part of a weapons manufacturing facilities. He works at Mercedes. My coworker that works at Mercedes in the Nazi government is saying that the German communist movement comprised of Gentile Germans that are resisting against the Nazi government are actually anti-Volk. They're anti-Nazi, and it's fucked up. Yeah, no shit, dude. You're at the baby killing factory directly for the baby killing government. You know, Elbit Systems is a Israeli weapons manufacturer.
Killers come to scare our sheep and frighten our children. We've had to stop going up on the hills with our sheep, fearing they will come after us. Ahmed's family says they have lived here for generations. The land, not only their home, but also their livelihood. We've always lived here, Hussein says. Our whole lives are here. Where else can we go? Since filming, members of the Daragma family told CNN they were left with no choice but to abandon their homes. Acts of violence by settlers from nearby outposts simply too much to bear. Activists say outposts like those around the village of Al Farisiya are established with the purpose of laying claim to Palestinian land and pressuring Palestinian communities to flee. Through threats, physical violence, and direct attacks on resources, including livestock and farming equipment, often with the protection from both the military and the state. CNN has reached out to the Israeli government about allegations of its support for illegal outposts, but has not received a response. The Israeli military told CNN that it condemns violence in any form and that police are tasked with handling any Israeli violations of the law. When asked about new roads we saw being developed around another nearby village, the IDF said the land had been seized for, quote, operational needs, adding that the route is intended for use by security forces and that it has been developed in accordance with military orders.
It's important to understand that this project, this herding outpost campaign, or this project is a national project, it's a state project. This is not a project which is initiated by individuals. It's a project which the state of Israel is standing behind it. It's budgeting, is facilitating, is protecting it.
The Ministry of Settlements, for example, has budgeted for outposts which it calls young settlements, previously saying funds were carried out in accordance with all laws. But the displacement of Palestinian herding communities is just one part of a deepening crisis in the West Bank. The UN says more than 40,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes since February by an expanding Israeli military operation, with Israel's defense minister calling on the military to prevent the return of those displaced, stoking fears around the potential for a full annexation of the territory and crushing hopes for a pathway to a viable Palestinian state. Nada Bashir, CNN, in the occupied West Bank.
To begin this morning, the legal battle between the Trump administration and Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University graduate student and pro-Palestinian activist it intends to deport. A few days ago, Aaron Moriarty talked with his wife, who's expecting the couple's first child next month.
You know, my husband was taken away from me in the middle of the night. It was one of the most terrifying times of my life. I don't think I've ever experienced anything scarier than that.
Noor Abdullah, a 28-year-old dentist born and raised in Michigan, has suddenly found herself in the center of a storm she never saw coming. She and her husband, 30-year-old Mahmoud Khalil, had been living in Columbia University housing while he completed his master's degree, and they awaited the birth of their first child.
I was so excited, like we were setting everything up for like the nursery and his clothes, and Mahmoud was so excited too. Like,
turn around.
Okay, let's not.
That all changed on the evening of March 8th when federal agents arrived at their door.
And he was like, "Are you Mahmoud Khalil?" Mahmoud said yes, and the man said, "We're with the police, you have to come with us."
What's going through your mind at that point?
I was scared. I was terrified. Yeah, they just like handcuffed him and took him. I don't know what to do.
Abdullah used her phone to document what happened next.
At this point, Mahmoud was like, "Go take the keys, grab my green card." He thought maybe like if he shows the green card, you know, we'll be fine.
Did you think that if you showed the fact that your husband was a legal resident with a green card, that he'd be okay?
Because I was like, this is just a misunderstanding. They're going to take him away. They're going to take him to 26 Federal Plaza, see that he has a green card. He'll be home in a few hours. Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know. Excuse me. The lawyer would like to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
She has not seen her husband since. Khalil, who has been in an immigration detention center in Louisiana for 2 weeks, is one of many international students that the Trump administration says it plans to deport for their alleged actions in student protests on college campuses. The unrest began in the fall of 2023 following the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel. When Israel retaliated with deadly bombings in Gaza, students across the country erupted in protest.
Jesus Christ.
At Columbia University in New York, demonstrations against the war, while mostly peaceful, also led to the occupation and vandalizing of buildings, and what many Jewish students described as a threatening anti-Semitic atmosphere on campus.
We know now that there are students in our class that simply hate us because we're Jewish.
Noor Abdullah says her husband...
I fucking hate this narrative so much, dude. The American government is so unimaginably dumb, and the media is so fucking stupid that, like, the hysterics of students on campus, like the hysterical perspective of a pro-Israel Jewish student on Columbia campus is more important than the First Amendment. It's more important than being able to say, hey, don't do a fucking genocide, please. Don't associate with a country that is doing a genocide. It is like, it's hysteria. There's nothing to it other than fucking hysteria. Dudes who are like, no, my feelings are hurt. I'm scared. Like, what the fuck are you saying? You're scared. Like, these student-led protests are also led by Jewish students. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, real terrorism is when you actually have to listen to the fucking hysterical opinion of conservative students on campus. That's what real terrorism is. When have conservative students not talked about how fearful they are on college campuses, man? They always talked about it. They're like, oh, libtards run the campuses. We hate it. They always want to have fucking safe spaces and shit. Okay.
Khalil, a Palestinian born in Syria, became the lead negotiator between protesters and the university.
This encampment is a minor inconvenience compared to the generational shaping events taking place now in Gaza.
People really trusted him to be good in that role because he's so calm and good under pressure.
The president wants the...
But in the days following Khalil's arrest, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt painted a quite different picture.
This is an individual who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe on their own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda.
You also know that the press secretary said that your husband circulated pro-Hamas flyers. Did he?
That's not true.
Is Mahmoud pro-Hamas?
These are accusations that the Trump administration keeps pushing on him.
But what do you say to those?
I think it's ridiculous. It's disgusting that that's what they're resorting to, that's the tactic that they're using to make him look like this person that he's not. Literally, it's so simple. He just does not want his people to be murdered and killed. He doesn't want to see little kids' limbs being blown off, you know?
The university led us to this situation, unfortunately, through bringing the police here.
Mahmoud Khalil has not been formally charged with any crimes, and the government has showed no evidence he provided material support to terrorist groups. Instead, Khalil's been arrested and detained under the Immigration Act that allows the Secretary of State to deport any person whose presence or activities would, quote, have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the U.S.
If you are in this country to promote Hamas, to promote terrorist organizations, to participate in vandalism, to participate in acts of rebellion and riots on campus, we never would have let you in if we had known that. If you violate the terms of your visitation, you are going to leave.
In fact, Khalil was never charged with vandalism on campus. CBS News asked the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security for comment. We did not receive a response. This is incredibly rare, what happened to Khalil, isn't it?
There are many things about this that I think are sort of without precedent or with very little precedent. I was really shocked.
Lindsay Nash, an associate professor at Cardozo School of Law in Manhattan, teaches and practices immigration law.
They haven't said that he's committed a crime that makes him deportable. They haven't said he's committed any kind of crime at all.
What's more, says Nash, the provision that the government relies on was once determined to be too vague and unconstitutional. The federal judge who made that ruling, Judge Marianne Barry, President Trump's sister, who died in 2023. Her decision was ultimately overturned on procedural grounds. So this particular provision that Secretary of State Rubio is leaning on is really untested.
I think it is. I think we'll have to see in court.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's crazy. As a Jew, personally, I'm worried that they're stifling free speech in the name of anti-Semitism. People will see that and start resenting Jewish people, and then actual anti-Semitism will start happening. Yeah, it's already happening. That's literally happening already. Dude, all of this conflation between Israel and Judaism is teaching people that all this baby murder is something that Jews love, and that the American government will take any action against people who dare criticize this baby murder to protect the Jewish people in this country. They keep conflating it. It's a dangerous conflation. It's a false conflation. And yes, it is already creating a shit ton of anti-Semitism in this country. And just like the only pro-labor sentiment on mainstream news was coming from the likes of Tucker Carlson, who is a WASP nationalist, if the only permissible and popular anti-Israel statements are coming from right-wingers, many of which who are anti-Semitic, like openly, and if that's the only game in town, people are going to say, I'm anti-Israel because I'm anti-Semitic. The Candace Owenses and the Fresh and Fits and the Sneakos and the Dan Bilzerians of the world and even the Tucker Carlsons of the world are the most visible anti-Israel advocates in this country right now. Collectively, they are presented as the sea of anti-Israel sentiment. And liberals, on the other hand, are focusing their efforts on people like myself, people like Mahmoud Khalil, or refusing to defend people like Mahmoud Khalil. I'd argue you're up there with what? You'd argue that I'm up there with like anti-Semitic statements? Or you'd argue that I'm up there in terms of like being a visible anti-Zionist in this country? I am up there. But my reach, my popularity, no, I understand what you meant. You meant like in terms of popularity. My reach and popularity is nothing. It pales in comparison to Candace Owens. Candace Owens every single day covers another anti-Semitic conspiracy on her broadcast. Like I see it. I see the clips on my Twitter timeline because Twitter is just dominated by Nazis. Every other day, there's a new thing where she's like, yep, it's the Jews again, doing Jewish shit. That is the extent of her commentary. It is reactionary, and it is an incredibly easy to understand message. And it's a message that goes along with what Jake Tapper is saying too. Because remember, dual loyalty being an anti-Semitic trope is true, and yet pro-Israel people constantly invoke the dual loyalty trope, but in a woke manner. So if the right-wingers are saying dual loyalty in a wokely manner as well, by the way, right-wingers who are pro-Israel are saying all Jews love Israel. This is like, shut the fuck up. You can't say anything about it. And liberals are saying dual loyalty in the exact same way. And then the anti-Semitic people are saying dual loyalty. Then the overwhelming media narrative on this issue is dual loyalty. Jews love Israel. Jews love the baby murder. It's their favorite fucking thing. That is literally what we are teaching this next generation. A generation that for the first time ever, perhaps, has actually recognized that what Israel's doing is wrong. Now, you either address that by going, yeah, what Israel's doing is wrong, but it has nothing to do with Judaism, or you think that you can defend Israel's actions with the old school method of trying to suppress any sort of criticism against Israel. And if you've done this for 70 fucking years, if you've been able to successfully defend Israel for 70 plus years by saying, oh, dude, you're anti-Semitic, shut the fuck up. Why are you being anti-Semitic? What are you, a Nazi? Shut the fuck up. If you have been able to successfully do that for the past 70 years, but you can't do that anymore, but you're still trying to use that, all you're going to do is educate people on the false notion that Israel is for the Jews, by the Jews, and every Jew loves Israel, and they care about Israel more than anything else. Very dangerous prospect here. That's where we're at. That is straight up where we're at, bro. Gen Z is crazy. The media does call all of Gen Z anti-Semites, even though not all of us are. It's bad because there are Gen Z that fall for anti-Semitic conspiracy, but muddying the waters is so bad. I know. And you know what's crazy, though? There is a shit ton of anti-Semitic Gen Zers out there. I'm sorry. This is just the fucking truth. I mean, I see it. I see that shit nonstop. Americans are not very intelligent. They literally think like if you call COVID the Wuhan flu, that's somehow magically going to solve the problem, right? Like it's the same shit. They think, oh, if we are anti-Semitic, then, maybe we'll be able to solve the problem. We're doing activism by being anti-Semitic. Like, I'll give you some common metas that even I didn't know. I think one number is 271, the new dog whistles. 271 is the claim that only 271,000 Jews were killed in the Holocaust. It's a Holocaust revisionist conspiracy. That's one. Another one is my family, her family or his family was promised this 5,000 years ago. Now that in and of itself is not inherently anti-Semitic. That's just like a joke about how the false conflation of Israel with Judaism has been brought about. Why the fuck are there more dog whistles? Dude, Gen Z has different dog whistles than the generations prior. That's what I'm saying. They'll say, oh, 5,000 years ago, this person was promised this. It's not inherently an anti-Semitic statement, but it is applied towards all Jews in an anti-Semitic way sometimes. Even though that joke is inherently about like the lie that the Israeli government tells about how, this is the promised land for Jews. It has to be Jewish controlled. Israel is the promised land. So what? Just trying to understand. I promise I'm not trying to sound ignorant. So for this growing movement against Jews, because they're being labeled as baby killers, wouldn't that require the previously pro-Israel people to become anti-Israel, anti-Jew? No, not anti-Jew. Yes. The conflation between Israel and Judaism must stop. Like instantly. It should have stopped yesterday. One, because it's false, and two, because it is creating a fuck ton of anti-Semitic tendencies. I think the average Jewish person who supports Israel calling everyone who even mentions the conflict in a light that doesn't positively reflect Israel a Jew hater could be why Gen Z is like that. I don't agree and can look at someone who says that to me and think they're just misinformed and brainwashed. But the kids just invented a new dog whistle on the spot. I think it's the first generation where you're really seeing the backlash with. Yes, I know. I agree. That is literally what I'm saying. That's my point. If you think that constantly conflating Israel with Judaism and thinking that that is a defense mechanism to stop conversation entirely from taking place by saying, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. You must hate Jews. If you hate Israel, you hate Jews. When you say that, people are going to be like, okay, I do hate Israel. I guess I hate Jews. That's how it works. And in the short term, this kind of anti-Semitism actually benefits Israel's project anyway. Not dissimilar to the bombing campaigns that the Mossad did in Iraq, blowing up synagogues in Iraq with the hopes of forcing the Jews in Iraq to escape to Israel. They did that shit because they wanted Jews to feel less safe in other countries so that they would have to go to Israel because Israel has to constantly grow. Israel must be a Jewish ethno-state. But I think the craziest shit is when the Trump administration says, like, Shalom, Mahmoud. Like, when the American government, the Trump administration, the right-wing government is saying, Shalom, Mahmoud, this is why, like, I can't stop thinking about that. I can't stop thinking about how insane it is that the American government's official accounts said Shalom Mahmoud after fucking ripping away Mahmoud Khalil in the dead of the night away from his American citizen wife who's 8 months pregnant for the crime of fucking speaking out against Israel's genocide. Yeah, it's like, dude, this is literally, yeah, it's the White House Zog posting on Maine. Exactly. Like, this is everything. This is everything that the Nazis have been fucking saying. And Zog is Zionist occupied government. It's a fucking 4chan Nazi term. Okay? Like, this is the type of shit that David Duke would never have dreamed would be happening in broad daylight. You know what I mean? This is the type of shit that, like, Nicholas Fuentes and David Dukes of the world have been saying is going on. And the American government is, like, posting about it. I mean, yeah, it's way older than 4chan. Fair.
Will have a lot to consider.
Yesterday we had a very long session with the university negotiators.
So who is Mahmoud Khalil? Insider or conciliator? Legal experts say this case is about a lot more than a single man.
The idea that Mahmoud Khalil, one grad student at Columbia, is imperiling the foreign policy of the United States is absurd.
Connor Fitzpatrick is a senior attorney with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE. He believes the true reason that Khalil and other students are being targeted is because of their polarizing viewpoints.
Freedom of expression is hard. It requires listening to, tolerating, and even defending views that you or I might find completely repugnant, that make our blood boil. But the alternative is so much more dangerous.
The students were violently attacked by public safety without any warnings.
But Khalil is the face of campus protests. He's been accused of helping to create an environment of anti-Semitism. I think to a lot of Americans, why shouldn't he be deported?
So the First Amendment and principles of free speech are designed to protect.
I don't think this attitude is as popular as this fucking dumbass is presenting it as.
Protect the unpopular speakers. There is no such thing as an un-American viewpoint in the eyes of the First Amendment. Sure, if the administration could come forth with new evidence that they haven't provided so far, showing that Mr. Khalil engaged in vandalism or engaged in conduct that would rise to the level of harassment, we would be having a very, very different conversation.
If the government establishes that he is a leader or a representative of a terrorist organization or advances or espouses their cause, that is grounds for stripping him of his green card and removing him.
Ilya Shapiro is director of constitutional studies at the Manhattan Institute.
Oh my God. The fucking right wing. Dude, the Manhattan Institute is where Christopher Rufo's from, by the way. Jewish consultant wearing a fucking release the hostages pin at the neo-Nazi Manhattan Institute think tank saying, yeah, you should be deported if you fucking hurt the feelings of Israel is psychotic. This is why I always say, I think a lot of American Zionists who are Jewish themselves or American Zionists who aren't anti-Semitic themselves, who, you know, care about the safety of Jews in this country, do not understand what they are advocating for and how badly this will explode in their fucking faces. You are making some scary fucking allegiances, dude. This allegiance will be short-lived. Did your undocumented food slave make that for you? Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened. He even put it in a container.
Institute, a conservative think tank. Shapiro, who has called for a crackdown on pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, I'm going to watch the encampment's official trailer. I asked if I could see the whole thing. I can't watch the whole thing yet, but it's going to be released, and I will be watching it. Also, I want to say my bad to Macklemore. I know I've made a lot of jokes about Macklemore, but honestly, he's fucking awesome. He's been funding a whole bunch of these documentaries and things like that. I mean, he's great. Macklemore is awesome. I'm sorry I said he was corny in the past. I'm here to right those wrongs, okay? He's the man. He's dope.
And protesters says this case is not about speech, but what he says are illegal actions.
Nobody is being prosecuted for their speech. It's not that American citizens can speak freely, but non-citizens can't. That's not the issue. But with these immigration regulations, if you are a supporter of, if you're organizing together with others to conspiring to do certain things, those are actions. And it's those actions that put you askance of the immigration law.
If he wasn't charged with those crimes at that time, and he hasn't been accused of them now, should he be deported simply because people think he did it?
You don't have to be charged, let alone convicted of a crime, to be deported.
Federal court and immigration judges will have the final word. While the case plays out in court, Khalil's attorneys have asked for bail. Noor Abdullah fears he'll miss the birth of their first child. Meanwhile, Erasmus...
Like, that dude literally is also getting sent to a concentration camp. Like, I don't know why he thinks he's gonna be fine. Sure, maybe I'll be there before him, but he's going there too. I don't know why the fuck he's so comfy being like, nah, it's not gonna happen this time. This time it's different. The fascist government won't actually ever turn against the Jews eventually, who are a minuscule percentage of the fucking population. There would be never any material reason as to why the fascist government would do that, both historically and certainly now.
This poll released this past Thursday finds 45% of likely U.S. voters believe he should be deported.
I know, I'm sorry. There.
Okay. His wife, a U.S. citizen, has now taken on a role she never wanted, answering questions she feels are often unfair.
Yes, they will put black and brown people first. They will put anti-Zionist Jews in there. But eventually they'll put all Jews in there. They'll be like, hey, they got a lot of money. We want it. We need to seize their assets. To the camps with you. The broad, popular, generational momentum against Israel cannot be led by anti-Semites. Because if it is, then everybody's fucked. Is repression of Jews common in fascist nations, or was that a Hitler-Nazi thing? Dog, repression of Jews has more historical basis than nation states. Repression of Jews existed before fucking nations did. Angloids love repressing Jews and doing pogroms to Jews and blaming everything on the Jews. Is their favorite activity. It's the most European thing you can do. It's the most white supremacist thing you can do. It was a favored pastime. It's kind of funny because in Kingdom Come, there's also a little bit of that as well, because there's the Jewish quarters in Gutenberg, and the Jews that escaped, they are also in favor of King Wenceslas, because there was a pogrom that happened in Prague when the usurper king took over, and that they had to escape to Gutenberg. Yeah, Europeans love shitting on the Romani people, and they love shitting on the Jews, historically.
Trying to change public perception.
It gets offensive when you're constantly having to say, I'm not this, I'm not this. It kind of brought back a lot of things that I experienced growing up in the United States. In New York the other day, me and my husband were walking, and someone said, called me a terrorist. So it's like constantly throughout my whole life, and I think most Muslims in this country can relate to that. It doesn't matter what I say. That's what they think of me, and that's what they're going to think of me.
All right. I'm not going to do the Israel settlers video, but here, let's watch the encampment's official trailer. And then we'll move to some more fun shit.
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America.
There is a movement to radicalize young people.
Can you believe they are chanting about the intifada in New York City?
I really believe they are brainwashed.
Intifada.
There was a very concerted effort by the media to portray things a certain way and refuse to discuss Gaza. Colombia is materially invested in the genocide in Gaza. We don't want our money to go towards Palestinian death.
I was born and raised in a Palestinian refugee camp. The university was cracking down on Palestinian activism on campus.
It's completely farcical to imply that in any way, like, Jewish people were being persecuted.
I have never felt more proud to be Jewish than when I was pushing our university to divest from genocide.
They would just criminalize anyone who would participate in a protest. That was the moment where students were like, we need to do something more.
The people, they won't leave, but it's threatening about divesting and wanting peace.
The university would say like, oh, you're overestimating your power. I remember like telling them there are 60 universities setting up encampments across the United States.
By the way, they use Marxism's footage from the encampments. They didn't ask me, but I guess we didn't have good enough footage.
We got Yale holding it down right now on live. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids?
In '68, the students at Columbia took over the campus, mainly in protest of the war in Vietnam. Columbia talks about how it was okay then, but not okay now.
Bravery is very contagious. We kind of watched Columbia in awe, and we knew we were next.
The only they have is fear, and when we call their bluff, they have nothing!
It's sick. Macklemore played a role in producing this, by the way. No, the song is no longer corny. It's actually sick. It's actually dope.
Would you?
We're going to Donald Harris in a second to talk about Taiwan and war with China. And then I'll do this too. Let's welcome Donald Harris into our homes.
U.S. forces defend the island.
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
They don't pay us money for the protection, you know?
I'm standing on a giant map at CNA, getting ready to play a game about war.
In Taiwan, a delicate peace looks a little more fragile.
Today I'll be assuming the role of the leader of China.
I am presumably the leader of the PRC right now. Okay, amazing.
And Sam, the creator of our channel Search Party, is playing the leader of the United States. I, China, have just invaded Taiwan, and I have troops there. It's been 90 days. And now Sam has to decide whether to respond and how. But wait, what's going on here? We're surrounded by experts in all kinds of fields having to do with war. And we're at an organization that does research and analysis for the US military. But we're rolling.
It's shocking how Donald was able to film this while nutting so hard. Like nutting harder than he's ever nutted. It's crazy that he was able to keep it in his pants the whole time.
Dice. We're playing on a giant game board.
Why do we need to play games about war?
War games are a very cheap way to get better at decisions than war.
Militaries spend millions of dollars on designing and playing war games. And I came here to understand why. Here's the US military gaming out World War II battles before they happened. Here's the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, and lately they've been...
Okay, that's like one W and then the rest is L's. So maybe war games are not the best, you know?
Been gaming out what might happen if China invades Taiwan. That's what we're doing today. Now, this has always struck me as odd, that we play games for war. So I asked CNA if I could come do one for myself to see what I could learn. So let's see how this face-off goes, using this giant map. And in the process, we'll learn why militaries play games. Okay, so here's how it works. The game designers have created a scenario where I, China, have invaded Taiwan.
For 90 days, we have had boots on the ground in Taiwan.
And all these blocks represent the weapons, the vessels, and troops that I have.
This is so dumb. If China has already militarily occupied Taiwan for 90 days, what the fuck is the American government supposed to do? Nothing. Let them have it at that point then. It's so stupid. That means it's over. Unless you just wipe out the fucking Taiwanese population, you know? What do you mean? The entire point is supposed to be defense before China actively swarms Taiwan and takes it over, if there was any appetite for that at all. Like, this doesn't make any sense. If at any point China has militarily successfully overtaken Taiwan and has occupied it for 90 days, then it's already is over. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't the real war games be before that happens?
Have in my theater of war. The game designers have given both Sam and me specific objectives that reflect real-world objectives in a conflict like this. And that's about it. It's now on us to make decisions as if we were the leaders of our respective sides and see how the other side reacts. While Sam is consulting with his advisors on the first move, I start thinking about the countries in this region. How do I use this moment to undermine confidence in the US? To make the US look less trustworthy? Right away, I'm feeling like I have the upper hand here. I've captured Taiwan, and now all I need to do is keep the US military and its allies away. I want to make it really costly for the US, where any calculation they have to make comes with a very high cost to American citizens. We've just begun this game, and I'm already surprised at how into this I'm getting. I can feel Sam's anger at me that I invaded Taiwan, my worry that he'll respond and escalate this conflict, so I start working on a plan to make it difficult and costly for him to respond, hopefully keeping him out of here. We head to the map to start looking at options. I toy around with creating a blockade around the island. We'd have the advantage of proximity and speed to set up a wall that says this is going to be costly. But this is where I start thinking about the US's presence in the region, especially in Japan and Korea. There's a huge presence here. Is this a vulnerability? I think the scariest thing is just the movement across the strait is probably where they're going to focus in. And it's like, can I stop that? So I'm trying to think of these contingencies, what they might do. Okay, I'm about to take my turn, but I want to pause to thank today's sponsor, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video. All of our personal information is really valuable, and companies buy and sell it so that they can target us for a variety of things. Advertisements, insurance premiums. There's an entire economy of data brokers that use your name and your address and your phone number and your email and your demographics and your browsing habits to try to make money. It's the major reason why robocalls and junk mail are so pervasive. But it also leaves us vulnerable to identity theft. Luckily, we are protected by the law. You have a right to privacy. You can request to be taken off these lists. The problem is there are hundreds of these lists, and it's not easy to request to be taken off all of them. Incogni does this for you. You sign up for Incogni, you give them permission to act on your behalf to go make requests to take you off these lists. And they do that. They do the hard work of restoring your privacy. And my favorite part is you get to check in on it. They've got this dashboard. So to date, they've taken me off of 657 lists. And they've successfully taken me off of 533 of those lists. And they estimate that they've saved me almost 400 hours. They're giving 60% off to all of you if you use the link in my description. It's incogni.com/Johnny Hirsch. You get 60% off the yearly plan. Thanks, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video. I know all of you are excited to get back to the giant map to see what move I make in the South China Sea. Let's do it. Now, I've studied the geopolitics of this region extensively, but already I feel myself looking at this region in a whole new way. So my plan is to beef up my naval presence around Taiwan, while also moving more of my troops onto the island, hoping that Sam doesn't attack. Great, I think we have a plan here, and I guess I'll wait to see what Blue does. Over on Team Blue, Sam seems to be contemplating punishing me, not with a direct strike, but by targeting my natural resources.
I think oil is probably a move.
Okay, we've done our planning. It's time for us to both make our moves.
So both of you have 2 operations prioritized, ready to go?
If America tried to invade Taiwan after China had taken it over for 90 days militarily, it would probably be the dumbest fucking idea of all time for the entire planet. I feel like that might be like a bridge too far for even the biggest war hawks in America. This isn't to say that like, oh, the Taiwanese people would welcome the Chinese as liberators or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm simply talking about like state versus state, like what they have to lose in this process. I mean, look at Ukraine. Now think about Taiwan versus China, which the American government, even at this point, considers to be a part of China, even though they offer defensive capabilities to Taiwan. and want to use Taiwan as a weapon to wield against China at a moment's notice. But literally look at Ukraine. First of all, I don't even know if this would be an invasion. I think it would just be the American bombardment campaign of Taiwan. Like they would just kill a shit ton of people in Taiwan. It would look like the Korea War. They would just wipe out parts of Taiwan straight up. Just kill as many people as possible. I don't know how you get out of that situation and you like successfully create an independent Taiwan.
What we are interested in is consolidating our control over this island and signaling to the rest of the region and to anyone else who might want to get involved that we're really serious about defending. And so we are going to move some of these naval assets to surround the island. As I make my move, the surreal experience of feeling like the leader of China continues to grow. We are not here to kick anyone out or to invade other places. We are simply here to realize our role in the region as the leader of the region, and this is our way.
Bro is enjoying that a little too much, okay? Goofy ass.
Way of demonstrating that, and we hope it does not escalate into anything more than it needs to. Okay, here comes the response from the U.S.
China did not.
Hi, HasanAbi. Just want to know you're all fucking losers. Thumbs up, Israel. Good luck on your continued lack of success at achieving any of your goals. Hey, man, I hate to do this to you, but the country whose flag you are flying in the chat in a positive manner is understandably seen as one of the worst countries on the planet. That was always the case in the global south, but it's certainly now even the case in Western Europe. So no matter how much you feel like you're fighting the good fight, that flag is only associated with genocide, because that's the only thing that people know Israel, the only thing that people associate Israel with now. Good luck, though. I think being an annoying, rapacious scumbag while simultaneously trying to defend Israel by attacking all of the people who are critical of Israel will certainly win people back onto your side. Any day now, people are just going to be like, no, I love Israel, actually. Good luck, you little Nazi. Have fun with your little Nazi state that is a fucking pariah of the world now. You are accomplishing nothing. We are killing terror babies.
Active aggression.
Bro, that's true. US aid is cut, and now Johnny's invading Taiwan. Oh my God. It took literally a week. He's showing US aid the way. Okay, he's like, listen, bitch, you don't keep that steady flow of US aid dollars coming my way, Voice of America style. I will fucking invade Taiwan.
We are basically going to show them the ramifications of that. We would like to choke their natural resources from the Indian Ocean.
The U.S. military begins stopping ships that are bringing oil to China. This is their punishment for my invasion of Taiwan. And this is when I realize that what matters here isn't just how I respond to this, but what narrative I tell the rest of the world that gets them on my side. Storytelling is so important in a war like this. There's no international legal basis for this behavior. The U.S. is a lawless, hypocritical state that bullies its...
Facts. Oh my God, this is my favorite Donald Harris video so far. He's speaking facts. He is. U.S. is a lawless, terrorist nation. What the fuck is it doing in our territorial waters is a great way for Donald Harris to defend on the propaganda front. Respect.
Adversaries.
What we're trying to do here is to show them that they've made an error and that...
Yeah, this motherfucker is pissed that the USAID funding got cut, dude.
We have multiple ways to punish them.
I'm kind of riffing here, but soon I find my narrative and I start to hit it hard. We are messaging to the world that this kind of behavior of bullying our commercial ships and our energy resources is threatening the whole global economy. I decide to move some Navy ships over to this important choke point in the global economy near the Suez Canal, Djibouti, where China has a base, from which I can monitor the flow of goods and resources to my region.
Yeah, there's some other critical allies in that region as well that could be helpful to Chinese interests, I think. Something to consider. Djibouti.
We will move a ship over to Djibouti here. It's not intervening in any way, it's just here in case things get a
a little more real.
I'm particularly interested in what do the countries...
Yeah, bro became Yemeni in the second turn. Exactly. He's like, you know, we got our wonderful allies here in the Ansar Allah movement. We've given them hydrogen fuel capabilities. They now have drones that can go thousands of miles. Okay. We will be using those drones. We will be using the Ansar Allah drones. They will be stepping on the American and Israeli flags over and over again as they send drones.
Also in the South China Sea and in East Asia feel. They're worried that China is expansionist and they much prefer the U.S. to continue to...
America saying, we worry that China is expansionist is so funny. Like, dude, why are you there? Like, why are you anywhere that's so far away from America on the other side of the planet in the ass cheek of China? And you're like, man, China is so expansionist. We have to counter them.
Be the one policing free trade in this area, then have China suddenly play that role.
We roll the dice to determine how other countries in the region are reacting to all of this. The tie means that we adopt the assumption that the neighboring countries are split. The game adjudicator, who's kind of the referee, helps move things along in a realistic way.
Yeah, there's an active debate in the Southeast Asia region over who is the right guarantor of their safety.
No, there isn't. Most people in the region are perfectly willing to do cooperative security agreements with China in the South China Sea, with one notable exception, and that is Pinoy Gang. That's it. That's the one holdout. Pinoy Gang is the only holdout in the region. That's it. The Swagapinos are the only ones who are like, nah, we can't be... We're not fucking with China. Same way the EU is willing to cooperate with Russia instead of the US. I mean, no, not in the same way at all. I think there's a difference between the inherently antagonistic relationship the European Union countries have had with Russia versus the cooperative security agreements that like have already been established, with the exception of the Philippines.
Tensions are rising here as we go back to our advisors to plot the next move. And while we do that, let me briefly get you up to speed on
I also don't think that if the Philippines were used as an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States of America, that they wouldn't also be voluntarily welcoming Chinese development projects into the country with open arms. They would as well.
Why we're doing this in the first place. Turns out that playing games about war has been around for a while. As long as there has been war and solid maps.
Bro, I don't care about the war games, man. History of war games is boring. Get back to how you're going to dominate the region,
Military
John.
leaders have wanted to try to simulate how a war could play out before it happens.
People have been playing games about war for thousands of years.
Ferdinand Marcos was deposed in a revolution and he fled to the United States. His assets were kept in U.S. banks and he holds the Guinness World Record for biggest theft against the government. His son is singing America's tune to get the riches back. Bong bong.
It's not about a game. It's about having an opportunity to think about things outside of actually having to do it.
But it wasn't until the early 1800s that wargaming became more formalized. A serious tool for war training and planning. Real assumptions, real constraints, real game mechanics that mimicked at least some aspects of real war. These Prussian dudes are not playing Risk. They're getting ready for war. There's a lot going on here, but the main point in these games is to present decision makers with scenarios that force them to grapple with the hard decisions of war. World War II saw extensive gaming, so much so that one admiral later said that they had gamed out so many different scenarios of how the conflict with Japan could go that, quote, nothing that happened during the war was a surprise. Absolutely nothing, except the kamikaze tactics towards the end of the war.
Yeah, nothing was a surprise. We just firebombed Japan and inevitably dropped not one but two nukes. The only thing that was a surprise was how fucking crazy we were.
We had not visualized those. War games are practice for war. With time, these war games turned into huge productions involving hundreds or even thousands of participants. They moved on to fancy computer simulations that made it feel more and more real, more and more precise. Some of the games were there to help plan for what might happen in war, but many other games were there to help hone the skills of different officers.
Bro, I've just realized gamers must be lobotomized. It was always gamers that were responsible for all the death and destruction. I'm seeing it now, right in front of me. It was always gamers. Gamers are responsible for all the bloodshed. Oh my God.
To train them. Back on the giant map, the conflict is taking a new turn. Sam has sent a secret operation of American soldiers to covertly sabotage the bomber planes that I had sent to Djibouti. This will require a lot more maintenance and reduce their usefulness in the region. He's also moving a bunch of military assets into this region. I don't like it.
We are stepping up our Navy military assets, but out of range of China's defenses.
Rocket forces?
Yes.
So, we have total control of Taiwan. We've built this big naval blockade around the island. They are sabotaging our natural resources coming from the Middle East. And we, China, are using this as a way to amplify to the world that the US is a lawless bully who is sabotaging us when we're just doing what we're entitled to do. So it's looking pretty good for the PRC today and not looking great for the US. I'm still feeling really good about all of this. That is, until Sam makes his next move.
Looks like the U.S. is going to escalate here by taking some of their ships through the Taiwan Strait. Floating through the Taiwan Strait to assert that this is international water. They have the right to do this. Gonna come through the strait and show us that they're really serious about defending Taiwan. This is a very risky escalatory move.
Sam's naval ships will be accompanied by Japanese and Filipino ships, a show of solidarity with regional allies.
Take him out. Take him out, Jonald. Show him what's what.
This is not good. I go from feeling great to worried on how I'm going to respond.
We can't let them do this because it completely shatters our whole narrative and our messaging.
Dongfeng missiles out the wazoo. Dongfeng missiles into oblivion.
This FUN operation is coming from Japan. It is escorting humanitarian aid to Taiwan. It's been 120 days. They're starving. It's
Wait, what? Why would that? Wait. Why would they? No, that's funny. I mean, I like it. He's saying like, China is starving out Taiwan. Why would they do that? Another thumbnail has hit HasanAbi. What is this? Raiding the South China Sea for Chairman Xi? Okay, dude, stop.
Humanitarian aid. That's it.
I think we have to draw the red line and say, if you don't turn back, we are going to sink something. We're not bluffing, and I want to show that. If your humanitarian ship is coming escorted by military vessels, that will be an aggressive move that we will respond to.
We don't recognize your zone around Taiwan, so we are doing that anyway.
We continue our same message that anyone coming into this water for any reason with military vessels is considered with hostile intent and will be treated as such.
Yeah, stop being a pussy. Start bombing.
And we're not bluffing.
Our next moment of action is you're approaching this line of folks.
We bring out a line of ships to physically stop the movement.
I mean, we'll continue to try and avoid, but we're navigating past.
Okay. I'm sure there's somebody on a Chinese vessel that's got a very good video of a maritime militia ship getting rammed to stern.
This is a hostile act and very aggressive, and we are making plans to respond. And we ask you to turn around immediately, or you will face the consequences of this invasive act that we have very clearly signaled to you is not okay.
Sam is trying to call my bluff, and I really don't want it to work. I can't let this happen. I have to respond, or else all my threats will lose their credibility. And if you can't tell, I'm now fully immersed in being the leader of China.
This is so stupid.
We have tried to avoid this very moment, but you have given us no choice.
So, I decide to use a series of missiles to target one of the Filipino ships.
Oh no. Fucking Pinoy gang. Of course, they're the ones that get cooked.
We are firing at
a junior coalition partner, always the first to go.
One vessel attempting to sink it as a way to demonstrate our earnestness. So one way or another, we overwhelm your defenses and we get some missiles through. We sink the Filipino ship.
Because of the chaotic nature of kinetic war, we roll some dice to establish whether or not, in this scuffle, One of these ships fires back and shoots down one of my aircraft. And it turns out they do. So U.S. takes down one of our jets.
A Filipino ship either has been sunk or is sinking. And the U.S. SAG has fired back. There's a big flaming ship that is clearly in the process of sinking in the middle of the strait. Lots of cameras going onto the national newscasts showing these sinking ships. A shooting war has begun. What happens next?
By the way, these are both nuclear armed nations, which I feel like we're just not talking about. These are both nuclear armed nations that also have, not only do they have nukes, but also are directly tied to one another with trade. Trade that, if stopped, would certainly cripple America. Like, probably, it would cripple America significantly worse than China. So I don't know how, like, this is entirely established on a faulty premise.
Sam acts quickly and retaliates, targeting one of my surface action groups, which looks something like this, sitting here in the Indian Ocean. Things are escalating.
Our ESG in the Indian Ocean sinks one of their SAGs.
Whoa. We're about to have an engagement unprecedented in modern history. Yeah. The question becomes, what results from this, right? Is there enough U.S. force to be able to defeat this SAG? If you're trying to do it, absolutely.
My heart is actually beating faster. At this point, we're a couple hours into this, and I find myself having forgotten that I am indeed not Xi Jinping, and that I am in an office building in Arlington, Virginia, playing a game.
I don't want to escalate.
CIA.
Here, I think doing some sort of superficial damage kind of to this ESG would be kind of a reasonable way to just say, like, hey, we will,
Yeah, it's funny that he said this is the most realistic way to plan for war, and then started the game in the most unrealistic way. China having invaded Taiwan 90 days ago. Yeah, that's why I said, like, in the beginning, that this would be the stupidest way to conduct this, because if China has already invaded Taiwan, it's no longer Taiwan. It's Chinese Taipei for 90 days. It would be the dumbest thing on the planet. Like, America's opportunity is to try and stop China from successfully overtaking Taiwan. Any point after that fact is just like the most over it's ever been. That's why I said, I don't even think America would do. I mean, it's just one scenario, I understand, but it's like the worst one for America. And I'm sure that because this is a John Old Harris video, America's going to end up winning, most likely. But let's
we'll be here if you attack us.
And this is where I really start to understand the value of all of this. This kind of role-playing against a real human opponent in a real-world scenario forces you into a totally different mental experience than reading about it, learning about it, watching movies about it. Totally different, which is the whole point. And what I've shown you here is actually just the highlights of what was nearly a full...
After 90 days, there's nothing left of the Taiwanese government. They're all re-educated now. No, it's not even that. There are enough people in Taiwanese leadership that would, one, instantly fucking wave the flag, wave the PRC flag. And then those would be the leaders that China says are now the leaders in fucking, those are the regional leaders of Chinese Taipei. Yeah, they would... probably like KMT. I don't think that they would be. I don't think there would be any need for re-education.
Day of playing out this.
The KMT wouldn't surrender. I don't think they wouldn't. I don't think they would surrender. I think they would be. I think they would be the unification party, and they'd be like, yeah, we're unifying with the mainland.
Scenario. We went into way more detail on every one of these moves, forcing us to think about details and calculations which really couldn't have come in any other way.
There's so much learning that takes place on both sides. The red team player.
The current KMT party, the modern day KMT party right now, is the pro-unification party in Taiwan. There are a lot of studies conducted on the Taiwanese attitude towards reunification. And the number one overwhelming majority obviously wants independence. But if independence is like, the overwhelming majority across the board want the current system to exist in the way that it does without rocking the boat. Okay, that's the overwhelming attitude. There's also obviously full independence as I would say, the most popular position. Virtually everyone in Taiwan wants to maintain the status quo. But if that's not the option, if the status quo is broken, okay, then yes, they want independence. The majority want independence. The KMT party's position is the status quo party position, or status quo position. So if there was an opportunity for independence, yes, the Taiwanese population would want independence from China. But the overwhelming majority position at this moment is to continue along with the status quo.
Players learn about blue capabilities. The blue team players learn about red capabilities. I want them to put themselves in the headspace of the commanding officer, the person who would be making as many of those decisions as possible, and think about what information they would have, think about what information they wouldn't have.
The game is a framing mechanism. Each game that we design is targeting a different series of cognitive processes to try to help the players walk through how would I solve this problem or how would I approach this issue.
Okay, so
Would the U.S. try to take over if they somehow got independence from China? I mean, if the independence movement would be entirely funded and supported by the United States, and is entirely funded and supported by the United States. Can you go into more detail of why U.S. intervention after 90 days would be stupid? Yeah, because the most opportune moment for intervention would be before a full-blown invasion. If a full-blown invasion started and it was successful, and it was for 90 full days, then the only way to liberate Taiwan would be to kill Taiwanese people. Given Taiwan's proximity to mainland China, and also given the way that Taiwan sits as an island, it would be insane to do boots on the ground. I don't think they would do that. I think they would just fucking straight up try to fund insurgency groups to the best of their ability, because they already have pre-existing relations, obviously. Then China would sink the whole island instead of giving them independence? No, they would not do that. I don't think they would do that. That's also insane.
Play games about war to prepare for war. Some simple and physical that can be done in a day, some digital, built off software that take weeks. But what do we do with the results?
What a war game allows you to do is a very flexible approach to try to explore that and then set up things to go and analyze and things to go and test and do.
Back in the 1960s, the US military extensively gamed out what would happen if they joined the war in Vietnam. When they tested gradually bombing North Vietnam with air attacks, the conflict only escalated in the game, creating a prolonged conflict. In the game, the American public came out in opposition of this attack, and the communists gained support in the North. This all happened before the invasion, but the results were largely ignored, the assumptions questioned. And yet, when we ended up going into Vietnam, quote, the outcome of this game was eerily prophetic of what actually happened. In 1999, the US military gamed out what it would look like to overthrow Saddam Hussein. They gamed out assassination, an internal coup. They gamed out what it would look like to handle infighting in the Iraqi army, and even installing their own government. Every one of these resulted in some kind of chaos, ethnic conflict.
Yeah, good thing that didn't happen. Oh wait, literally all of that happened, and Iraq was launched into permanent chaos.
Military infighting, the breakup of the country, mass violence, rival forces bidding for power, concluding that this
is so funny because, like, you know, they predicted all this and then did it anyway, and then all of that happened.
Would create, quote, a period of widespread bloodshed and might lead to the creation of a less than desirable post-Saddam state. But a few years later, there was a new president in the White House, and he was leading a country that had just been attacked by terrorists based in Afghanistan. But George Bush and the people around him were still obsessed with overthrowing Saddam Hussein, a country away in Iraq. So they designed the most expensive game in US history, a war game that simulated a war with a made-up country. But the Secretary of Defense wanted a report on how the learnings from this game could be applied to a potential invasion of Iraq. The US side immediately lost the game when the red team used a bunch of low-tech tactics to get ahead, sinking an American ship. The adjudicator stopped the game to reset it, refloating the ship and saying that such low-tech tactics would never really work against the US in a real war.
He's talking about the famous, this is the famous Millennium Incident, right? And this was Iran. The fictional nation was Iran that they're talking about, not Iraq. The Millennium Challenge, where the American government got fucking rinsed and then turned around and were like, oh, we have to save scum and change the rules.
New constraints were put on the red team, and critics say that these new constraints effectively guaranteed that the US would win. Now, the adjudicators could have had other reasonings for resetting the game like this, but in the end, this
Yeah, it was to protect the feelings of empire.
represented yet another forced validation that the administration was seeking to invade Iraq. So war games can be very informative if those designing and playing those games are committed to learning from the game and not trying to get the outcome that they want. Something John Kirby emphasized to me a while back when we were...
I don't know why he said this was about Iraq. This was... What the fuck? He interviewed John Kirby? Bro! Okay, dude. I mean, every day I am more and more sure that this man is CIA.
We're setting up for an interview in the White House.
Only as good as the input.
Yeah.
And the honest way in which you execute them.
Back here on the game board, things continue to escalate, but we're out of time for today. Spending the day playing Xi Jinping taught me a lot, a unique form of learning that helped me understand the geopolitics of the Pacific in a new way. So I'm walking away from this with a much deeper understanding of why militaries put so much effort into making these games. I just got a little taste of it. Me and Sam are by no means good at this, but I can see how this serves as practice, as a way of testing assumptions, thinking in new ways, something that is so important for something that is so high stakes. War is chaotic. It's emotional. It's reliant on humans making human decisions, and it's impossible to realistically practice. And as always, when we talk about war, there's a deep paradox here, one that military thinkers have been repeating for centuries, that if you want peace, you must prepare for war.
So war is a common factor of history, and it's better to think about.
Wait, that's it? So I'm sorry. So he literally talked about how the U.S. war games and the Millennium Incident and the Millennium Challenge ended up with America losing, and therefore they fucking changed the dynamic and cheated. They save-scummed to ensure a victory. And then we don't even watch the rest of the video of like what happens when China and America duke it out. Dog, you're really not going to show us? You're really not going to show us who won?
In 2002, a Marine general led a fictional version of Iran in a war game against the United States and won. The U.S. military tapped
What is this? We Are the Mighty? I don't know what this is.
Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper to lead the Red opposing forces in the most expensive military exercise in history. He was put in command of an inferior Middle Eastern-inspired military, and his mission was to go against the full might of the American armed forces. In the first 2 days, he sank an entire carrier battle group. The exercise was called Millennium Challenge 2002. It was designed by the Joint Forces Command over the course of 2 years, and it had 13,500 participants, numerous live and simulated training sites, and was supposed to pit an Iran-like Middle Eastern country against the US military, which would be fielding advanced technology it didn't even plan to implement until 5 years later. The war game would begin with a forced entry exercise that included the 82nd Airborne and the 1st Marine Division. When the Blue Forces issued a surrender ultimatum, Van Riper, commanding the Red Forces, turned them down. Since the Bush Doctrine of the period included preemptive strikes against perceived enemies, Van Riper knew the Blue Forces would be coming for him, and they did. But the 3-star general didn't spend 41 years in the Marine Corps being timid. As soon as the US Navy was beyond the point of no return, he hit him.
What's happening with the chat? I'm not paying attention. What, are they saying it's AI again or something? What? They're being misogynistic? Oh. They're being pervs? Wait, why are they being... What are you being pervy about? You see one woman on screen and you fucking can't handle yourselves? Y'all are disgusting, dude.
And he hit him hard. Missiles from land-based units, civilian boats, and...
Says you? Wait, what? Says me? You are too? Wait, what? What did I say? I didn't say anything. The fuck?
Low-flying planes tore through the fleet as explosives-laden speedboats decimated the Navy using suicide tactics. His signal to initiate the attack was a coded message sent from the minarets of mosques at the call to prayer. In under 10 minutes, the whole thing was over, and Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper was victorious. So, how did 19 ships and some 20,000 US troops end up at the bottom of the Persian Gulf? It started with the OPFOR leadership. Van Riper was...
If the Iraq War wasn't an absolute failure, I genuinely think neocons had their sights on Iran next. Like, what country is flanked by both Iraq and Afghanistan, and naval war games have always been set in Iran? America's low-key obsessed. Yes, that is the dream. That's not even a secret. That is the wet dream of neocons. That's why back in the day, people used to say it's like neocon is like an anti-Semitic slur, because that's also Israel's wet dream. But yes, neocons have openly said that they want to dismantle Iran piece by piece, no matter what the cost. That's like the whole Iraq war wasn't a failure. We got their oil and took out a strong Saddam. Iran is next as well. Yeah, no, definitely. Iraq war definitely wasn't a fucking failure, dude. You're so right. 12,000 dead Americans in the process. Look at the United States of America now. When I think of a successful hegemonic power, I think of the United States of America in 2025. That's, 1 million dead Iraqis, 12,000 dead American service members, and America is more destabilized than ever before. $6 trillion of expenditure. Yeah. Here, let me think of some other incredible successes real quick. Vietnam, Afghanistan. Basically everything that America has done post World War II is a resounding success. If Iraq was a success,
was the epitome of the salty Marine Corps general officer. He was a 41-year veteran, both enlisted and commissioned, serving everywhere from Vietnam to Desert Storm. Van Riper attended the Marine Corps Amphibious Warfare School, the College of Naval Command and Staff, Army War College, and the Army's Airborne and Ranger Schools. That is not the ribbon rack of a timid individual. In fact, the 3-star general had been retired for some 5 years by the time he led the Red Forces of Millennium Challenge. He was an old-school Marine capable of some old-school tactics, and he insisted that technology cannot replace human intuition and the study of basic nature.
Yeah, because he's right. Because America's gotten their shit pushed in over and over again for this reason. All right, let's watch this Bad Empanada video.
Now we will discuss the most pressing issue of our time. Should Hasan Piker go to Gaza or not? This is the latest hot button topic among all the dumbest people in the world on both sides.
Both sides. This is not even a thing that I have this is a thing that I barely mention, that the pro-Israel coalition of slop tubers have made into a talking point over and over again after
both Hasan Piker for even bringing up this possibility in the first place.
I didn't bring it up on my own. I didn't just magically decide one day, oh, I'm going to go to Gaza. I was talking to journalists that are in Gaza and journalists that work with Al Jazeera about potentially going to Gaza. It was more so an invitation. And I said that the only way that I could make it up, the only way that I could, do this is if I could get assurances in terms of security. There's a reason why no Western journalists have also gotten into Gaza. I assume he means, why bring it up on stream? I'm not saying he's right. No, I know that that's what he's saying. And in that process, I also maintain the position that it is virtually impossible to get guarantees from Israel, which is why it's most likely never going to happen.
And all the morons who were like, oh, why did he change his mind? Why won't he go to Gaza now? So this all begins with Hasan Piker a couple of weeks ago bringing up this abominably stupid, incredibly naive and childish idea for reasons that I'm going to explain to you in a minute. On whatever this is, like a dude bro gym tan laundry podcast.
Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
I don't know who Marsh is.
Oh.
Gaza? Yeah.
Marsh, you can say no.
I already asked him. He said yes.
I'm not going to Gaza.
I was not asking you to go to Gaza.
Well, I don't like that I'm not invited now. I do kind of have a little bit of FOMO, Cutie and I.
This is such a fucking weird interaction. What the hell are
both? We want to go to Gaza.
Why
did you say it like it was a designer brand?
Yeah, I'm working on it right now, but
This is like fucking talking about going to Auschwitz the way they're talking about it, man. Come on.
Who knows what'll happen?
Is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Yes.
Comments want to cancel Cutie? Oh, God.
Hasan, seriously.
The dangerous part isn't actually the reason why.
12,000 is the total of war on terror. Sorry, it's not just Iraq. The 12,000 service members is the total number of service members killed in Iraq and Afghanistan, I think. Not just Iraq.
He can't go to Gaza, by the way. It has almost nothing to do with it. I'll explain why once we go after the detractors.
So you should.
Yeah, these are not detractors. Like, these are, not everyone is as tapped in as Bad Empanada is. I like that you're the token woke, I support Bad Empanada as a leftist content creator, but he's a real asshole. Yeah, and also he has the it's not purity politics. He's just he has the same attitude that a lot of like old school leftists have, where it's just like so fucking hard line. The expectation is like everyone else is supposed to be as knowledgeable as him. Like no charity whatsoever to people, instantly dismissive. We just have a difference in opinion on how to change people's minds. Okay, that's it. And I'm not even talking about my fucking podcast co-host here. Like and there's a place for people like Bad Empanada. Like he plays a very important role as a provocateur, who I believe has like somewhat of a dogmatic approach to these sorts of things, and it's understandable. But he is the guy who doesn't listen to me when I say be normal. When I tell you guys be normal, know your audience. You are literally misinterpreting what is being said in this video. You are doing the same thing. No, I'm just fucking defending my podcast co-host that he's like ripping into. Like, this is not a political podcast. These are not political people. They're not equipped to having this conversation in a serious matter. And his criticism is as though like these are people who are like fucking I don't know, liberal Zionists or some shit. Like they're just oblivious. And if someone is oblivious, but they also pro-Palestine in general, they are all pro-Palestine. But if someone is overall not spending any amount of time like saying pro-Israeli shit or defending Israel and are otherwise pro-Palestine, like I don't consider anyone, not my friends, but just like any random individual, my enemy, my ideological enemy, because I'm not a fucking insane person. That's not how you engage in any sort of like coalition building in general.
Should consider. I'm worried about you.
What an extremely weird interaction that was. That's just really weird. Anyway, so now Hasan's detractors have been responding to him because Hasan changed his mind. He doesn't want to go to Gaza anymore. So
that's also not what happened. None of this is correct. A suggestion was made to me, and I was working on it at the time, and it did not work out for understandable reasons, because every single person I talked to about putting this together said that you have complete security inside of Gaza. There will, you'll be fine with a political envoy, but there is just no way that we can assure you that Israel won't fucking drone strike you. That's it. Like this was the common take from every single person.
This first clip from Slop YouTuber,
and that was my position from the jump anyway. That if I had any way of going in during the ceasefire period, yes, I absolutely would have, because I think it's important to have, it's important to showcase hands-on directly the atrocities that have taken place. And it's not just me, it's like any Western reporter going into Gaza would have been a good thing in the ceasefire period, which is precisely the reason why Israel said no.
No one knows why this guy's famous. Like, he makes videos where he plays video games and rants incoherently about saluting the troops and shit. Like, I have no fucking clue who this guy is, what he's famous for. Just another example of the like randomness of getting big on YouTube.
All right, they're above the whole drama side of the internet because I guess they're covering like politics. I've never actually seen any form of political action. I've never seen any canvassing done by this guy.
Okay, I'm gonna repeat something that I've been saying quite a bit. You are not a baby, Mutahar. You have object permanence. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it is not happening. You can just search. You can just fucking look and see. And as a matter of fact, I think even scratching the surface a little bit would allow Mutahar to recognize that, no, this community, myself, we have done a bunch of direct political action, especially when you consider like even going to the pro-Palestinian encampments directly. Canvassing is not the only political action that I have engaged in, even though I have done that as well for Bernie Sanders, of course. But that was many years ago. political action takes many forms, especially in a country that is like, especially in a country that's run by a duopoly. You have to be outside of that duopoly when you're engaging in political action, whether it be fundraisers, whether it be awareness campaigns, which I do virtually every single day, interviewing politicians, interviewing organizers, interviewing labor activists, interviewing labor leaders, the fucking chairman of the FTC. Like, what are we? It always feels weird when I'm defending myself, interviewing wildfire firefighters that are incarcerated, working with a local organizer in doing direct mutual aid in Skid Row, while also simultaneously talking to people that ahead of time gave consent and wanted to be on camera to humanize homeless people. All of these things are, you know, maybe you don't agree with my position on any of this, but those are all political actions. Now, a lot of this stuff is also, fundraising for Amazon Labor Union, fundraising for, immigrant charities, interviewing politicians alongside political action groups that defend undocumented migrants, going to Japan, interviewing the Japanese Communist Party leadership. I don't know. There's so much. It's so fucking stupid. Interviewing direct genocide survivors like Motaza Zaiza in my home, or interviewing the now Oscar award winning documentarians from the West Bank, also at my home. These are all moments of political activation and activism. Are they mad you don't take credit for everything you do? I don't know. It just feels very strange. Because even if I didn't do any of that and simply did political awareness campaigns from my fucking house, that would still be inherently a political act. Okay? Going to strikes, covering them. Like all this stuff is those are all political actions. When did you canvass your community? I did it for Bernie Sanders, but I don't know why. Where is he lying though? Why haven't you called your community? Are you a fucking baby? Did you just not hear any of the words that came out of my mouth? I never saw you at UCLA. You're joking, right? Why lie? Lamau, Hassan, you didn't do any of that. Why lie? I never saw you at UCLA. Oh, this is so sad. I know you're joking, chatter, but there are people who unironically think this. Also, yeah, thank you for the bait. That was really good. Also, just Google it, okay? And as far as canvassing goes, that is not the fucking end-all be-all of political activism. What the fuck are you talking about? I was literally at the DNC. What do you mean? When did you canvass? I did not canvass for Kamala Harris. Yes, I didn't. The fuck are you talking about? What is this expectation that the only... So Mutahar did not lie? No, you fucking baboon. Mutahar did lie by saying you've never engaged in any political action. You've never canvassed. Which is already a lie. As I told you, I did canvass. I did not canvass for Kamala Harris. That does not mean that I didn't do any sort of political action. Why is your definition of political action simply canvassing for a fucking candidate that was dog shit? Did you ever rally your community to canvass? As a matter of fact, this community did canvass for Kamala Harris. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, we mobilize every election cycle, regardless. Yes. I also literally went to the DNC, interviewed Democratic Party politicians. What are you talking about? Interviewed the uncommitted protesters. You are just simply, telling the people to vote. Oh my God, doesn't count. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut up, please. You don't have a point here. You are unable to comprehend that political action is not simply just fucking door knocking for Kamala Harris. Okay? If that is your narrow definition of political action, then you're a fucking baboon. Just because you have not watched does not change the reality that it did not happen. Oh my God. Even if I were to go out and canvass, you'd be like, well, you didn't knock on my fucking door. Bro's like, you didn't do any fucking political canvassing. I literally lent support to fucking Greg Kazar, who is now the head of the Progressive Caucus. What are you talking about? That is also canvassing, you dumb fuck. I also voted on camera. Oh my God, why am I responding to this person? Why you banned? Why do I ban? Because I don't want to keep having a back and forth conversation with a person who has no interest in understanding the truth and is simply in here to talk shit over and over again. And because I'm so fucking autistic, I can't stop myself from constantly correcting this person's idiotic shit. And they know this, so they just keep fucking changing, moving the goalposts over and over again. Free speech? What the fuck are you talking about? Free speech? Getting banned from a fucking Twitch chat for being a moron is not free speech. Arresting someone in the dead of the night for not a crime that they've committed, but instead for their political advocacy is actually a violation of free speech.
To know, I don't exactly understand how exactly canvassing for like a Democratic Party candidate would possibly ever be more effective politically than speaking to like hundreds of thousands of people about politics. Like you go to some fucking grandma's door and try to tell her not to vote for Trump. How is that possibly a better use of your time as someone with a platform that gets to hundreds of thousands of people than just talking to those hundreds of thousands of people? What a fucking dumb thing to say.
You know, I'll actually go as far as to say it like this. I will.
Also, it was a lie. Like he literally said, I've never seen this guy ever do any political action, which I corrected, and that dumb fuck was still like, well, you didn't canvass, so where did he lie?
Like politics.
I did canvass, just not for Kamala Harris. I'm not going to fucking canvass for a person who is not. There is no way that I can get people to vote for Kamala Harris by outflanking or outright lying about her positions. The fuck do you mean? She had horrible positions, and she fucking lost for that reason.
Never actually seen any form of political action. I've never seen any canvas.
Yeah, see, I've never seen any form of political action. That is an objectively untrue statement. This is precisely the reason why I explained a number of different things that I've done in terms of political action. It's just shit that you don't care about. It's not like you weren't open to the idea either. You literally said she would sign an arms embargo into law. You would buy a bus and door knock across the country. I know, but that doesn't matter.
Canvassing done by this guy.
Just to know, I don't exactly understand how exactly canvassing for like a Democratic Party and try to tell her not to vote for Trump. How is that possibly a better use of your time as someone with a platform that gets to hundreds of thousands of people than just talking to those hundreds of thousands of people? What a fucking dumb thing to say.
You know, that also is true. And I did tell my platform of hundreds of thousands of people to not vote for Donald Trump.
Actually go as far as to say it like this. I will, on my own dime, pay for both of. How about this? At my own dime and my own expense, and like, you know, I'll give up my days of work and making serious money. I will fly both of us down.
Like you wouldn't make.
Damn, dude. Yeah, money was the object here in terms of going into Gaza and not the fucking genocidal apartheid regime. This in and of itself, for the record, is another form of fucking Holocaust denial, genocide denial, where you are so stupid that you unintentionally are making it seem as though it's fucking somewhere that you can just go to and that money is the actual object here. That's not the problem, you fucking superficial moron. The fuck? You think I don't have money? What are you, stupid? I thought that everybody knew I was like the fake socialist because I'm so fucking rich. I'm so caked up. I thought that was the other side of this equation. How about this, dude? I'll give Mudahar $100,000 on top of everything else, on top of covering his fucking entire expenses, if he straps himself with a camera and goes to Gaza and interviews people in my stead. How about that? Put a fucking press vest on it too, dumbass. As though that's the fucking hurdle here. Go ahead, dude. They're killing Western World Central Kitchen aid workers that literally were getting that were there with the Israeli government's go-ahead. Bro, why do you say such dumb shit like OMG? What do you mean? What? Yeet is going to clip this? What are you talking about? If you understand that is like straight up a death sentence, then you understand the point that he's making. Or do you understand the point that I'm making? Sorry. The fuck are you guys talking about? Of course it's not going to happen. That's my point. Me saying exactly what Mudahar is saying in reverse is the exact thing that he's saying. It's just not going to happen. And it's not because of money.
Make a ton of money from something like this.
Both me and him to Israel, and we will drive across.
Yeah, we're going to go to Israel first, too. Not even to the Rafah border. We're not even through the border of Egypt. We're going to fly into Israel and then we're going to be able to walk into Gaza. Like, you are so fucking delusional. You should be fearful to talk about politics if you're this stupid about politics. Yeah, we're just going to drive in. We're just going to drive into the fucking concentration camp, dude. Israel's totally going to let us do that. Like, if you knew anything about what the fuck is going on in the world, on that part of the world, in Israel, you could at least ask the question, I wonder why American journalists have not actually entered the Gaza Strip, with one notable exception. The only people that are allowed into Gaza from Western press can only go alongside onboarded IDF vessels, okay? You can't just fucking walk into Gaza. Israel will kill you. What are you saying? If you could just walk into Gaza, that means you could walk out of Gaza. If you could just walk out of Gaza, why aren't the Gazans walking out of Gaza? Oh my Lord.
The border and like actually, you know, do some real journalism on our own.
It's crazy that this whole thing started in conversation with Jeremy Scale and him, in which him as a journalist thanks you directly for all you do as on your platform. Yeah.
I will pay for all of it myself, okay? I will do it on my dime. I will get them there, and that's it. Simple as that. That's my offer that I put up there, okay?
So this is genuinely just insane, just on the face of it. We're going to get to like other reasons in a second. So the first reason is that Hasan Parker would never be allowed into Israel. Not just into Gaza. He would never be allowed into.
Yeah, he's 100% right on this as well. That's the other side of this. Like, what a fucking stupid ass statement, dude.
Israel constantly refuses entry to anyone for the most banal of political reasons, even if they don't know who you are, and they do know who you are. If you are at all, like even slightly prominent on social media, they already do know who you are. We'll get to that in a minute. If
I've been to Gaza and have friends that have went recently, I know the ins and outs. No chance you will be allowed to pass Rafah. Egyptians via the Israelis will not allow you. There is literally no way. The only way that I would be able to go in was with a humanitarian aid group. It's just not happening. It's not.
If they have any reason to suspect you, like you have, say, an irregular beard, you look sort of Muslim, you have a Muslim-sounding name, they will take you aside and go through your phone for 12 hours to make sure you don't, like, follow anyone who they have on their list of no follows or anything. And if they find that...
Ironically, I'm probably one of the motherfuckers that's on the no list of follows.
If they find something there, you'll be refused entry. So someone like Hasan Parker, who is like a prominent streamer, millions of people know who he is, he would not be allowed entry into Israel, fucking obviously. Into Israel in the first place. Not even talking about Gaza, into Israel. You would probably, very probably not be allowed into Israel because you're Muslim. Though given your pro-Israel propaganda videos that you've made lately, perhaps they would give you the grace of letting you in. You'd certainly at least get harassed at the border though, just for your name and for being brown. Israel even refuses entry to basically anyone. Like, look at, like, Norman Finkelstein was refused entry to Israel. Norman Finkelstein is a 2 status, by the way. Jewish 2 status, refuse entry to Israel. Not just refuse entry, but detain for like 24 hours before being deported. They don't just refuse you entry, they detain you and like psychologically torture you for a while before they deport you. Noam Chomsky was refused entry to Israel. Again, Chomsky is a 2 status. Recently, just like search denied entry to Israel. You'll find even EU lawmakers denied entry to Israel. Sent there as part of an official delegation by the EU, which is literally an Israel-supporting polity, denied entry for criticizing Israel. Now this is Israel proper. Israel proper is obviously, even aside from the fact it's obviously all occupied, it's an incredibly important tourism destination and religious destination because Israel occupies a ton of ancient religious heritage and stuff like that many people want to see for whatever reason, religious or tourism or otherwise. And they constantly deny people entry purely political reasons. Now, Israel also controls the border to Gaza and the West Bank, and the conditions for entry there are even more stringent than those for Israel itself. Just last year, for example, a fairly unknown British activist of the Green Party was denied entry to the West Bank from Jordan. He was detained for 5 hours as border officials went through his phone, violating his privacy, like while he was in the room with them, by the way, like holding the phone up to him and screaming at him constantly. And he's actually not even Muslim, he's Hindu. He's not a part of any sort of anti-Israel organization. He's a part of an anti-Modi organization, that's all. And he was denied entry into the West Bank by Israel, just This is not even someone who's very well known. None of you have ever heard of this person. He's not even a Green Party like MP or anything. He's just a candidate. No one fucking knows who this guy is. He was denied entry into the West Bank by Israel. Hasan Piker is not going to be allowed into Israel or the West Bank. And I haven't even gotten to Gaza yet. We haven't even gotten to fucking Gaza. Israel has not let...
Yeah, and also, Ayşenur Ezgi is a American citizen, was an American citizen of Turkish background, and she was in the West Bank, and the Israeli occupying force sniper shot her in the fucking head and killed her. An American citizen. One of many American citizens that Israel has directly killed, okay? And nothing came of that. The American government did not even criticize Israel over that. It's been a year, or 6 months, I think, or not. I hate that other people's stupidity on this stuff becomes my problem. I hate that so much. I fucking hate that so much. Like, Mudahar is a fucking moron. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. He might be very smart about like Linux and other shit. But like when it comes to politics, he is a fucking moron, an imbecile. Okay? He does not have any understanding of Israel or Palestine or anything. And it's shocking that people have this confidence to talk about these issues in a way where they can present themselves seemingly to other morons that also don't know anything as though they fucking know some things, you know, like, oh, the hypocrisy. If you knew a fraction of what Israel does to social media influencers, not even just fucking straight up journalists, okay, you would know that you know that there are very serious setbacks here. And the only reason why this became a much larger problem, or quote unquote drama, is because that other fucking moron that wants to defend Israel every step of the way has been using this as an opportunity to just crack jokes. That's his advocacy for, as the pro-Palestinian position, as the pro-Palestinian advocate that he is. He just keeps saying, lol, I'm thinking about going to Gaza as a meme. It's gross as fuck. Which one? There's like 5. I'm talking about fucking Ethan Klein, dude. And in the process of saying that, they are also lying about Israel's conduct. It is a very cynical way to try and make it seem as though there is safe passage into fucking Israel, or to claim as though there's any sort of like safety or security assurances given by Israel, or rather that the real fear is Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip. Like, that's what Hamas is going to do. They're going to fucking, they're going to force me at gunpoint. They're going to fucking take me hostage. They're going to be like, oh yeah, finally, sick, an American. Let's take him hostage as a bargaining chip. It's so fucking stupid. They're stupid. That's the point. But in that stupidity, they're also doing propaganda for Israel. My fear of going into Gaza or anywhere else really is not, it doesn't stem from like Hamas. They're not fucking barbaric animals that have no that have no way of like thinking about anything other than just like, oh, there's a non-Palestinian here, time to take him hostage. If that was the case, why haven't they taken aid workers hostage, you fucking moron? Why have they not taken World Central Kitchen aid workers hostage? There are non-Palestinians that operate inside of Gaza. Why are they not constantly taking them hostage then? If they're just like, if that's the only goal that they have is to take people fucking hostage. Doctors Without Borders doctors that operate inside of these hospitals. Why are they not taking them hostage at gunpoint? It's so fucking stupid. Why wouldn't Hamas take you hostage? Why the fuck would they take me hostage? What are you, stupid? Just like they wouldn't take journalists hostage either. What are you talking about? Oh my God. It's the same reason why the Viet Cong didn't take Jane Fonda hostage. Why the fuck would they take her hostage? Are you stupid? They understand the necessity for awareness of the plight of the Palestinians. The fuck is wrong with you? You think they're just like, do you think they're like monkeys or something? What do you mean? If that was the case, first of all, yeah, imagine, Hamas takes me hostage. Israel's not fighting for my ass. What are you talking about? Israel will be like, where is he? Tell us so we can bomb him. Bargain chip? I'm not well informed enough. I was just wondering. No, I'm not a fucking bargaining chip, dude. What are you talking about? There are far better bargaining chips that Hamas hasn't taken hostage. Think. Critical thinking. It's a great necessity.
Let any foreigners into Gaza aside from humanitarian or medical staff for the entire duration of the genocide. No one. The only journalists who have been allowed into Gaza are embedded with the IDF and given like a chaperone tour of what the IDF wants them to see.
The only instance where a Western journalist was able to sneak into Gaza was literally CNN's Clarissa Ward, the last ceasefire period, and she was able to sneak alongside the Qatari, the Qatari aid workers. That's it. That's the only time where like a Western journalist was able to do that. And obviously Clarissa Ward is not the best journalist. We know that already, and no, that was valuable coverage that she offered in that process. Guess what? They didn't fucking detain her. Hamas didn't actually kidnap her. I wonder why.
This fucking moron's like, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. All I need to do is pay for it. You can tell these people know nothing about the world, because in no world where someone knows fucking anything would they ever say something like that. Israel literally has an outright ban on foreign journalists entering Gaza. Outright ban. Only very few are allowed to enter, and it's with the Israeli military, okay? That's why almost all reporting comes from Palestinian journalists. Because they were there before the genocide began. They're the only ones who can report. And we're going to get into what happens to them soon and what happens to foreign aid workers. Now, if you're a foreign aid worker in Gaza, you're just as much risk as the Palestinians are of being killed. In just a year, 300 aid workers were killed. There were multiple attacks on convoys, very targeted attacks. They literally directly targeted World Central Kitchen aid convoy at one point. Let me show you the picture. That's a nice little precision strike, isn't it? Being a foreigner in Gaza, even if you...
That was a Western foreign aid organization led by a dude who was pro-Israel at the time, okay? Led by a dude who was pro-Israel at the time. The Israeli government themselves invited World Central Kitchen to Gaza to do propaganda to make it seem like, see, we're letting humanitarian aid in. Here's one of the most famous humanitarian aid organizations on the fucking planet. They triple tapped that fucking convoy full of Western aid workers, like fucking vets, like British vets. Notice the fucking bomb. Notice where the drone strike hit right on top of the World Central Kitchen logo. It's on the roof of the car.
If you somehow manage to get in, does not protect you. Now, the notion of even being able to get in is impossibly naive. And Hasan, it's embarrassing for Hasan that he even put forward that possibility. He's not...
Shut up, dude. You don't know. You don't know, okay? This was suggested to me from people that are in Gaza, okay? God damn it. He's making it seem like I just like casually fucking brought it up on my own, that I wasn't like actively... Oh, anyway, whatever.
Not getting into Israel, let alone fucking Gaza or the West Bank.
No, it wasn't going to be through fucking Israel. It was going to be through Rafah, potentially, because at the time, if the ceasefire stuck, they would have reopened the Rafah border. Obviously, that's not even a thing anymore.
Been covering this shit for like 6 years now. You were like, what? How'd you even come up with that idea? I think you made a big mistake there. But Hasan would never be allowed into fucking Israel, and that this guy, who by the way his name is Some Ordinary Gamers, what the fuck does that mean? You're multiple gamers.
The framing is off. It's why this video is so irresponsible to do. No, it's just like he likes farming drama so that he can actually fucking make coherent points that are pro-Palestinian about like the conditions on the ground for dummies that don't know anything. And it's not the bad, it's not the worst way of doing things. He's just like, he's trying to farm engagement while simultaneously fucking slam in slam in as much education as he possibly can. It's for a different audience. What? I mean, not necessarily. I also don't give a shit that he is uncharitable to me and, dare I say, objectively stupid in the way that he talks about some of the things that I do. Like we can have a difference in tactics or a difference in opinion, okay? But it's just like idiotic to be like, it was such a bad thing to say. It was such a bad idea. Like I fucking came up with it on my own. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go. No, and even then I said it's very unlikely that it will happen because it's impossible to get full safety
Some Ordinary Gamers? What the fuck kind of a name is that? I thought my name was bad.
Yeah, no, he's literally saying Hasan should know better because he's been covering this issue for 6 years, which is not, it's been longer than that. It's 10. But he's saying Hasan should know better and know that he would never be allowed into Gaza, let alone Israel, which I know. Yeah, no shit. I know that. Anyway, that's like not the main point here at all.
And it's unlikely that he would be as well. Though Israel keeps tabs on everyone's social media like usage and stuff. Basically, any prominent person, they know who you are. They have like notes on you, things that...
He's right that you couldn't go to Israel. He just doesn't know about your personal connections. For example, Israel banned Representative Ilhan Omar and Representative Rashida Tlaib from visiting. He fucked up the point. Yeah. But even then, it would never have been through Israel. Like, that's insane to think. Like, it's insane and uncharitable to assume that I personally, as someone who has also been covering this for fucking a decade at this point, am oblivious to the realities of Gaza and also oblivious to how this would happen logistically. You know what I mean? Especially because I'm fucking Turkish. Like, Mavi Marmara happened already. It was a humanitarian aid group organized to cut through the Israeli blockade to offer humanitarian aid into Gaza directly, and the Israeli occupying force literally slaughtered these humanitarian aid workers. That was decades prior. That was a decade prior to fucking a decade prior to October 7.
That you've said about Israel, and if you try to enter, they go over those notes and they probably will deny you. If he said anything even remotely anti-Israel, he's gone. There's no chance, especially because he's Muslim. But there's people who go beyond that and who apparently don't even have the brain power to think about the fact that obviously he's not going to be allowed in ever, not just because he's not going to get into Israel, but also because they don't fucking let foreigners into Gaza.
How would Bad Empanada know you were talking to someone behind the scenes? Did you reveal that at any point? Yes. At the beginning of the point. Why does everybody here know how the fuck I was? Yes, I did. Of course I did. Once again, people are being fucking stupid. Just because they didn't seek out the context of how I was talking about this doesn't mean that that context was never revealed. Why is that my fault? You didn't fucking look for it. I don't like that it's just like, I don't like that the commentary here is just like so disparaging. Where it's just like, oh yeah, this fucking silly asshole influencer's like, oh, I want to go to Gaza and fucking film myself, like meh. Like I'm fucking Johnny Somali or some shit. Like, what are you guys, fucking stupid? What are we doing here? What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing at all? I hate this. I hate that like other people's stupidity and lack of interest in like seeking out the truth somehow becomes my fucking issue, you know? Free Iran is not the only place I talked about this, dumbass. This conversation first materialized on stream when I was talking to Jeremy Scahill. And I even brought it up on Fear End as well.
But even if he was allowed in, you know, it's a fucking active genocide. What do you think would happen? Well, don't worry, because Ethan and Hila Klein are on the case to let us all know about how Hasan Piker should apparently enter Gaza, which is a thing that they keep putting forth is even possible, but that if it were possible, that's like a death threat. Go to Gaza, that is just...
But Bad Empanada only saw the Fear End clip? Yeah, he should fucking know better. That's my point. Perhaps he should know better if he knows of my advocacy of the work that I've done in this, you know, in this regard. Maybe he shouldn't also fucking think that I'm some dumb fuck, broccoli haircut Zoomer TikToker who just wants to go to Gaza and film it. Like, you know? Why is that your first inclination? Why is that the first assumption that you have? Because you adopted the framework of like these fucking douchebags, you know? It's kind of funny that Chad is getting mad at you for contextualizing and basically want you to let Bad Empanada say whatever he wants with no context. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you guys talking about? And it's not like I hadn't explained this, you know? Bad Empanada knows what clip chimps look like. Why the fuck is he also leaning on the clip chimp, you know? Anyway, I know this is how he is, which is why I normally don't cover it, because I also don't want my audience to develop resentment towards him either. I don't give a shit that he's doing this. Yeah, he can farm me all day, every day. As long as he's fucking pro-Palestine, which he is, unconditionally and uncompromisingly, I don't care, okay? But when dumb fucks in my community constantly go, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's latest video? He called you out. He said you enable liberal Zionism. This is why I don't watch it. because my disagreements with Bad Empanada in terms of tactics, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of what I'm trying to do, ultimately are for the same fucking goal, okay? Palestinian emancipation, an end to the occupation. So I think it's fucking irrelevant and distracting to just constantly chirp back and forth at one another over clips that I'm sure some of his fans, that are my fans as well, will clip and then feed to him, and then he'll make another video on it. It is utterly unproductive, you know? This is the downside of engaging in serious analysis but you know, dipping your toes in the fucking slop tuber drama focus side of things. You know? That's it.
Straight up a fucking death threat. But look at these fucking morons, what they say. Why does he look like this? What is this?
You have more emotion, so it's wild he critiques you on the subject? No, that's first of all, just because I have more emotion doesn't mean that like I'm infallible. Plenty of people critique me all the time. And it is valid. If I were to do something that is worthy of critique, then yeah.
Hair. Just get the Harley and get divorced already. You're already there. Ethan, buy the Harley Davidson. Get like a custom.
Yeah, like this is the type of shit that I don't really care about. You know what I mean? As far as like the way that Bad Empanada does stuff, like I think like it is, it's irrelevant. And Ethan will cry about this over and over again and be like, you're so ruthless to me or whatever. Meanwhile, he's literally fucking endlessly more ruthless to anyone who is not even directly attacked Ethan, but, you know, simply attacked Ethan's favorite apartheid state that's currently doing a genocide. But it is what it is, you know.
Brown poop Harley Davidson. That'd suit you. Get divorced. Start driving around. Begin the midlife crisis. You're already there, dude. You're there already. Stop delaying.
Ongoing joke we've had on the show. Hassan was like, I'm thinking of going to Gaza. And then the guy on TikTok was like, he's actually...
You
go
would
ahead,
much
Zach.
rather spend your time going after someone who is actually considering genuinely going to Gaza.
Wait, what is happening here? Like, what? Who is this other voice? What is this? What? What the fuck happens in this broadcast, bro? I swear to God, every time I see a new Ethan Klein clip, I'm like, things have devolved so dramatically. Like, what is this? Is this even a soundbite that's for goofs and gaffs any longer? Is there a person in the room speaking? I don't know what the fuck is happening. Some TikToker that defended you, I assume? What? So he's just moved on from directly shitting on me, and now he's just like shitting on people who have defended me? Is that what it is? How could this be fun for anyone? This is what I don't understand. Like, how could you be a guy who's like, I want to know about, I don't know, Blake Lively, right? And you click on, and this 40-year-old man with dyed hair is just like crying about some random fucking 33-year-old douchebag on Twitch. How the fuck is this in any way, shape, or form entertaining for you? Unless you already came in locked in with hatred in your heart towards me, or because you love Israel or some shit. I genuinely don't understand it. I know for a fact that if I spent as much time on Ethan Klein on this fucking broadcast, my numbers would plummet, because after the 14th day in a row of talking about Ethan Klein, my audience would be like, what the fuck are you doing? They already do that. Sometimes accidentally Ethan gets brought up. Okay? And people still get mad. They're like, bro, stop talking about Ethan. And you're right, I should. From podcast co-hosts debating your reply guys, truly a glow up from our goat. Yeah. I don't understand why he is so fucking terrified of talking to me, or talking to Bad Empanada, or talking to Matt Lieb, talking to any number of people, that he will resort to like clipping shit of TikTokers that have defended me. Like, what? You know? Why? Why? What is going on here? He offered to debate the TikToker in the soundbite. No fucking shot. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, so there are people he's willing to talk to. It's just not the people that he's routinely fucking trying to present in a false light. Yes, they DM random TikTok accounts that defend you and ask them to come on. That is so cowardly, dude. Oh my God. What a cowardly little fucking baby. Oh my God. Ugh. He's just like, he's so scared. Holy shit.
Now, this is funny, and everybody knows it. This is where it came from. And I'm just showing the stolen valor that he's trying to claim. So
stolen valor?
Stolen valor? What the fuck does that mean?
This is from his subreddit, people glazing him up. He's thinking of going to Gaza.
Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
No.
Gaza?
But these people react to it in like a way that makes literally no fucking sense. Like, no one involved in this even thought of the fact that no one who is even remotely anti-Israel is ever going to be allowed to get into Gaza.
Oh my god, yes, you're right, Bad Empanada. I guess Ethan is correct in fucking, yelling about me saying this, considering that that's your position as well, isn't it? That I have not put any thought into this whatsoever. Bad Empanada's a little autistic chill? Yeah, so am I, dude. This is not a fucking political podcast.
Ever. Let alone fucking Israel. Certainly not Israel. Certainly not Gaza.
Did you say Gaza? No.
You can say no.
I already asked him. He said yes.
Marsh, are you serious? Look.
I'm not going to Gaza.
I was not asking.
This segment, they call it Hasan's Crazy Theory. I wonder what the crazy part is.
Well, now that I've heard that it's dangerous.
Oh, that's crazy.
Hasan, seriously, you should consider.
I also was...
Okay, so here's Hasan. He's back. He's all like, yeah, no, guys. And here he look at all the kudos he's getting on his subreddit. The most recent fear, and Hasan mentioned possibly going to Gaza, and it seemed pretty serious about it. Has this been discussed before? My God, you guys. Oh my God, you guys.
I just want to note, like, the background noise in this show, how the fuck is that even possible? They have 20 employees. Listen to the fucking mic noise. What is this? Listen to you can hear, like, it's like 20 fucking decibels, dude. What are they in a fucking air tunnel?
This is the joke. It's very funny. And so now here he is trying to listen to how he's trying to frame this now.
You know what he probably realized? He can't go. He can't get into Israel. He certainly can't get
Yeah, and this was already a part of the conversation from the jump. That was a thing that I had factored in when talking about it. The origin was from your interview with Jeremy Scahill, yet he pulled a clip from your subreddit. Truly not cyberstalking at all. No, it wasn't even from the... Here. I'll just say this. I'm talking to some journalists who have operated inside of Gaza, who are from Gaza, and I'm working already to potentially go in as well if there is ever an opportunity to do so. I'm just letting you guys know. In terms of going into Gaza, it is very dangerous, obviously, with how Israel operates in that area. But let's see if there's a way to safely do such a thing. Like I said, the key term here, the key phrase here is if it's safely. If it can be done safely, I will try to do it. All right, I'm going to call Jeremy now. That was the first time I ever brought it up. There were folks that thought if the ceasefire held and the Rafah crossing opened up, Bad Empanada is not watching the personal news segment, Hasan. I'll keep it 100. This is not a part of the personal news segment. This is just right before I interviewed Jeremy Scahill, I was talking about it. This is also before the Trump administration had started detaining and fucking trying to deport people for even being pro-Palestine. So if you guys want to understand the context, this is the context. This is how I started talking about it. When you see, here's the problem. When you see something that's 30 seconds long or a minute long, why the fuck is your assumption that there is probably not more thought being put into it? This question is not for Ethan. This question is for Bad Empanada. Okay? Like, you know what I do. You know the people I work with. Why the fuck would you also assume, like this donkey over here, that I had not put any forethought into this whatsoever? And the same goes for dumbass chatters. Like, I don't expect Bad Empanada to literally do his due diligence when covering slop in an effort to drive home the point that Israel is a mass murder machine of journalists. Because that's the main point of this slop tuber adjacent commentary here. I get it. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to use, popular content creators and the stupid fucking drama that they try to cultivate, Ethan, in an effort to explain to people that are seeking out some context on this drama that the situation is impossible. Like, the situation is horrifying in Gaza, right? That's the That's the point. That's the reason why Bad Empanada is covering this. But in the process of doing that, do you not have any critical thinking skills? Like you didn't think for a moment that like this was one, on invitation, and two, something that I was working on, three, was completely aware of all the impossibilities, all of the hurdles, you know? That's it. Be a little bit more charitable. He doesn't care, man. Why do you think he cares? Because he knows that I think because he does care about Palestine, because he does care about the things that I advocate for, and many of those things he also advocates for as well. He cares about the issues. He doesn't care about like the content creators. Content creators are disgusting in his eyes, and that's understandable. I totally get where he's coming from with that attitude. Is this what H3 does every podcast? I think so. Yes.
Get into fucking Gaza either. I think it's a pretty bad idea to put yourself at the mercy of Israeli border guards by flying to Israel for the off chance that
There was never a moment where I would fucking... Oh my God. There was never a moment where I would go into Gaza from Israel. Oh my God. It would be through Rafah. What the fuck? Why does he keep saying this? Watching the same mistake you made with E happening again? No, I think that... I don't give a shit if he's gonna farm me off of fucking drama, okay? I don't care about that. He's not gonna magically turn into someone who's pro-Israel, okay?
somehow won't know who you are as like a guy with 1 million followers who's anti-Israel.
Dark ass loser.
Oh my God, how does this guy get
Initially,
up saying this shit?
Ethan and Gila apparently have been talking about like sending me to Gaza.
Okay, like please give me a fucking break, bro.
Okay,
No, but
that's
this is what he does with
saying.
everything.
They have been obsessed with it. Like, they want him to go there because obviously they fucking know what happens to you if you go to Gaza. These people know what happens. If someone somehow was to get into Gaza, they would be the highest chance of dying in the least amount of time in the world. You'd go to Gaza because Israel bombs everything and everyone there. They don't care if you're a foreigner. They don't care if you're Palestinian. All they care is that you're there and they want you dead. So it's a death threat.
With everything. We're joking about how...
To go to Gaza is no different to saying go to Auschwitz in 1944. It's no different to saying get in the oven. That's what they're saying to him. Go and die with the other subhumans. That is what they're saying.
He's a
Why
coward.
does it say funded by Disney next to your name? I don't fucking know. I don't know what they're doing over there, dude. I don't watch. I don't know any of this shit.
He got
He's a
all the credit in the
coward,
world for thinking...
Like he ever had a chance. He's a coward. Doesn't want to get bombed in a precision strike by Israel. I mean, do you?
Thinking of going to Gaza, but then when he found out he couldn't get sick...
seen this yet.
What's new?
Oh my God! It says literal war.
My name, but then...
Did he forget?
Wow.
What's her name?
What is happening, dude? This is so... It's so fucking weird, man. What do you mean? Part of the reason why I don't really talk about Gila all that much is because, oh God, they're going to clip this and they're going to fucking freak out over this too. Part of the reason why I don't talk about it is because it's mostly Ethan that's doing this shit. I don't care what the feedback or input is from anybody else. And it's also out of respect still to a certain degree that I try to keep my defense of myself as directional as possible, you know? It's just like it's so strange.
He never says my name.
He should just call you the terrorist wife. That's what you are.
But
yeah, he doesn't like to.
That's the most excited she's ever been in her life.
Yeah, I don't like the what, Ethan? Constantly attack female content creators, call them bitches, you know? Yeah, yeah, I don't, especially because I understand that. A fraction of my output, if it reflected what Ethan does on a fucking daily basis, if I gave back 10% of what Ethan has been doing, he fucking loses his mind, dude. This is one of those moments. This, most likely not this part, but the clip surrounding this will probably be heavily featured on Ethan's show once again. Because anytime I even remotely mention him in an effort to defend myself because he's just said something that is like so incredibly wrong, I get Instagram stories for a fucking week. Multiple segments every single fucking day. H3 subreddit, fucking posts talking about like, oh my God, his merch can't possibly be unionized. His merch possibly can't be union made. Yeah, go after the fucking Teamsters now, dude. And the only reason why he does that is because he can't fucking take a fraction of the smoke in return, in person, man to man. He can't do that. I find it really funny, by the way, that he's like promoting my merchandise. That's been really funny because he's been just like trying to shit on my merch. It's like, bro, Teddy Fresh, like, really? What's the saying? Don't cast stones from glass houses? Like, really? Really? He's allergic to research, I think. Yeah, the Teamsters logo is literally on the fucking tags. Like, it says union made in the USA. It's so wild, dude. It's so wild. He's like, do people in Ethan's fan base not realize like when he does dumb shit like this, he opens himself to an endless faucet of attack. And the only reason why I don't do that is because I think it's irrelevant. Like, does he actually think that he is not worthy of criticism on this front? On the one hand, this motherfucker who makes his shit in China and upmarks it, okay, his shit is more expensive than mine, okay? Teddy Fresh is more expensive than the product that I put out, okay? Last time he talked about it, he couldn't even believe that it was union made. Last time he talked about it, he couldn't believe that it was USA made because he was like, it's $35. There's no way. He would be making no profit. Oh, that's crazy. Are my profit margins that narrow? Interesting. Maybe it's because the merch in and of itself is mostly for the fans because they want it and not because I can fucking farm them with products made in China that I upmarked to $70 fucking or whatever, you know. Like, how can you do that? How can you say this? How can you shit on this? How can you fucking shit on this with no research whatsoever while fucking simultaneously putting out Teddy Fresh garbanzo? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? What's next, dude? Is he going to start suspecting that I'm like on Ozempic or some shit? Oh no, I gave him a new line of speculation. Instagram story incoming. Like, it just blows my mind. It truly blows my mind that he's talking about this and also trying to cast doubt. What's the name of the union? I don't know, man. Ask your producers. They have my merchandise. The tag is in the merch. What is this? Posting his own L's?
Done. I saw this kid. I wanted to say sorry for taking out your parents, but I don't speak terrorist, so I wanted to give the kid a lollipop, but then the kid pulled out a teddy bear, and what people don't know is bears are really dangerous. They have sharp claws and teeth.
Yeah, bears are dangerous, dude. Bears kill what, like 80,000 people a year?
Yeah.
And yet Hasan and his fans want you to pick the bear over the man in the woods? Give me a break, dude. What a joke. Yeah, way to protect women over there, Hasan. What a bunch of fuck. Okay, are we back? So anyway, what'd you do?
Right. And you know, I was scared.
He even put the button in it? Hey, yo. Wait, why did he post this full fucking joke?
Scared for my...
Wait, why is... This is just a self-own at that point. Like, what are you... Ethan is just lol-cowing himself. Just for clarity, this TikTok is not a fan of yours? Yeah. I know. I remember he was upset because, you know, he thinks I'm also not sufficiently woke or... I am pro sex work, and that's, you know, something like that. I remember
my life, so I just opened fire.
Viral TikTok about Gila killing children. There used to be neo-Nazis making these jokes. I don't understand. Oh, he thinks you're a misogynist. Yeah, I think he likes me, but he thinks I'm a misogynist. Something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. He's funny. This is a funny fucking joke. And yeah, people can have disagreements with me. It's fine. Other than these clips in the video, their whole show was shitting on your merch and your dog. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. Why would you post this? He said I was commercializing Kaya. Again, stone, glass, house. Ethan has done photo shoots with his dogs. What the fuck? They said that you keep peddling Kaya for attention and that you need to respect her privacy. Okay, that's got to be a joke. Never mind. Yeah. Also, they're lying about the brothel now. They've done a full Epstein at this point. I'm pretty sure that wait, oh, what? I'm pretty sure that, again, like, Ethan himself also knew what the truth was about the brothel raid 6 years after I had gone to the brothel that is still in operation. It's a legal brothel in Germany. It's called Artemis. I guess he just like forgot. He forgot everything, every conversation that we had.
Hasan Piker said my name.
You said you'd pay for it last time we were talking about it.
Who said they pay for it?
I think he's referring to last
He said it as well. They both made this same idiotic talking point. That's incredible.
time. You were saying you would even pay for it to prove that he's lying. You would pay for his trip.
I don't think. Yeah, I would. First of all, I would. I don't think that's.
In relation to Muda, because that's what he said.
Muda said that, yeah. But anyway, the money doesn't matter. Obviously, he's fucking rich. He could afford to go there if he wanted. But the point is, he's like, they couldn't offer me security assurances, so I'm not going. It's like.
Everyone here is just missing the forest for the fucking trees. You couldn't get in the first place. You couldn't get into Israel, which is a prerequisite for getting into the West Bank or Gaza.
That's not true. The Rafah border was supposed to be fucking cleared out of Israeli troops. That was literally one of the conditions of the fucking ceasefire. Bad Empanada knows this. It is very odd that Bad Empanada is forgetting that there is a fucking border with the Gaza Strip and Egypt. Yes, Israel did not clear the Rafah border as they claimed they would. The Philadelphia corridor is still occupied by Israeli troops. That is the entire fucking point of the ceasefire. That was supposed to be the conditions, the basic conditions for the ceasefire to hold. I don't know why Bad Empanada, who is more knowledgeable on this issue than literally everyone else involved, with the exception of myself, is just forgetting this basic fact, or perhaps thinking that I am oblivious to this basic fact, which I think is so stupid.
And then they certainly wouldn't fucking let you into either of those places. You wouldn't even get past the first hurdle. No one is even fucking bringing that up. But obviously, if he somehow got into Gaza, yes, he would get fucking bombed and killed by Israel. Israel does precision strikes on journalists fucking constantly.
It's so funny. There's like two different Bad Empanadas, I swear to God. When he's doing like a well thought out, like well-sourced YouTube video, it's like an entirely separate person. I feel like he has like two different Bad Empanadas, you know? There's the Bad Empanada and then there is the fucking worse Empanada, okay? It's not good versus Bad Empanada because he's still a bad bitch even when he's on point. But I swear to God, you watch him on essays, you're like, wow, this person clearly cares about critical thinking and researching the subject matter that he covers. Look at all of the academic resources that he has linked in the bottom of the fucking channel. And then when he's talking about drama shit, he is, and I said this before when he's talking about like the loner box stuff too. Like when he's talking about drama shit, he's just like flying off the fucking handles. He does not give a shit about anything. He's just like, yeah, yeah, everyone involved is stupid except for me. I think I'm sure Hasan is not. What is this? Germany trafficking? Mass police raid on Berlin. Mega brothel 14 April 2016. Hundreds of police raided Artemis sauna. Yeah, you're right. Are you wrong or lying? Germany trafficking. I wonder if that's the last time that, I guess, cops raided the brothel and that's that, huh? Please don't look into anything else. Please, no matter what you do, don't Google anything else about the Artemis sauna, which is still in operation. So strange that it's still in operation. I wonder how that happened. How is it still so no trafficking? Yes, dumb fuck, that's the point. What is happening? Why are people, dude, every single argument that people get in with me revolves around them refusing to do like basic additional research. Just basic additional research. Here is apparently this is the clip of Ethan talking about it versus Ethan talking about it back in 2021. Let's see.
Although I don't think people cheat on their wives because they're not.
It's not about. Yeah. It's usually not about like looks or whatnot. It's.
By the way, this is like him talking about a pedophile Republican. I don't know why the fuck he's bringing me up here.
Deeper than that, like fucking psycho shit.
It's like I don't know. It could be a control thing. Like why? Like why would someone like Hasan go have sex with a prostitute at a brothel?
Wait, why'd you ban this guy? He was on the verge of arriving at the truth. Oh, he just said kill yourself. wait, I'm unbanning this person. That's so funny. You got triple tap too. Wait, he went German trafficking. So no trafficking then? Then he goes, you are watching Bad Empanada, scumbag. Which, by the way, Bad Empanada is yelling at me in this fucking video that I'm watching as well. But I guess that he lost that. Okay. But hold on. Immediately, he's corrected on the matter. And he goes, kill yourself. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool, man. That's a good point that you made. Yeah.
In Europe. That got later.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I just meant the cheating part.
No, what do you mean?
Just personally, I meant the cheating and the like pedo part.
But why would someone like Hassan, with people throwing themselves at his feet, find the need to have sex with a prostitute?
I don't know.
Wait, first of all, I was 19, dude. What are you talking about?
That was later rated for human trafficking. He lies about that. It says it was tax. It was both.
Interesting.
It was human trafficking and tax.
You are elevating Bad Empanada? Dog, you just told me to kill myself. What are you talking about? After being corrected on this information, just watch the rest of this clip.
To me, that's kind of pathological for someone Hassan to go have a...
So is Childen the rape at 19? Wait, what? Rape? What are you talking about? You're calling me a rapist. Like, are you okay? Are you all right? Chatter, you're fucking hallucinating. Okay?
Sleep with a prostitute, like, that's just fucking weird.
You are fucking trafficked women. No, I'm not.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They might have a good time going to a brothel together. Hassan Piker went to a brothel.
I was chewing loud and I must have missed something.
No, you didn't miss anything. I was talking about Hassan Piker going to have sex with a prostitute at a brothel.
You know what I want for my birthday?
A prostitute?
Breast enjoyed ice cream.
And I believe the brothel is now suing the city of Berlin for damages too. On top of that,
I actually have an excerpt here. It says the Berlin authorities.
Wait a minute. That's Ethan is your favorite content creator, right? Lenigma? Huh. Wait, here's Ethan himself? Wait, what? But this clip is from now, and this is from back then. Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
I have an excerpt here. It says the Berlin authorities raided Artemis in a human trafficking investigation. Some people on, let's see here. Basically what they do is, I guess the authorities do routine investigations. They drop in to see if there's any like human trafficking there. They didn't find any human trafficking there.
Yeah, but he's implying that there was.
Right, because what they actually did arrest people for, as you said, was tax fraud and withholding Social Security contributions. So there was no arrests about human trafficking, in fact, and it's routine.
But you were manipulating him and hiding your real positions? It's just odd because he found this information himself. So how the fuck did that happen?
And anyway, it was the people arrested were related to tax fraud.
Yeah, I mean the fucking.
But I'm not the one who brought this up. Ethan did. He's reading from a news article. So it's not even me manipulating him. I guess he's manipulating himself. And in this situation, manipulating himself requires him. Manipulating himself in this instance means reading a fucking news article. This is from 2023, 2 years after. Remember when I said the brothel is also famously suing the Berlin government? Yeah, here's the end of that lawsuit. Berlin pays brothel $250,000 compensation over a police raid. The operators of the Artemis brothel had launched 2 lawsuits after the police raided the premises in 2016. The city administration has apologized for detaining staff and making prejudicial statements at a press conference. The city of Berlin has issued an apology to a major brothel and paid 250,000 euros, $269,000 in compensation over a police raid that happened 7 years ago. Hundreds of police raided the Artemis sauna and brothel near West Kreuz in 2016, detaining several people on suspicion of human trafficking, tax evasion, and other violations. Crimes like these can be common in the German sex work industry, which in and of itself is not illegal. At a press conference afterwards, public prosecutors made references to organized crime. But the accusations could not be proven, and the Berlin Regional Court would not admit the prosecution's case in 2018. The 2 operators of the brothel then took the city to court for wrongful detention before reaching a settlement with the administration. The state of Berlin apologized for pretrial detention and the considerable disadvantages suffered by those accused at the time as a result of the search, the pretrial detention, the indictment, and the statements made by the public prosecutor's office, the city's judicial administration said in a statement on Friday. A years-long legal battle. Last December, the Berlin Court of Appeal ruled that the comments made by the public prosecutor's office at a press conference were prejudicial, exaggerated, lurid, and culpably in breach of official duties. It ordered the city administration to pay 100,000 euros in damages, but the operators also had launched a second lawsuit for wrongful detention and demanded a considerably higher amount. The apology and 250,000 euros in compensation were a part of the settlement reached by the city to the brothel operators. The case is now closed. They claim they will use the cash to compensate the female employees who were detained at the time and will donate the remainder to charity. What happened to the guy who was chirping at me earlier? What? I will come back to the for the nuke live. Cool, you aren't a rapist. Prove me wrong. Do it with the rest of the nuke. How hard is that? My bad, not a rapist. Now do the exact thing. Dude, what the fuck? My bad for accusing you as a rapist was uninformed. Dog, if you were this uninformed, but this fucking over the top with such a ridiculous claim. You said, kill yourself, you fake socialist scum. Okay? You said, kill yourself. You said, kill yourself, you fake socialist scum. Okay? The guy that you are doing this for has lied to you about this. The guy himself knew what the truth was, and he's still actively defaming me. And at no point do you go, hey, maybe that fucking dude is just lying to me because he's personally upset. Like, how are you still mad? You shouldn't be mad at me. You should be mad at him for fucking lying to you, for duping you. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, and now your account is fucking deactivated site-wide because you said kill yourself twice. I unbanned you and you said kill yourself again. I don't think there's any way that I can ever get people like this to just like see the truth, you know? If someone lies to you, okay, if a content creator lies to you for one reason or another, and then you get corrected as you are in the process of fighting their battles for him, you know, telling me to fucking kill myself or whatever. By the way, I'm not like Ethan, so I won't be posting this on my Instagram stories and crying about how Ethan just fucking defames me on a daily basis with like easily identifiable lies that he himself knows the truth about, and therefore opens up a faucet of harassment by fucking fans of his. They come in here to tell me to kill myself, that they're going to fucking walk me out back, find me in West Hollywood and shoot me in the fucking head because they believe the lies that Ethan has said. If I was like him, if I was a whiny little fucking baby like him, I'd be making a million videos about this, constantly crying about it and being like, see, this is what he's doing. Why does nobody care? This is what he's doing. And the difference between me and Ethan would be that I would be valid in actually talking about this shit because I have not done a fraction of the things that Ethan has done to me for the past 15 months at this point. Okay? That's the difference. And he mistakes my lack of interest in entertaining his fucking drama slop loving ass for some sort of fear, I think. That's the difference.
Brothel is still in operation. Yeah, it's not like
this man went from making fun of Ryan Kavanaugh to becoming Ryan Kavanaugh. How the fuck do his fans not realize that? He became everything he hates. He shit on Keemstar. Now he's aligned with Keemstar and turning into Keemstar. And it happened like so fast.
Like, you
That's
know what I mean?
total bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? Why would he do that?
Well,
yeah, why would people do that?
Like, you
That's
know what I mean?
total bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? Why would he do that?
Yeah, why would they do that? That's crazy. Why would Ethan do that? Is a question I ask myself all the time. Why would Ethan do this? What's the name of the union? Easily could figure it out so easy. Yeah.
I've talked to Palestinian journalists and they've like wanted me to come out.
Really? Wow. Oh my God.
And wait, what? So what? No counter to that? Just really, wow. Oh my God. That's it. Okay. I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel
that is worried.
Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't.
Really? Now, why would he say that? The notion that Israel would not do that is insane. You must not have been paying any attention to what Israel has been doing. You must not have paid attention to the conversations that you and I had over Israel doing exactly that to Shireen Abu Akleh. That was one of the last episodes that we ever filmed of The Leftovers, post-October 7. Israel has killed American citizens. Israel, and Shireen Abu Akleh was an American legal permanent resident as well. I talked to him about this. He knows this. I talked to him on camera.
Don't fucking condemn.
Yeah,
but
I
it is
don't-
dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
Sure,
They
it's
may.
a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Oh, it doesn't work like that. We just simply didn't understand Israel. No, I think it's because we do understand Israel and we know that it fucking works like that. I think it is you who doesn't understand Israel or refuses to understand what Israel does. Now, if this wasn't dovetailing on a faucet of misinformation, in this circumstance, I wouldn't care about it. I'd be like, oh, there must be a mistake and it's fine. I'd be more charitable. But at this point, I know that this is in defense of Israel. Okay? This is no longer stupidity. It's malicious. That's it. There was a point in time where I would have considered this just like, oh, they just don't know. They don't know. It's fine. Like, I can have a conversation with them. Also, this is textbook defamation by Ethan. He provably knows what he's saying about you is a lie, as shown in this 2021 clip, but he still parrots a known lie with the intent to try and ruin your image. I know.
It's not. But regardless, I agree it's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It's dangerous in a war zone.
Right.
Not because Israel will like target him.
Yeah. It's dangerous in a war zone. Israel won't target him. It'll just be a casualty due to the oopsies that Israel does.
Which they deny here as well. They do precision strikes on Palestinians who send mean things in English on...
Doing this shit is what made me realize he's so wrong. I thought about his defense of Israeli civilians, but no, he only cares about himself and is personally upset about what I really don't know. But is stupid and cowardly, and as a man who has 3 kids and a wife and 4 dogs, I can't respect anything he does as a grown 40-year-old man anymore. Is so sad. I mean, he's been doing this nonstop. He has not stopped doing this. And it's like it becomes like increasingly funnier ways in which he basically humiliates himself. That's the craziest aspect of it, is that it's becoming increasingly dumber shit, like saying that my fucking glasses are fake. Like, what the fuck?
About Israel on social media as well. They literally target them in their house. Like, I think in this, they talk about, like, Israel doesn't do that to journalists.
Yeah, we just
made
watched
a
that
joke
clip.
about it. Because like I've talked to Palestinian journalists and they've like wanted me to come out.
Really? Wow. Oh my God.
And
that's your reaction to that?
I mean,
obviously they want people to come, but they can't.
Security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel
that is worried.
Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking condemn.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone.
Israel does precision strikes on people, like, for basically anything. Israel, for example, they have a population registry. They know where everyone lives, or at least where they lived before they destroyed their house. They did a precision strike on the family home, for example, of Refat Al-Arir, who was a Palestinian poet / basically guy who spammed about how Israel is bad on social media during the genocide. They knew where he...
Refat Al-Arir was directly targeted, him and his family, because Barry Weiss put a fucking hit on him.
Lived. They targeted his house because he was posting tweets about Gaza, about what was happening in Gaza from Gaza. And he was literally deliberately targeted in his house. This is not one occurrence. They precisely target journalists. Gaza is like so...
Yeah. Israeli military accused of targeting journalists and their families. This was a year ago, okay? This was when they had killed only 68 journalists. I say only because they've killed 100 now. They've killed almost 300 aid workers. I think 300. It might be a little bit more than that. They've killed hundreds of journalists, hundreds of aid workers, and they've deliberately targeted them in the process too. It's not like it's just a war zone. That right there is not so subtle genocide denial, by the way, because it's a war zone. It's not a genocide.
Impossibly dangerous for journalists compared to anywhere else in the world, that like more journalists have been killed there than have been killed in like 20 years of the Mexican drug war. It is completely unprecedented. They are very specifically targeted for their journalism. This is also not counting things like social media influencers, many of whom have been precisely targeted in their family homes. They are tracked, they are killed.
Yeah, like Meadow, who was who was assassinated in an internet cafe. They killed him. He was in an internet cafe. He was also a member of this community as well. Like, these guys they're fucking insane. Anyone who defends them are insane.
they are specifically killed when their family is there with them. To say that like they wouldn't target a foreigner, Israel does very much target anyone in Gaza who they think they can reasonably kill, because they never face any consequences for that, and they know it. They would 100% assassinate like a foreign anti-Israel journalist if they thought they could get away with it, and Gaza is the situation where they're most likely to get away with it.
Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
It's a war zone.
It's dangerous because it's a war zone, says Hila Klein, the Raider Ramallah terrorist war criminal.
But what?
He was
It's just a war zone, not because they target journalists, not because they massacre children.
Anti-Semite of the year, they may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
Israel doesn't work like that. Why not? Because the fucking genocidal Zionist terrorist said so. Well, that's a good source. I believe that.
It's not. But regardless, I agree it's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It's dangerous in a war zone.
It's just dangerous in a war zone. I mean, this
is genocide denial. Like, I think it's. I don't think she's being stupid.
Well,
I think she's being malicious. And yeah, it's also extra fucked up that Ethan goes along with it because, as this user says, Hasan actually cried on their podcast explaining to them the intentional targeting and assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh, an American legal permanent resident as well, by the way. And here they are all laughing and joking about the exact same scenario. Before Shireen, it was Tom Herndal. If you're a journalist that supports Palestinians, even one with American or British citizenship, the idea will shoot you in the head, be shielded from consequences by the U.S. and the Israeli government, and then laugh about your murder. Yeah, remember when all the people that Ethan is now aligned with made fun of me for crying there, by the way, and they said that it was fake. I was crying because Ethan was crying. I remember all those fucking animals. But hey, remember, they're just like apolitical. They're just apolitical guys. They're not pro-Israel, you know? That was the only thing that Destiny, the fucking Oreo guy, whatever the fuck his name is, like all of those orbiters, every single one of them was just basically laser focused on the conversation that me and Ethan were having, not even talking about the things that I was saying, but instead we're talking about my reactions. I was being too mean to Ethan when I certainly was not being mean to Ethan at all. No, they're not being paid by Israel, Shadows. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I think this is sillier than that. That makes too much sense. I think it's legitimately because as a narcissist, Ethan can't fucking handle the fact that people don't think he's a brilliant advocate for progress because he is dick riding an apartheid state that's doing a genocide into oblivion, and he can't contend with that. If it was about money, if it was about drama farming for the pure monetary purpose, he would have dropped this shit a long ass fucking time ago. Okay? He would have dropped it a long time ago. No, this is pure petty, vindictive, malicious smearing. He's burning through his audience, dude. He's willing to go all out. He's willing to fucking lose Instagram followers because he's constantly fucking chirping about this shit. He's willing to lose sponsorships because he's constantly chirping about this shit. He's willing to lose subscribers because he's constantly chirping about this shit. Yeah, Willie Mac, Turkey Tom, Nick Eats Oreos, Chud Logic, Sloppers That Need E for Views. Yeah, all those. I don't even know half these fucking dudes. But yeah, those guys. His employees are leaving. His view counts are down. Nothing will stop this man. He can have 30 people watching him and he'll still fucking do this. Because for him, it's just like, it's psychotic. Like, it's just not, you know, it's not about money, I think. Yeah, he's lost 170,000 subs. He lost subs with the fucking content nuke. It's truly insane. Like, he would nuke his own career and he doesn't even care.
Statistically, that is proven wrong.
Also, he can defend a fucking genocidal apartheid state. It is crazy.
Okay, let's look, for example, how many journalists died in...
You realize this means he will be forced to pivot to full-time anti-Hasan content as a way to keep the lights on? First of all, I think he has enough money to never make videos ever again and still be fine. That's number one. Number two, he already is doing that. That's my point. He is literally doing that every day. Every time he goes live, he does that. Every single time. And he's doing it at a detriment to his own community. Like, his community is completely gone. The remainder stands are the foot soldiers that carried over that will, you know, they're his fedayeen. They're not very knowledgeable on politics, and they'll just fight his battles for him. They're They're the girly pop nation that will go and like viciously dox and say horrible things to people that Ethan has in his crosshairs. But outside of that, the remainder of his like 10K, if his fan base, if his core fan base now is like 20K average viewers, right? 10,000 of them are just like the slop tuber orbiters that are constantly looking for a new lol cow and have been for the past couple of years at this point, hoping that I become this lol cow. So Ethan is like continuing that battle for them. Okay. This man used to have like 40K on a bad day. His podcast used to have 40K on a fucking bad day. He's getting half of that now. It's crazy. And it's like he's lost his core fan base because they were all progressive. They came in after frenemies and shit. Like they liked that Ethan had progressive values, and many of them could not fucking contend with the fact that Ethan was just like constantly saying stuff that was very suspicious about Israel that didn't seem all too progressive. And now the mask is completely off. And I don't even know if it was like, I don't even know if he was I don't think he was pro-Israel before October 7th to this degree. I think this is like a new phenomena in his world. I'm not even at this point, I'm not even sad like, oh, I lost a friend. Like that's sad, sure. But I think it's more sad that his community used to be a fairly robust, fairly large, progressive community. And at a time when Donald Trump is running his dick through the fucking federal agencies and ruining the goddamn country, now there's another, centrist, right-wing adjacent content creator. Like, this sucks. Like, think about that. Under normal circumstances, someone who claims to be pro-Palestine, would they be occupying themselves with, like, making a joke about how Israel would never fucking kill journalists? What are you talking about? Or would they be talking about how the Trump administration has unjustifiably deported and also locked up American legal permanent residents, green card holders, and have deported students on student visas for being in the proximity of a fucking pro-Palestinian protest? Like, what do you think is more important to the pro-Palestinian cause if you claim to be a fucking pro-Palestinian advocate? Coming after me in increasingly sillier fucking ways, in increasingly more personal ways, like smearing me all the time, thinking about me when I'm not even the subject matter? Like, this dude literally brought my name up. He brought my fucking name up while talking about a pedophile, rapist, Republican congressperson. Like, that's insane. Like, that's the image that you want your fans to associate with me. Like, I get it. You want them to hate me as much as you do, but god damn, dude. Trump agrees with him about his most important issue, supporting the Israeli genocide and targeting pro-Palestinian people. Yeah, I mean, the Trump admin is just locking up random people. He also said you probably called him the K-slur. That's insane. Did you know that Ethan's stream is constantly on the Hasan? Viewers also watch recommendations for your stream? Great, I don't care. I don't think anyone that fucking watches my content is... If you watch what I talk about with regular frequency, I don't think you're going to fucking... I don't think you're going to entertain the insane shit that Ethan says. You're going to be like, what the fuck? Wait, why is the Vape Nation guy doing Hasbara, doing fucking insane defense for the apartheid state? Like, if you're a fan of mine and then you encounter any Ethan Klein video, you're going to be like, what the fuck? The fuck is this?
In the entire Iraq War, 282 journalists have been killed in Iraq in general in 20 years. In Gaza, 150 journalists were killed in less than a year. This is like by far the deadliest period and this is only journalists again. It doesn't count people like Refat Al-Arif. It doesn't count like the social media influencers who they've also targeted. It doesn't count the foreign aid workers.
From Vape Nation to defending Rape Nation. Fuck. Has Ethan talked about the pro-rape riots, the pro-rape January 6th in Israel? I don't think so. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Who they've also targeted, obviously, before they can get out and talk about what they saw. So there are many reasons why someone cannot simply go to Gaza, even if they did want to go there, even if they did want to take the immense risk of doing so. Reason one, Israel doesn't fucking let you into Israel in the first place. And in order to get into Gaza or the West Bank, you have to go through Israel because Israel occupies Gaza and the West Bank. They're completely under Israeli control. Obviously. What else? If you somehow did manage to get into Gaza, you would be fucking killed. more than likely you would just be fucking killed.
No, Ethan totally thinks Netanyahu's the agent of genocide. It's why he has no issue with the Dems giving him a standing ovation and infinite arms, still fully supports them, whilst he'll never forgive you for saying Nasrallah's smart for saying Jews don't control the U.S. government. Yeah, he probably hates me more for that because he's like, how dare you show Hassan Nasrallah in his words about how Arabs are being anti-Semitic when they say Arabs are being dumb and anti-Semitic when they say Jews control the U.S. It's the other way around. It's the U.S. that controls Israel. Israel's an agent of the United States and Western imperialism.
Threaten one of the benefits people here rely on the most.
It bothers me when people like Elon Musk say that people on those programs are the parasite class. It's just cruel.
Do you know anyone personally who voted for President Trump but depends on benefits like Medicaid?
Oh yeah. I know a lot of people.
Trump promised a lot of things. I thought it would be more family values and those programs that we really need here.
One of those promises was to protect Medicaid, which 67% of people in this district rely on. It's the largest percentage of any district in the entire country.
Can you guarantee that Medicare and Medicaid will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, we're not going to touch it.
But his administration just proposed an $880 billion cut to Medicaid over the next 10 years. So we wanted to come here to find out how people are feeling about Trump and his administration's decision that could have a huge impact on one of the benefits they rely on the most.
What is this?
One resident who would be impacted by Medicaid cuts is 64-year-old Irma Arredondo, who voted for Trump in 2024. Irma has several chronic health issues, including type 1 diabetes. She's also a full-time caregiver for her daughter, who has cerebral palsy, and her sister, who has Turner syndrome.
Valerie have her medication for her seizures. She needs care everything. And I just give massage to her hands, to her legs. I stay with her until she falls asleep.
It sounds like you take really good care of her.
Oh, and my baby is my dog.
So you, your sister Irene, and your daughter Valerie, you're all on Medicaid. And how important is Medicaid for your family?
Can you imagine? We live on a daily basis with sicknesses. This is for the cholesterol too. This is also for my blood pressure.
So Medicaid pays for all of it?
Yes.
If you didn't have Medicaid, how much would this cost you? How much money?
Oh, thousands maybe.
Thousands. And that's just for you?
That's for me.
Not for your daughter? Not for your sister?
No. The medicine that my daughter takes for seizures.
Republicans are the most successful con artists. How the fuck do you convince this girl to vote for Trump? People don't have any hope. I don't know. It's just like, when I watch stuff like this, I'm just reminded of the failure of the Democrats once again. I know people will say, Hasan, you just shit on the Democrats all the time, but like the Democrats lost these people to Trump. It's important to try and understand the severity of their failure.
Won't be able to afford it. So we feel hopeless if those cuts come, what we're going to do.
Irma was a farm worker for more than a decade. She believes that some of her and her children's health issues can be linked to the pesticides she was exposed to while working in the fields.
When I was pregnant with my child, I was working in the field. I remember it was this little airplane and sprayed us. But when my baby born, the doctor just said, "Uh-oh, something's missing." And when he gave me my baby doesn't have her arm.
So with these risks that you and your community face in agriculture, and then to have the system threaten to take away your health insurance, to take away protection, how does it make you feel?
Like I told you, I feel like this tubby nuts in the back, But why? Why when we put food on their tables? That we risk our health. Look at me right now. Look at me, how many sicknesses that I have. The COPD, I didn't have COPD at that time. We got all in the fields. Where else?
We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board.
The $880 billion in Medicaid cuts proposed in President Trump's budget will help pay to permanently extend his 2017 tax cuts.
The largest tax breaks would go to the wealthiest individuals. Are those your values?
No, that's not right. ¿Por qué van a hacer tanto recorte? Sí, tanto recorte. ¿En dónde lo van a poner ese dinero? ¿Dónde?
In the last election, who did you vote for?
I feel embarrassed to tell you.
Bro, I would never. Just don't admit it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're suffering enough. You know what I mean? I would not admit it. You know? Just don't say it. Don't say it.
But before, all the years back, since I got my citizenship, I said I was a Democrat. But then, in these last elections, I voted as a Republican. Why? Because I'm against abortion. Para mí, la palabra conservador es tener valores. I grew up with values, con las enseñanzas de mis padres.
Family values.
Family values.
Irma isn't the only one in District 22 who feels betrayed by the administration's plan to gut Medicaid.
The only people they're hurting are the poor people. People that really need the stuff. Elon Musk doesn't need it. Trump doesn't need it. And, billionaires don't need it.
They're making out big time with this, but they're hurting people in the process.
District 22's representative is David Valadeo, a Republican who voted in favor of the budget resolution to cut Medicaid, after initially voicing concerns about how potential cuts to social programs could affect his constituents. If just 2 Republicans vote no on the final legislation, they could stop Medicaid from being cut.
The folks in this district have voted for him because he, in the past, has been...
If you have supposed values, why would you back people that clearly don't support those values? I mean, yeah, she got duped. She got. She thought, family values isn't even a campaign talking point in Mexico. What is wrong with gringo Latinos? I don't know.
Able to stand up against his party, but now he's really stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Bro, the craziest thing is being like Chicano, being a Latino person in America and voting for Trump, because like half of the conversation is about how you're the enemy. You know what I mean? Like half the convo, it's not like Trump was hiding it. He just straight up was like, yeah, they're all rapists, bro. And then it seems at least 50% of the Latino voting bloc was like, yeah, we are rapists, actually. There's a lot of rapists amongst us. We have to deal with them by fucking forcibly deporting them. My cousin, he's definitely a rapist. Gotta get out of here. Like, I don't know how the fuck that happens. I don't know. A lot of colorism, bro. The problem is people don't understand that is actually, they're talking about them too. Like, Trump is not discriminate in his hatred against all brown people. Like, it's indiscriminate, Their discrimination is indiscriminate. Ugh. But yes, on the other hand, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Economía por Trump. You gotta do what you gotta do, I guess.
Because it seems as if the Trump administration is going to really ask for loyalty from him and for him to play ball on every single issue, not just the issues that play well in this district. And so that might mean that they expect him to vote for things that are going to hurt his constituents directly.
They don't think they're brown. They see themselves as dark white. Yeah, it just reminds me of like the fucking meme, like the India-Pakistan meme. Okay? That's what it reminds me of. It's just like, you got like one Latino living in America telling another Latino living in America that he's disgusting and must be deported. Yeah, we don't like your kind.
If we could go back to November, who would you vote for now, seeing what you see?
For either one.
You just wouldn't have voted?
Not either.
Yeah, it's very sad that there's no political leadership that you feel you can vote for.
Maybe, they can, like you said, Democrats or Republican. Maybe they have, I'm not going to say that everything is bad, but the most important things. But the only good things is for them. To us, always going to be the good things,
You feel that way. It's always going to be the bad things
Always.
for you.
Thank you.
I know Chileans that are like, no, Trump's right. Venezuela need to leave, and I have to be like, dog, you're all Mexican. Yeah, like this is me having the conversation with Turks that think that they're like at an elevated status in comparison to Arabs in the Western world. I'm like, no, dude, they don't see you as anything different. You know, you're all terrorists. Like, we're all terrorists, big dog. They don't see you as like anything different. I promise you. They're not like, oh, these guys are white and Euro passing, you know? A tweet with absolutely zero good comments. What? Breaking. The Trump administration. Oh, I saw this yesterday. Yeah. I mean, this is not funny either. Like the whole Cubans for Trump. Lol. Yeah, get fucked. Like all that shit sucks. Trying to get everyone who's brown out of the country, it seems. Yes. Why should I be sympathetic for the people who voted to have their faces eaten by leopards? Because they're still human beings. What do you mean? And deportation is a incredibly cruel act that, you know, no one should be subjected to unless they've done something fucking heinous that's worthy, you know? Yeah, these people are, they're being lied to. Anyway, let's look at the alt-right dressing like the radical left.
On this video, or I'm gonna lose it. If you're watching my videos, we probably have a similar algorithm, and you've seen the clips and heard the discourse around the Sam Cedar Jubilee video titled 20 Trump supporters take on one progressive. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and don't know how you got here, don't worry. I'll explain everything. Consider sticking around for a while. A lot of the discourse around that video is your typical frustration with most Jubilee content. How it's a complete spectacle where nothing is accomplished and no one learns anything. In the
Okay, respect. Respect. I like this guy already.
Sam Cedar video, people have mostly been clowning on Trump supporters, aka secret fascists in this case, as they go flying off the roller coaster tycoon death trap that is the Dunning-Kruger parabola. As per usual, there was also outrage at Jubilee themselves for platforming a bunch of dipshit cultists who have fully drunk the MAGA Kool-Aid, and allowed them to spread harmful misinformation on their platform. There were also a few folks confused by something else that didn't have anything to do with the rhetoric or regurgitated Jordan Peterson talking points. Didn't have anything to do with their ideology or worldview. It was something that might actually be more nefarious than outright Sieg Heiling or calling immigrants rapists because of how surreptitious and deceptive it is. The fact that a lot of the conservatives didn't look like conservatives. This type of guy specifically, who looks like he unironically refers to himself as an ally, and owns and operates a bisexual vegan bakery where polycules get a discount on iced matcha that they can pay for in vintage vinyl records. Fashion is more than just buying and wearing the trendiest, most expensive designer clothes. The way we dress sometimes tells others about ourselves more than what we say does. And you can infer a lot of things about a person based on their style and fashion sense. Is it always accurate? No, absolutely not. But one of fashion's main functions is to signal to others that you may have aligning interests and even political views. Take this guy, for example. The fleece vest, the laminated name tag, the ill-fitting bootcut jeans that match his wife's probably lead you to believe he works in tech, which might lead you to assume other things about him. Probably not a fan of the gym, socially awkward, wants to save the world through technological advancements of his startup, might even be a World of Warcraft incel of some kind. Anything is possible. Now take a look at this guy, the skin-tight.
Yeah, Dominican Ray, dude. It always works, baby. It always works. 100% success rating, okay? Hit him with the motherfucking Dominican Ray. Just like Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah. This photo is screaming, Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. That's what it's screaming at me. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Dan Flash shirt wrapped around his bulging pecs, the awful white pants and matching belt, even the way he accessorizes his new wife's laminated face tell you a completely different story. This guy's definitely a meathead who could be mistaken as the founder of the XFL or Tap Out, not a multi-billion-dollar tech company that is actually destroying the planet and not saving it like the other guy dreamt of doing. He may have changed the way he looks, but you can't cure social awkwardness by buying designer clothes, unfortunately. Certain aesthetics, including clothing and hair and makeup, are more than just trends. There's historical and cultural context that we all understand to a degree, whether consciously or unconsciously. And everyone appropriates fashion all the time. It's how you get new trends and subcultures. A lot of the time it's done out of respect, or as a way to reclaim a narrative or to make a subversive commentary on class division. Conservatives and even further right groups are no different, co-opting certain aesthetics and fashion styles for different means with different intent. For example, what do you assume about these guys? You might be concerned that they're racist Nazi punks since one of them looks like a skinhead, and they're both wearing military-style jackets covered in band patches and pins with the big romper-stomper boots. But you'd be wrong. They're what's known as sharps, skinheads against racial prejudice. If you look close enough, they're both wearing Sharps t-shirts, and one has a gay pride patch and the other has a patch that says, "Boots and braces don't make a racist," a reference to the style of boots and suspenders that are synonymous with Nazi skinhead punks. In this context, the broader aesthetics might confuse the average person who's unfamiliar with punk or skinhead culture.
Yeah, the laces that you wear in your Doc Martens apparently is what brands you as a Nazi punk or a anti-Nazi punk. And I only know about this because I got those Rick Owens Doc Martens that have like the gray Rick Owens laces. And apparently Nazis have white laces. So there were fucking dumb chatters. Lace code is dead. Okay. Oh, red laces as well, apparently. But there were some dumbass chatters who were like, "Oh, dude, why did you buy Doc Martens with fucking white laces?" It's like, first of all, they're not white. Okay? They're not. They're fucking like the very clear Rick Owens colored fucking fat laces. The lace code is different and regional, so just wear rainbow laces. What's the word on yellow? No, yellow laces are fine. I have Doc Martens. One of them has yellow laces because that was the only color that was available for, and it was only for one shoe that I actually tied yellow laces to because my black laces got ripped apart.
But for those in the know, this is a massive difference that signals two wildly opposing ideologies despite sharing a few stylistic elements. Just like how this guy from the Jubilee video is not the same as this guy, even though they have the same general aesthetic.
Oh my god, get fucked, Alex.
And for anyone who is unfamiliar, that second guy is Alex Peter, aka Lol Overruled on TikTok, a pretty outspoken leftist and public defender in the state of New York. The opposite of that melted stick of butter wearing a merkin as a toupee. You see, the original skinheads were always sharps, they just didn't have to call themselves that. But over the years, the punk aesthetic was co-opted by racist pieces of shit to the point that society at large began associating the look solely with Nazi punks. Sharps emerged as a response to fascist appropriation and have tried to reclaim the movement and the aesthetic to a certain degree. As for the Jubilee Trump supporters, people have been pointing out, well, they're basically doing the same thing. They've taken a look and appropriated it as a kind of soft rebrand, but more on that later. You can find this appropriation among all sorts of styles and fashion aesthetics. Someone who's rocking a linen skirt and white dreadlocks and a septum piercing could just be into new age spiritual hogwash and crystals. Or they could be an anti-vaxxer who thinks ivermectin and the power of positive.
It's because they were the first thing and then they became the second thing.
Medicine. Someone wearing too tight synthetic gym clothes who's built like a bicycle seat could be a professional bodybuilder, or deeply into red pill manosphere 4chan boards. Even when someone's clothing is meant for function over fashion, you can probably still make some pretty logical assumptions about them. If someone is wearing $3,000 waterproof down-filled Gore-Tex ski gear, that might indicate their class, and thus their finances, and thus the industry they work in, and thus the associated priorities they might have in life. If they're wearing the hide of a bear they tracked, killed, field dressed, tanned, and then stitched into a set of matching pants and coat, that would certainly tell you something different. That guy isn't worried about fashion, but survival, who has a set of skills and values that the mammoth annual ski pass holder simply doesn't. I mean, either way, they're probably both xenophobic lunatics who tell indigenous people to go back to wherever they came from, though. So there's that. Fashion isn't a frivolity and...
Okay, bro. The fucking bearskin guy got hated on for no reason. That dude probably is indigenous. Or at least lies about being indigenous.
Can be very nuanced.
Actually, I take it back. Both of them lie about being indigenous. That's like the most white trait you can get. That's the white people's favorite pastime, is to fucking lie and be like, oh, I'm, 17% Sioux.
General is just another form of communication. language even. The thing about communication and language is that it evolves over time, where certain words or messaging gain new or multiple meanings depending on the dominant group who's using it or has appropriated.
You dress like the right and left. You are the true centrist. No one is saying this. I know. People need to recognize.
It. This can lead to the erasure of its origins, where the dominant users engage with the language of fashion and aesthetics to further some backwards regressive movement, and not out of respect for its founders or originators. Or, like a sheep in wolf's clothing, sneak into the herd they were ostracized from because of those regressive archaic beliefs. Conservative groups, from working class ignorant hicks all the way over to the Nazi youth, have been appropriating the aesthetics and symbols of other cultures for hundreds of years. Those freedom-loving, gun-toting bootlickers that dress up like cowboys and sing Confederate rebel songs about owning human beings. Yeah, that entire look came from Mexican vaqueros and early Native American culture. For fuck's sake, the earliest cowboys were black, and now dipshits who have lost a foot to diabetes go around calling themselves cowboys because they think putting a giant American or Confederate flag on the back of their jazzy scooter is the same thing. They're not dressing up in cowboy garb because they work a farm or herd cattle or appreciate the Americana aesthetics as fashion first and foremost. They're cosplaying cartoonish patriotism where style is secondary to being an outspoken racist who has a twisted nationalist view of what America represents. And more recently, groups like the Proud Boys have adopted their uniform from punk aesthetics, thrusting the Fred Perry polo back into modern-day fascist ubiquity. Similar to the MA-1 bomber and Doc Martens, the Fred Perry polo has been an on-again, off-again marker among skinhead punks for decades. The Proud Boys just picked a specific colorway and instead of shaving their heads, paired it with a $60 high and tight, more reminiscent of 2000s straight-edge Boston beatdown hardcore than 1980s punk. The most embarrassing were the Boogaloo Boys appropriating tiki torches and cheap Hawaiian shirts because nothing says I'm a badass who's gonna burn a cross on your lawn like—
Yeah, that was short-lived. Remember when people would say, I'm dressing up like a Boogaloo Boy because I never stopped wearing Hawaiian shirts? Yeah, I don't think people think about that anymore. That association is gone.
Like wearing the wardrobe of an alcoholic retiree whose kids no longer speak to him. Very powerful. But why? Why can't they come up with their own unique thing? It's because they're fucking boring. When I think of conservative fashion, I think of a lot of things, but it's usually this. Sport coats, penny loafers, modest maxi dresses that have the very flattering shape of a sack of sorghum. But there are a myriad of other lazy, boring, unimaginative versions of conservative fashion as well. When I think of Trump supporting conservatives in 2025, I tend to think of this, and this, and whatever the fuck this is. As you can see, they are some of the most uncreative, unoriginal people on—
Excuse me, that's a banger.
On the planet.
You don't understand art, sweetie. It's okay.
When they're
Vaquero? Say it with me. Vaquero!
not using the American flag for every pattern on their clothing, they're stealing from others because they can't come up with a unique identity on their own. Like anything, though, conservative fashion does evolve. Usually just becomes more extreme, but only up to a certain point because their fashion sense is dictated by their conservative values. Patriarchal modesty and themes of authoritarianism. A pretty narrow set of creative pillars to work within. Fascist German and Italian military uniforms were designed with these ideals in mind, specifically to make anyone in an SS uniform look like the ideal Übermensch, that drew inspiration from European aristocracy. It was the ultimate power suit, a white power suit that was ironically all black. Proud Boys fashion has followed a similar trend for a modern-day Call of Duty audience, and the tradwife aesthetic of recent years has admittedly embraced a less modest version of femininity with a pastoral twist, but to a fetishistic degree that is still ultimately controlled by men. So when this softboy aesthetic of corduroy and moppet hair popped up in the Jubilee video, people had some questions. Mainly of confusion, because this look has been washed for a few years, especially the undercut man bun, but never has it signified that someone was a conservative or even a fascist like the other examples. The look itself fell out of fashion because guys who had the mustache and the glasses and the flopped coif and the chunky sweater got memed and stereotyped as someone who gaslights women and refuses to have condom sex. Sure, there were problematic inferences being made shortly after its popularization, but it's not like people thought they were—
Dude, look at this. Oh God. I wanna interrupt this broadcast for a brief moment because I was peeking at Twitter and I couldn't fucking handle it. Joe Trusman works for Foundation for Defending Democracy. Okay. He's kind of cooking you. Wait, what? No. Look at this fucking tweet. Mohammed Shahada says, Israel just bombed a key Gazan hospital under the pretext of targeting a wounded politician, non-combatant, while he was on a hospital bed receiving life-saving care. If Russia did this under the same pretext, the Western world would condemn this nonstop as a terror attack. Joe Trusman, Ismail Barhoum was involved in financing terrorism. He was sanctioned by nearly half a dozen countries for his role in raising funds for Hamas through charities and other means. Hamas is a terrorist organization. To which I responded, oh shit, thanks for this information. I now think bombing... oh fuck, I fucked it. I was so angry, I typed it so poorly. I now think bombing a hospital is perfectly cool. Totally not a war crime anymore. Thank you for defending democracy. I said, I now thinking... Wait, you can't edit replies? God damn it. Whatever. I now thinking... I've been there. Whatever. I know thinking. It's too late. It's already out. Oh shit. I thanks for this information. I now thinking. I thanks for this information. I now thinking. It makes it better. I'm still on the vaquero. That's what happened. That's a real ESL moment. It's too late. I can't dirty delete. I'm keeping it. Fuck it. I'm still here. I'm still here. I was so angry. I was so fucking angry when I saw that tweet on the timeline that I just angrily typed it up without even looking at the fucking grammar and spelling mistakes.
Were straight up Nazis. And obviously, not every guy who looked like a Muppet that made a wish to be a human were all problematic. That's just what the internet was saying. Regardless, there was a cognitive dissonance based on our expectations of certain fashion choices when hearing conservative brain rot come from guys who dress in a way that aligns with more progressive or even just lived up thought.
It's actually DEIA, sure. Right? You know that. Right. In government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being inaccessible to get into a job.
It rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases.
That's because this genre of guy could easily also be the emotionally intelligent, calls his mom every day kind of guy who understands that running a government is not equivalent to working at McDonald's.
What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white,
what
does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is.
This style also fell out of fashion because it was no longer unique and cool in a broad sense and started to feel extremely contrived. There are two things that require something or someone in order to be considered cool: individualism and nonchalance. Once this style, or any style really, enters mainstream culture, it no longer embodies a sense of individualism or nonchalance. Not everyone, but a large portion of men started intentionally switching up their style and dressing like this, which is inherently chalant. You cannot be unconcerned or unbothered when you're going out of your way to dress in a certain style. If you do it because it's just trending, you're a corny poser. It's why everyone dunked on Zuckerberg when he got hit with the Dominican fuckboy ray.
Okay, this guy's a HasanAbi head. All right, I'm sorry. He did a Lolo mention and... Okay, come on. What are we doing here? Dude?
Going from looking like a wet Martian to elder millennial suffering a midlife crisis. The awareness of hopping on a trend is the antithesis of cool. When conservatives try and
youngest fan, shut up,
rebrand their image, it feels forced for this very reason. It's not cool anymore, especially when they're a multi-billionaire CEO whose image is inextricably tied to the authoritarian policies of their company. This is typically because they're about a decade late to whatever fashion trend they've adopted because they don't bother themselves with childish things like fashion and art. They've got coding to do. They're simply using personal optics to make spreading misinformation across their technocratic empires more palatable. They are incapable of being nonchalant or having any individual thought, which plays right back into how boring they are. You're not fooling anyone, Zuck. You've got no aura. And that right there is another explanation why this new breed of soft boy conservative / fascist looks like this. It's less threatening than a tailored Schutzstaffel uniform or a form-fitting Proud Boy polo and tactical vest. It's a form of subversion and manipulation meant to put others at ease, where they're less likely to react with hostility or revulsion when they start spouting fascist nonsense. Not only that, it's because the guys who aren't conservatives or alt-right weirdos who did dress like this were getting laid. I think I can confidently say most women don't want to fuck someone wearing a Klan hood or who's jacked up on HGH in a polo they bought in the kids section that represents Christian nationalism. I'm sure there are some women who are into that aesthetic and dress in a similar way. But even if they do, they're not putting out the same way a liberated, bra-burning leftist woman is. They're waiting until marriage and only having sex as a means to breed more offspring. This is especially true of young, lonely, white men, which I've already talked about once before. One of the reasons a lot of these incel fascists become incel fascists is because of a hatred of women and the idea that they are somehow owed sex for simply existing. When they struggle to participate in a little casual sex because they're socially awkward or lack emotional intelligence or just can't help themselves talk about their love of capital punishment among mixed company, they don't take that as a sign to work on themselves and reevaluate some of those opinions. They go down the easy route of resentment and are comforted by a worldview that tells them they should get to own women and that the trad wife is a woman's natural biological role in the family unit and that marital rape is a-okay. Basically, conservative ideology, from liberal and social conservatism all the way over to authoritarianism and fascism, is a bitchless ideology that preys on white male loneliness.
People are saying dudes who look like this should be doing theater and making iced lattes, not arguing in favor of fascism, and the explanation for this is actually quite simple, okay? Fascists don't get bitches. These chuds think that if they, put on the wire rim glasses and do the floppy hair and the...
I think so too. I mean, this one's gay, but I think he's just like a gay grifter and not very smart. So he just like couldn't cut it in Hollywood. So he just became like right wing, which is in many such cases. But yeah, I think a lot of other dudes that do this are doing it to adopt an aesthetic because conservative values and conservatism, reactionary ideology, requires you to put no fucking real thought into aesthetics in general, and you just kind of adopt the aesthetics of the people that previous generations conservatives would call the F slur.
The mustache or the
loneliness.
People are saying dudes who look like this should be doing theater and making iced lattes, not okay? If they put on the wire rim glasses and do the floppy hair and the mustache or the man bun, that will attract women to them because they know in their heart of hearts that women are not attracted to fascists. They're attracted to nice people. People who actually, are normal, dress a certain way. They have stable lives and partners who they love. And fascists have none of that. So they start doing this. And then this quickly becomes the aesthetic of fascism.
It's also important to note that not all right-wing men turn to conservative ideology because they can't get laid. A lot of it is, unfortunately, much more petty than that, to the point that it's almost a lazy trope. History is riddled with failed artists turned fascist. Many of the biggest names in today's conservative spaces ended up there because they were rejected from the humanities and then developed this chip on their shoulder and went even further right, almost out of spite. Ben Shapiro is a failed screenwriter, Jordan Peterson is a failed intellectual, Steven Crowder, failed stand-up comic, Dave Rubin, failed actor, Hitler, failed painter. That Vinny guy who had a meltdown on Piers Morgan is not only a failed comic, but a failed Twitch streamer making his red face...
He's locked in. He made this video how many days ago? 3 days ago. Bro, that's from like 4 days ago. He's in here right now. This motherfucker's in here watching me watch him. And is not even saying anything. That's crazy.
tirade even funnier because it was directed at Hasan Piker, a very successful leftist streamer.
You know what? Everybody that's new gets to see my little nip real quick. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning red, Vinny.
What a jealous little man. I wonder how tall he is, actually. There's no way he's over 6 feet. Vinny O'Shana. 5'9". This typically happens because they're egomaniacs who can't handle criticism or rejection and lacked the critical thinking skills necessary for them to understand what differentiates good and bad art, and that maybe they needed to work a little harder at acting or screenwriting, but then they didn't because they're lazy and entitled. Also, getting paid to make art is not very lucrative, and more difficult than people think. It really can't coexist with conservative ideology that favors monetary value and short-term gains over prioritizing one's passion to become great, or just as a means to catharsis and self-reflection. Those don't really coincide, but becoming a professional troll with a podcast funded by right-wing donors is very lucrative. Unfortunately, this means certain fashions and aesthetics become the de facto uniform of fascism because normal, empathetic people don't want to be associated with symbols of hate and have to constantly update our wardrobe. I mean, in some ways, we can thank fascists for constantly pushing fashion forward and involuntarily creating new aesthetics. We don't have to stop wearing Hawaiian shirts just because a group of white supremacists wore them that one time. And honestly, caving at the first instance is how they win, damn it! But it is annoying that we do have to be ever more vigilant about what styles and brands and symbols we put on our fucking bodies just because some ignorant potato-brained incel couldn't get laid. And one last thing, when Trump's supporting conservatives do try their hand at fashion, you get the most gaudy, tactless, vulgar displays of phony patriotism that is an insult to pattern makers everywhere.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That's the video. Thanks so much for sticking around. If you made it this far, that means you're special. Now, make sure you follow the rules of the channel and like, share, comment, subscribe. If you don't know that by now, you might not be a fan of the channel. Genuinely, thank you, everybody.
That was good. Dude, a lot of smaller channels I've been watching have been putting out absolute bangers recently, you know? Did you miss the NPR segment? No, but I'm too tired and too sick. So thanks for the shout out. So I'm gonna end it here. I'm too tired. And I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Monday news day, baby. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow as always. Feel better, dumbass. Oh, that's mean. Anyway, bye everybody. I'm gonna go watch the new episode of Solo Leveling. Play some Kingdom Come, maybe some Assassin's Creed. Peace.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. It's the crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan